world in our first international conference on critical care 2020. We are very delighted to have our pride, the daughter of our father of nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, our honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, with us today as chief guest. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's a big inspiration for us to have you in this day with us. Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists is welcoming you in our first international e-conference on critical care 2020. We are very delighted to have Honorable Minister Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP, is with us as a special guest. He will join from Maniganj. Dear sir, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists is welcoming you to this session. Today, we are delighted with the presence of Honorable Secretary, Medical Education. Delighted presence, Honorable Secretary, Medical Education Division. Unfortunately, he is very sick today. If possible, he will join us today. So we have today our very popular two leaders in our doctors community all over the country. The President of Bangladesh Medical Association, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mahiuddin, known as very Jalal Bhai, our Jalal Bhai, and President of Professor M. Iqbal Arsalan Sir. We have today our Honorable Director General of DGHS, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam Sir, as the special guest. We are very delighted to have our three supreme leaders from the WFSA. From World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, immediate past President Dr. Jennike Melin Olsen, in spite of her very sickness, but she joined in this conference. Many thanks to join here, Jennike Melin Olsen. And President-elect Dr. Wayne Morris, he also joined here, and Chair of the Asian Australian Regional Section of the WFSA, Professor Sushila Chandru. Warm welcome to all of our WFSA leaders. Along with them, 40 international faculties are with us in this virtual conference. We are also delighted with the presence of our SAARC countries leaders from the India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. We have today our father figures and guardians in anesthesia of Bangladesh, and also have national faculties and all members of the BSA. Our heartfelt gratitude from Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists to all of you to join us in this first international conference on critical care 2020. Our heartfelt condolence to the departed soul of all front fighters who left us in the last 8 months of COVID pandemic time. I would like to request all of you to keep silence for 1 minute to the memory and the eternal peace for their departed soul. Please mute your device and keep your silence for 1 minute. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. A.K.M. Faizul Haq for the recitation from Holy Quran. Faizul Haq is the Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Please come here.
Assalamu alaikum. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Sadaqallahu.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Dr. Ruqya Sultana Apa for welcome address to this in-conference. She is the senior anesthesiologist and advisor of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists and Secretary, Health and Population Welfare, Bangladesh Awami League. Please, sir.
Mr. Chairs, respected today's chief guest, our most esteemed leader of the country, the able daughter of noble father, father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Prime Minister of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Mr. Dakit Malik, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, President, Bangladesh Medical Association, Professor M. Iqbal Arslan, President, Shadhinota Chikishak Porishad, Professor A.B.M. Khurshid Alam, Director General of Health, and other dignitaries of the dais and in front, distinguished guests, speakers, and faculties from home and abroad, representative of print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good evening. We are very happy today because our great Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina joined with us as chief guest. In this time demands conference, her kind presence makes this conference one step ahead to the success. Anesthesiology is a specialty of medical science that not only the facilitates operative procedure by making a person unaware of injury or cut, but also deals with the pains and aches during day-to-day life and plays a vital role as critical care medicine specialist during acute and terminal stages of life. So, anesthesiology has got the potential role to be the part of the life from womb to tomb. With the expansion of surgical spectrum to discharge services for our growing population, skill, instrumental support, and increased manpower in this relatively neglected subject is of utmost importance. We all know it very well that our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is very closely involved with all the activities of health services delivery system of our country. She introduces community clinics to provide the health services to the rural people of Bangladesh, which played an important role to achieve the MDG and SDG goals. Our Prime Minister's efforts were highly appreciated and cordially recognized by United Nations, UNICEF, and other international organizations. In these COVID-19 pandemic situations, our Prime Minister's role is very appreciable. Steps taken by her governments to control the COVID-19 situation were very effective so far. I must remember those who have sacrificed their life as frontline fighters, especially anesthesiologists, doctors, and other medical services providers during the management of pandemic COVID-19 situation. Anesthesiologists are playing a very vital role in this critical situation. They are providing necessary services in COVID hospitals, including critical care. Unfortunately, we don't have sufficient number of anesthesiologists in our country. Although government recruited anesthesiology, but we need more anesthesiologists in our hospital to provide anesthesia for surgery and for post-operative care, providing services in ICUs, palliative care to the patients suffering from life-limiting diseases. I like to draw her kind attention to create more posts in anesthesiology for better care to the people of Bangladesh with ICU and critical care facilities up to the district level hospitals. Again, we are grateful to our Honorable Prime Minister. Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina has been kind enough to be part of our program by her virtual presence and direct encouragement. I am also thankful to all the other guests and participants from home and abroad. Thank you. স্বাস্থ্যবিধি মেনে চলুন, সুস্থ থাকুন, ভালো থাকুন, জয় বাংলা, জয় বঙ্গবন্ধু।
Thank you very much, Rukaba, for your welcoming. Now I would like to request our immediate past president, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. He is the chair of scientific committee of this e-conference, Professor A.B.M. Maksudul Alam, sir. Please come on the dais and give your valuable speech.
We are overwhelmed with the pleasure for having Honorable Prime Minister of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, the architect of modern and developed Bangladesh, as a chief guest. We are also delighted to have Mr. Jahid Malik MP, Honorable Minister, Minister of Health and Family Welfare. We are lucky to have our Health Secretary as a special guest, and the dignitaries who have joined with us, and the prudent expert of the field of critical care medicine from home and abroad. We are at the critical juncture of social, economic, and human development, where COVID-19 has appeared as an unexpected visitant and carrying away millions of lives, became the extreme attention of people from all sectors of the globe. Healthcare providers, social reformer, politicians, economists are trying to find out the way of this unseen, relatively unknown, and highly infectious disease. But at the top of all, experts like anesthesiologists, critical care medicine, are in the midst of misery of fight to this enemy by keeping their life at danger. Unlike rich and advanced country, we had to start whatever we have. Fortunately, we have foresighted leader Sheikh Hasina, her strong leadership and the strong team. We are equipped with almost necessary machineries and facilitated with the shortest possible time to face this situation boldly. And we could able to keep this serious pandemic in a reasonable, tolerable position. In this regard, again, as a front fighter, healthcare provider as a whole, especially those who are dealing with critical care patients deserve appreciation. Honorable Prime Minister always try to encourage our specialty. She endorsed by her presence in this conference. We were privileged to have the opportunity to join an assignment directed by Mother of Humanity, Sheikh Hasina. That was the conjoined cranioephagus twin Ruqya and Rabia. And at that assignment, our ancestors played a crucial and essential role through this journey. After this, in Ganabhavan, in a reception, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina asked our colleague to have a project profile within 2 months, and she will approve. My urge to the officials of society, they should make it as early as possible and present it to her. That will solve a lot of problem. The conference is enriched by world famous anesthesiologist intensivist. We are having more than 40 international faculties and more national faculties. Probably this will be a academic and research feast. If we participate, we will be enriched and we can face our problem directly and properly. During this COVID war, we lost hundreds of colleagues. We acknowledge their dedication and sacrifice. We also pray for their eternal peace of their soul. Thank you very much.
Now this time for 1 minute greetings from dignitaries to Honorable Prime Minister. First of all, I'm requesting I'm going according to the alphabet order of our SAARC countries. So I would like to request Professor Naveen Malhotra. He is the Secretary, Indian Society of Anesthesiologists. Please, Naveen Malhotra, unmute please, and greetings with the Honorable Prime Minister, please.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Indian Society of Anesthesiologists, Honorable Prime Minister, Bangladesh. Greetings from India and Namaste.
Thank you very much.
Dr.
Yes,
I extend my greetings to Dr. Janike, past President WFSA, Dr. Wayne Morris, President-elect WFSA, Professor S. Chandra, AARS section of WFSA, my dear Dr. Banik, President, and Dr. Kawasar Sardar, Secretary, VSA, my colleagues, Professor Syed Haq, Pakistan, and Dr. N.R. Vista, Nepal, and Dr. Gunaradana, Secretary, Sri Lanka. I also convey greetings from India for the World Anesthesia Day, and ISA places on record and salutes the work done by COVID warriors, the anesthesiologists in this pandemic. This pandemic has highlighted the role of anesthesiologists as critical care specialists and in the service of mankind and patient care. Yesterday, we had a combined online celebration of all ISA branches across the country on virtual platform on the World Anesthesia Day. And I'm happy to share with you that we conducted a CH survey, COVID ICU anesthesia team survey, which has showed that 70% of the doctors who are working in COVID ICUs and HDUs are anesthesia residents, faculty members, and senior residents. Going by the WFSA theme of occupational well-being, Indian Society of Anesthesiologists has launched workplace fitness module yesterday, along with a public awareness flyer and a national level essay competition on leadership skills in thwarting the challenges in the COVID pandemic. We are also running our ISA online mechanical ventilation module, and we are utilizing this challenge as an opportunity to further the interests of anesthesiologists as critical care specialists involved in day-to-day patient care in this COVID pandemic. Thank you very much. Long live ISA, long live WFSA, long live SARC AAA. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Professor Naveen Malhotra. Now I'm moving to Dr. Navindra Raj Bista. He is the Secretary of Society of Anesthesiologists, Nepal. Please unmute yourself and yes, can you hear me?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Her Excellence, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, respected ministers, President, Secretary General of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, WFSC, and all national professional anesthesia societies of SAARC countries, Scientific Committee Chair, Conference Organizing Committee, all faculties, delegates, and viewers. I, Navindra Raj Bista, General Secretary of Society of Anesthesiologists of Nepal, is delighted to be part and participate today's first international e-conference on critical care 2020. As a new normal, we have to balance between the best patient care, self-well-being of ourselves, and continue all the medical education in the form of a digital conference. I think this is what BS is doing now. As we are more prone to contact infectious disease, a strong precaution, timely test and treatment, along with determination and support from the colleagues is needed. Our huge respect to all COVID-19 warriors for a continuous service during the crisis time. Today, I would like to congratulate BSA for bringing all clinicians under the same electronic home for next 2 days. I'm sure that it will be a good virtual platform to share academic experiences in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic. I'm hopeful that it will be a milestone for future programs, and I wish this program a grand success. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Now I'm moving to Professor Syed Nurul Haq, President, Pakistan Society of Anesthesiologists, and he also the present President of the SAARC Association of Anesthesiologists. Professor Nurul Haq, if you hear, please unmute yourself. No, I think he has not able to join yet, but if he come within this time, I will call upon him again. Now I'm moving to Dr. Malin Gunawardena. He's the Secretary of College of Anesthetists and Intensivists, Sri Lanka. Malin Gunawardena, are you here? Please
Yes.
Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Everyone, and good afternoon to, and warm greetings to Her Excellency and everyone from the island of Sri Lanka. Thank you to the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for organizing this critical care webinar, and thank you for inviting members of the College of Anesthesiologists and Intensivists of Sri Lanka to participate as faculty. We look forward to this 2-day virtual session, which will help to disseminate knowledge and further strengthen the bonds between our nations. At a time when we need to overcome many obstacles that we face, sharing of knowledge and experience is essential. And on behalf of the College of Anesthesiologists and Intensivists of Sri Lanka, I wish the BFA a very successful critical care session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I am introducing the advisors of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists and Senior Anesthesiologists of country and our father figures in anesthesia of Bangladesh. Professor Kaji Mesbauddin Iqbal sir, I will come back to him after few seconds. Professor MD Khalilur Rahman sir, he is here. He will come on the dais and he will talk. And Professor Fakrunnesa madam, Fakrunnesa madam is here. He joined here. I think. Where is the camera? Can you focus on Fakrunnesa madam? Yeah. Okay, it will go only for the television channel. Okay, okay, we can see here. And Dr. Rokeya Sultana Appa, already he welcome all of you. Professor U.H. Shahera Khatun Madam, he yet not joined, and Dr. M.D. Khalilullah, they are the advisor of. Now I would like to request Professor M.D. Khalilur Rahman sir. He already passed 50 years in anesthesia, half century he has done in anesthesia. He is our pride, and he has started in 1980s the intensive care service in Bangladesh for the first time in the NICBD. I would like to request Khalilur Rahman sir to speak out.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Her Excellency Prime Minister of Bangladesh, special guest, and other dignitaries from home and abroad. In this occasion, where science is the main object of attention, we would like to say that critical care, which is an integral part of anesthesia services, has to develop more. And that development can only happen when we mix together and learn and share our experience. In this conference, e-conference, we will do that. The experiences that have been gained not only on COVID, but also in other areas, trauma, sepsis, will be exchanged between all our faculty members. And that will enlighten us to fight more for the critically ill patients. Let us hope that this purpose is achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request our father figure, Professor K.M. Iqbal sir. He was the past or ex-chairman of Department of Anesthesia, Analgesia, and Intensive Care Unit, Bangabandhu Medical University. He has started the ICU service in the university level actually. So I would like to request, sir, he is our mentor. He will join through the Zoom. I think he's here. Sir, can you hear me, Iqbal sir?
Yes, loud
Sir.
and clear. Loud and clear,
Oh.
yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, please speak out.
Me. Okay, well, first of all, the very term father figure gives me the creep, but nevertheless, I enjoyed it anyway. To me, this is the worst of time and the best of time, quote unquote, by Charles Dickens. Why do I say is worst of time? Because the current biological pandemic situation that we have, and why you call it best of time is because that we are all now willy-nilly getting into the high tech. And the product of that is this e-conference. I would like to welcome all of you to this virtual meeting of ours when scientific exchanges are in store. At this point, I want to welcome or sort of special welcome to our Honorable Prime Minister for being able to give us some of her precious time, along with, of course, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and the Secretary who I just heard that is not doing very well health-wise, Secretary Medical Education, Division of same ministry, and Director General of DGIHS. And also to include the leaders from WFSA, past and present president, and also the chairman of WFSA Asia and Australia chapter, along with the leaders of Bangladesh medical movements, and last of all, the distinguished guests from abroad, numbering around 40, and not to forget other distinguished guests and participants from home. Hope this webinar will be meaningful, fruitful, and enjoyable to all of you. And I'll be sitting here enjoying it myself too. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable speech. Now I am introducing Honorable WFSA guests and call upon for their valuable speech. Okay. So before that, I'm going to Professor Fakrunnesa Madam to tell something.
Honorable Chairman, Secretary General, distinguished South Country guest, Honorable WFSA guest, special guest, and Her Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister, Republic of Bangladesh. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. I am Dr. Fakrunnesa, Professor of Anesthesiology, currently serving as Chief Consultant in a ICU at a private hospital. Global pandemic COVID-19 has proven the utmost importance of anesthesiology and critical care medicine combined, being instrumental forces in saving millions of lives. I look forward for this international e-conference, strengthening our knowledge and experience. I wish all the participants success in the upcoming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your nice speech. To our WFSA leaders, Professor Sushila Chandru, he is the chair of Asian Australian Regional Section of WFSA. He is from Indonesia. I would like to request Professor Sushila Chandru, please unmute yourself. Okay.
Assalamualaikum. Your Excellency,
mute করেন please কাটটা. All mute, please first. All mute. All mute, please. Then unmute yourself, please, again.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Honorable Prime Minister, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Your Excellency Mr. Zahid Malik, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Health and Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed colleagues, we are in a very challenging era. In times when we need to work together as a team, sharing knowledge, especially in the field of critical care medicine, is essential during this pandemic. Diagnostic measures and treatments keep on changing and evolving as we learn something new every day. There are new findings every day, especially in relation with COVID-19 pandemic. This also might change how we conduct critical care management in the future. As the chair of ARS of WFSA, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of this first international e-conference on critical care 2020, especially Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. I strongly believe that many will benefit from this Congress, with line of outstanding speakers in their field of expertise. Thank you for all speakers who are willing to share their experience and knowledge in this field. Lastly, thank you for all participants, for those who are willing to spare their time to update their knowledge, especially during this time. I believe we will emerge stronger from this pandemic, getting better and wiser. Stay safe to all of you and stay connected because together we can. Thank you very much.
For your nice speech. Now I am moving to Dr. Wayne Morris. He is the newly president-elect of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists. He joining us from New Zealand. I would like to request Dr. Wayne Morris, please unmute yourself, then talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Sada. Honourable Prime Minister, special guests, friends and colleagues. Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to you all from my country, New Zealand, and greetings from the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists. Thank you for this invitation. It is truly an honour to be addressing you as the WFSA's President-elect. You may be interested to know that my country is currently having a general election and the results are coming in now, and it looks like our Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern will be returned comfortably to office. Congratulations to the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for organising this international e-conference on critical care. You have put together an amazing programme, and the topics you are covering are particularly important at this time. 2020 has been a year like no other. Anesthesiologists around the world have been at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19, and I applaud the work that you have been doing to save lives in emergency departments, in intensive care units, and in operating theatres. For the first time ever, an anesthesiologist has appeared on the cover of Time magazine. Anesthesiologists have amazing clinical and non-clinical skills, and our specialty contributes to healthcare systems in many different ways. This is becoming better understood by medical colleagues, our governments, and the public. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought two other issues into sharp focus. The first issue is that surgical patients still require our expertise, even during a pandemic. We know that 5 billion out of the world's 7 billion population do not have access to safe anesthesia and surgical care when needed. And the COVID-19 pandemic is likely to make the situation worse. We must continue to work together to increase the anesthesia workforce and improve access to safe anesthesia for our patients in SAARC countries and around the world. The second issue is occupational well-being. Anesthesiologists are not only working long hours, but they are working harder than ever before, and they're at high risk of contracting COVID-19, as we have already heard. Our workforce is our most valuable resource, and we must do everything we can to protect the well-being of anesthesiologists and other healthcare workers. This year's World Anesthesia Day theme is occupational well-being, and it is a very appropriate theme in this pandemic year. I invite you to look at the resources on the WFSA's website. Again, thank you for inviting me to speak to you. It is an honour. I wish you all the very best for this e-conference. Let us hope that the COVID-19 situation starts to improve soon. Please stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you next year at the World Congress of Anesthesiologists in Prague. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice speech. Now I'm moving to our past president of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, Dr. Jannike Malin Olsen. She was here in 2013 in the SAARC Congress. On that time, we can remember that our Honorable Prime Minister was looking for you on that time. So Yeah. So I would like to request, you have done a lot for the underdeveloped countries when you are the president of the WFSA. I would like to request Dr. Janika Malin Olsen, please unmute. You already unmuted. Okay, please carry on with your speech.
Yes, I'm sorry I can't get the camera functioning, but I would like to say, Your Excellency Sheikh Hasina, all the other dignitaries, all friends and colleagues, I'm so privileged to be able to address you today for the work that you are doing now, this meeting. And I think that the presence of all the countries' dignitaries and leaders illustrates that Bangladesh shows a commitment to really fight this disease and not least to share with others. So I would also send my kudos to the Bangladeshi Societies of Anesthesiologists to assemble all of us coming together to share experiences. As you know, anesthesiology has always contained intensive care medicine in so many countries, but not in all. But in the current pandemic situation, all of us, in all countries, anesthesiologists are brought to the front line fighting the pandemic. And doing so, we have different experiences and we can share our experiences with each other. And that's another thing which has been very visible from this pandemic, is how everybody, even in the toughest and hardest times, step up to share experiences with their colleagues, so their colleagues don't have to face the same problems as they have, at least try to come with them first. So I would also like to mention, as Wayne Morris just mentioned, the World Anesthesia Day yesterday, which we all celebrated, that 1 month ago today, it was also the World Patient Safety Day launched by the WHO. And this year's theme of the World Patient Safety Day was that there can be no patient safety unless there is health worker safety. So that gives us another topic to protect ourselves when we go out there in the first line. And again, in order to be able to protect ourselves, we need to know what we are dealing with. And that is how we are sharing together all of this. And when I see all of you now, I just miss you so much. I'm looking forward to the day this pandemic is over and we can all meet again and share further knowledge, be together as friends and learn more to the benefit of our patients. So I wish you all the best for the meeting. And again, thank you so much for including me in this. It's like traveling for a short while to Bangladesh. Salam alaikum.
Okay, wa alaikum assalam. Thank you very much for your joining. One announcement, Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Sir, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP, sir, already joined here. Yeah. Thank you. I will come after a few minutes to our minister, sir. So now I'm moving to our today's one special guest, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam, sir. He is the Director General of DGHS. Please, sir, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Honorable Health Minister Jahid Malik MP, special guest, our health secretaries, President and Secretaries of the Society of Anesthesia, professional leaders, Mustafa Jalal Muhyiddin and Professor Iqbal Arsalan and Rokeya Sultana, participants of this webinar from home and abroad, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. I am very much privileged and feel honored to be here, and I remain grateful to the Society of Anesthesiology for allowing me and keeping few moments for me to speak few words. I would like to thank them, as in this pandemic, I found the anesthetists are the main frontliner fighters. And some of our senior anesthetists lost their life. We are mourning for them, and we are praying for their departed soul. As a surgeon, I feel without anesthesia, no good surgery is possible. The knife for healing could be the knife of killing without the help of anesthesia. And in this COVID pandemic, we could realize that what anesthesia is and how much important the role of anesthesia in combating this COVID situation. Under the strong leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh still fighting and can remain in a position where we could say that our management regarding the COVID is a good one in comparison to the others. And the most of the credits should goes to the anesthetist. I should say, as a clinician, they are the main fighters and they help us to save the lives of our patient. Lastly, I should thank all the participants of the home and abroad, and I hope that this webinar will be meaningful and helpful for the participants as well as the learners who are here, and I wish every success of this webinar. Thank you. Thank you again. Stay safe and stay blessed. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice speech. I'm moving to Professor M. Iqbal Arsalan, sir. He is the president of Shadinata Chikitsak Parishad and ex-dean of the Basic Faculty of Bangabandhu Medical University. I would like to request Professor Iqbal Arsalan, sir. Please, sir, unmute yourself
Thank
and
you.
talk. Yes, sir. We are
Thank
hearing.
you. Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest of the first International E-Conference on Critical Care 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Chief Guest, our Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency, daughter of our Father of Nation, Sheikh Hasina, MP, and we'll have as a special guest our Honorable Secretary of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the secretaries of the ministry, and our professional leader, President BMA, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohyuddin, and we have World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists representatives, that is the present president, ex-immediate past president and president-elect, and SARC leaders of the anesthesiologists, and my colleagues and the people from media who are covering this prestigious in-conference. And first of all, I would like to pay my homage to our great Father of Nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and to our colleagues who lost their life to fight the COVID, that is the COVID warrior, of our profession specialists, the anesthesiologists, who were responsible for the terminal stage care of the patients. I would like to extend my thanks to the Society of Bangladesh, Society of Anesthesiologists for organizing such a e-conference, that is webinar sessions, with about 40 foreign delegates and dignitaries. And I must welcome all these foreign dignitaries, the participants, who are giving their time to enrich this e-conference. And you see, and also I would like to extend my thanks for giving or inviting me in this August gathering. And you see, we know very well, and from the space our DG Health and other people, in our country, we are very much shortage of the critical care the specialists as well as anesthesiologists. Though we have more than 300 the anesthesiologists in the private sectors in different capacities, but we failed or could not organize or arrange to accommodate them in our government service due to the lacking of the post, proper number of posts where we can accommodate, or in this COVID situation, with our utmost request to the government, that is the Ministry and Director General of Health Services, we failed to overcome the situation. We know that in the government service, we have to have change or modify some recruitment rule for this arrangement. But still then, under the leadership of the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we are achieving a lot in the health sector. And the anesthesiology department also getting privilege, and by this time the Bangladesh government has increased the number of the entrance of students in the different courses of anesthesiology, and we are our government is very much aware of the development of the subject. And we do believe that under this leadership, we will be able to achieve it. And lastly, I would wish that this e-conference will be a great success. And through this e-conference, our colleagues in Bangladesh, they will learn more, and the exchange of views. Our learners will be able to improve their skill and knowledge. With these few words, I would like to conclude over here. Thank you all. Again, thank you for inviting me to tell something to you. And Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your nice speech. I'm moving to our leader, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mahiuddin Jalal Bhai. He is the president of Bangladesh Medical Association. Please unmute Jalal Bhai and talk yourself.
Good afternoon to all. It's a great pleasure on my part to join as a president of Bangladesh Medical Association such a wonderful conference on Critical Care 2020, this which is organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. Can you hear me?
Yes. clearly.
Okay. At first, I want to express my gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, daughter of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who is working hard day and night and well-being the prosperity of our country. As a chief guest, he will say to you and us some important message for anesthesiologists. I think so. I also thank to our health minister, Mr. Jahid Malik, and I welcome to our other guests and international faculties who are joining in the e-conference. I want to show my great convention for others, our frontline fighters who led us in this pandemic situation. May Allah grant their Jannat. Dear all anesthesiologists, who are working through the corona fighters, and integrate nation is thankful to you and all services, to all the citizens of national during their pandemic period, putting you and your family members at risk, staying all from your family members, country lead you on, proud of you. I want to say something about anesthesiologists. In our country, the anesthesiologist doctors are not more. So I request to you, you must send message to our health minister, and as a BMA president, I will with you. I want your participants, and you must maintain your dignity in our dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. I request you another question, that is such a good organization you made internationally. We are very happy. In corona virus situation, you maintain all the staying and organize this occasion, organize this conference. I bless you. Thank you to everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu, Bangladesh, Chirijigoyo. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Jalal Bhai, for your nice speech. Right now, this is the time for the Honorable Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. But unfortunately, he is sick today, so I think he is yet unable to join in this occasion. So I'm want to pinpoint to our Honorable Health Minister. Sir, if you listen me, can you open the video from your side? মাননীয় মন্ত্রী মহোদয় স্যার, আপনি কি আমাদেরকে শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? স্যারের নামটা তো স্ক্রিনের মধ্যে আসছে না? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, প্রথম দিকে টেনে নিয়ে আসেন তো, একেবারে প্রথম দিকে, তাহলে আমি বুঝতে পারবো। উপরে উঠে নিয়ে আসেন স্যারকে।
হ্যালো,
হ্যাঁ স্যার শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? মাননীয় মন্ত্রী মহোদয়, oh sir, thank you very much sir for joining us. So now I'm moving to our honorable minister Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh. Under his very dynamic leadership, we are encountering the COVID crisis in Bangladesh very recently, and he is very successfully encountered this COVID crisis time. Honorable Minister, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Jahid Malik MP, I would like to request Honorable Minister, sir, for your valuable speech. Sir, please, sir, continue with your speech.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join this webinar. I hope you can hear me. Can all of you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So actually, I am in my vehicle coming back to Dhaka from my hometown. So I will be speaking from my vehicle. So that's why there might be some distortions. This is my immense pleasure to join first international e-conference on critical care 2020, organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. I must thank Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for inviting me in your time-demanding international conference in COVID pandemic situation. I also thank our Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, who is guiding the entire nation to face the COVID situation successfully. And we should extend thanks to her for her continued support to the Health Ministry. I am also grateful. I am also grateful to the special guest leaders from World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, SAARC countries, and faculties joining from all over the world in this time-demanding virtual conference. I am also very happy to know that 40 international faculties are joining in this international conference on critical care. I also thank the organizers for taking this effort to organize this conference. Anesthesiology has been playing a very vital role in the ICUs. In this COVID situation, they have been risking their life to save the lives of the patients. And they have been working and they are doing a tremendous job. All our doctors, nurses, and workers in the health sector have been performing greatly, risking their life. They have been providing the necessary treatment which is required for the COVID patients, along with also the non-COVID patients. Bangladesh is also proud to say that under the leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, that we could successfully combat this COVID and still fighting with it. Our death rate is one of the lowest in the world, and our the cure rate is also very high, and the infection rate is also under control. So all are playing a vital role. And due to the timely intervention of our Prime Minister, timely action of our Prime Minister, and our guidance, we have been, along with our doctors and nurses, working round the clock. We arrange necessary beds, labs, medicines, central oxygen line, telemedicine services, and also arrange PP for our doctors in time. So with this, we could successfully combat this situation. I know that the number of anesthesiologists in our country is quite less compared to so we have taken up certain steps. We have increased the number of seats in the post-graduation so that there can be more anesthesiologists We have also asked our government, we have sent a proposal to give a special incentive to the anesthesiologists for their valued services. I hope that we will get this incentive soon for our anesthesiologists. It is an honor for me to be able to say a few words in this e-conference. I hope that through this conference, our doctors with the other international faculties will be sharing their knowledges, experiences, which will help the treatment of the COVID patients and all patients in the ICUs. And this will be a very successful event. I hope all the success and wish all the best wishes. And especially I thank the organizers and Dr. Rokhaya, who is the Awami League Health Secretary. Special thanks to her also, and to others dignitaries who have joined and spoke in this occasion, both local and foreign faculties. I hope that this will be a successful event, and I hope that you all will stay safe, and wish to see you again in a normal situation. We expect to have these conferences. Thank you very much, and thanks to this society. সকলকে ধন্যবাদ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। জয় বাংলা, জয় বঙ্গবন্ধু, and good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your joining. Thank you very much for your nice speech and appreciation and recognition to the service of anesthesiologists. You are working day and night for the continuous improvement of health sector in Bangladesh under proper guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, Her Excellency. We are really proud of you. Thank you, sir, for your realization for the crisis of anesthesiologists in the government sector, which is very inadequate to serve the whole nation. Thank you very much. We will be awaited for your upcoming steps for the betterment of the anesthesiologists. Thank you, sir, for your joining with us. Now the time for vote of thanks. I'm going to Dr. Amir Hossain Rahat. He's the Vice President of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. And I would like to request Rahat Bhai to go for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kausar Sardar, Secretary General of BSA, Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished special guest, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to you all. First of all, on behalf of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, I would like to express our grateful and heartiest gratefulness and cordial thanks to our chief guest, daughter of our father of the nation. He is our pride. She is our inspiration, our vaccine hero, our mother of humanity, our Honorable Prime Minister of Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, for being with us in the first international e-conference on critical care. I would like to thank our Honorable special guest, Minister for Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who is leading our health sector under the proper direction of our Honorable Prime Minister. He is doing very well. He is maintaining a good leadership to lead the health sector from the front. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. I would like to express our gratefulness and thanks to the participants from the WFSA, participants from the SARC Association of Anesthesiologists, and of course, we must be thankful our professional leader, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, President, Bangladesh Medical Association, and Professor Iqbal Arslan, President, Shadhinota Chikitshak Porishad. I must be thankful to our Director General of Health Services, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam. I must say thank you, Honorable Secretary for the Medical Education and Family Welfare Division of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Unfortunately, he is not doing well physically today. I am praying for his speedy recovery. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind support. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants, my dear colleagues, very especially the senior anesthesiologist from Bangladesh who are guiding our society, and all the guests from home and abroad. Dear participants, my dear colleague, thank you so much for your kind support and thank you for your kind cooperation. I would like to finish my speech by thanking the persons, representatives from the print and electronic media and all other who has extended their hands to this international e-conference. Thank you all. I am praying good health and long life to you all. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before going to Honorable Prime Minister's speech, Her Excellency, I would like to request Professor Debabrata Bonik, he is the President of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, for his speech as he is the chair of this session. Please.
Dear all, good afternoon. Respected chief guest, daughter of our father of nation, Honorable Prime Minister, Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, and our special guest, Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Jahid Malik, MP, Secretary, Medical Education and Family Welfare, Mr. Mohammad Ali Noor, President, BMA, Dr. Mustafa Jalal Mohiuddin, President, Shachib, Professor Dr. Iqbal Aslan, and Director General of DGSS, Professor ABM Khurshid Alam. We have also distinguished honorable guest from WAPSA, Professor Sushilo Chandra, Chair of the Asian Australasian Regional Section of WAPSA, Dr. Wayne Morris, President-elect, and WAPSA, Dr. Jenniky Mellen Olsen, past President of WAPSA, and we are praying for her early recovery. He is now sick of Jenniky. We are always, he is a best friend of our Bangladesh. A Sarkanti guest as from India, Professor Naveen Malhotra, Secretary ISA, Nepal, Navindra Raj Bistra, Secretary Shan, and Pakistan, Professor Said Nurul Haq, President PSA. And from Sri Lanka, Dr. Malin Gorabadhana, and Secretary of College of Anesthesiologists and Intensivists, Sri Lanka. I remember all my colleagues who left us in Corona COVID. I am also grateful to all senior anesthesiologists and mentors and distinguished faculties and participants from different countries in first international e-conference on critical care 2020. Now, world is facing very dangerous pandemic situation of corona. All health workers, including anesthesiologists, perform special role for survival of human. For this reason, I hope that each of you will inspired and encouraged by information you receive and event you joined. Our BSA has a capability of creativity and build up interrelationship among the all anesthesiologists in the world. The anesthesiologists today are facing numerous challenges at work, for which Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology acts as a platform to innovate a practical solution, especially in pandemic COVID-19 system. By working together, we shall be stronger and successful in any abnormal situation in Bangladesh and also the other part of the world of shortage of skill, anesthesia, and ICU manpower. So we have done our work to facing this pandemic situation. I request our leader, mother-like leader of this country, to solve this situation and provide the the adequate health service for the critical patient management. I also hope that this conference will help the participant to improve the skill and knowledge to manage the severe and critical patient from corona and others. Our members are the strength of our organization. Continue to rise. All the voice of our all colleagues for quality among all the specialties. Thanks of all the member of the organizing committee and especially Secretary General of our BSA, Professor Kausar Shodhar, and also thanks to the Dr. Rukia Sultana, our advisor, to organize this successful inaugural session. And also thanks to all the scientific partner of this conference, especially Novista and the Aras TV. And I think this is our first conference in Bangladesh, the e-conference. I wish full success of my conference and to learn from this conference, especially and to serve our people. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President BSA. Now the most important part of inaugural session, the opening declaration of first international e-conference on critical care 2020 by our pride, symbol of humanity, symbol of honesty, justice, and patriotism. Honorable Prime Minister, Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh, all faculties and delegates from each and every corner of country and around the world are waiting for Her Excellency. You saved many lives in this COVID-19 pandemic attack in Bangladesh for your excellent strategy to encounter this notorious virus in Bangladesh. Now, have a rememberable few minutes with our Honorable Prime Minister, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, Her Excellence. Please mute everybody, and now the
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The chair, dear participant from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. I'm happy to be present at the inaugural ceremony of the first International e-conference on critical care 2020 organized by Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. The conference is being held at a time when the world is reeling under the COVID-19 pandemic fallout. The anesthesiologists play a crucial role in the management of critically ill patients apart from their work in the operation theater. Our anesthesiologists have been rendering a wonderful job during this pandemic managing the COVID-19 patients in the ICU and outside. Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists helped the government prepare the national guideline for COVID ICU management. They also organized new ICU facilities all over the country and trained up ICU doctors and staffs to manage the COVID-19 patients. A good number of physicians, including some anesthesiologists, died of COVID-19 while discharging their duties. I would like to pay my deep homage to their memories and extend sympathies to the family members. Our efforts and the hard labor of the physicians and health workers could contain the spread of the deadly virus in Bangladesh. To face the COVID-19 emergency, we have appointed 2,000 doctors and 5,000 nurses on an urgent basis. So far, we are fortunate that both the infection and mortality rates of the disease are very low in Bangladesh. We are hopeful that we would be able to prevent further spread of the disease in the coming days. Dear participants, my government has given utmost importance to improve the country's healthcare service. We truly believe that getting healthcare is the basic rights of a citizen. So, we have widened the treatment facilities at the government hospitals with adding additional beds, recruiting doctors and other health staffs. We have also set up a number of new specialized hospitals in the country in last couple of years. Our vibrant private sector has also come up in a big way in this area. About 18,000 community clinics and union healthcare centers we set up have been providing primary healthcare services to the rural people. The patients are getting 30 types of medicine at free of cost. Dear participants, anesthesiology, a medical specialty concerned with the total perioperative care of patients before, during, and after surgery is getting increased attention everywhere. This is because it covers anesthesia, intensive care medicine, critical emergency medicine, and pain medicine. Bangladesh is no exception. We duly recognize their contribution. I would like to urge them to equip themselves with updated knowledge and technical know-how to deal with critically ill patients. The job of a physician is a noble profession. By treating an ailing human being, The physicians serve the humanity. So, when you become a doctor, your first and foremost task is to serve the humanity. I hope that you would not forget your duty at any circumstance. I congratulate the past and present office bearers of WFCA and faculties from home and abroad for joining this conference. I also hope that you all would be benefited through exchanging your knowledge and experiences. With these few words, I hereby declare the first International E-Conference on Critical Care 2020 open. Thank you all again. Khuda Hafiz, Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. May Bangladesh live forever.
Thank you very much, Your Excellence, for your appreciating and encouraging speech to anesthesiologists. Thanks a lot for your recognition to anesthesiologists for their unconditional service in ICU for critically ill patients in this COVID pandemic time. Your encouraging speech will inspire all anesthesiologists and health authority of country to develop our subspecialty service like critical care medicine, emergency medicine, pain medicine in our country like other developed part of the world. We believe last few minutes will be the unforgettable moment for the anesthesia discipline forever. Thank you very much, Your Excellence, to have with us. Be long life and wish you good health. Please give a big hand all together to Honorable Prime Minister, Our Excellency. All together, Excellency. So thank you very much. This is the end of our inaugural session. We'll move right now to our scientific session, pure scientific session, and it will continue up to tomorrow. And dear faculties, delegates, and other dignitaries, now I'm moving to our first session. In the first session, the moderator is Dr. Atikul Islam. In this session, there is 5 speakers and 3 session chairs. So I would like to request Dr. Atikul Islam to conduct this session. Atikul Islam bhai, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Dear respected chairpersons, faculties, speakers, and participants from home and abroad, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. I am Dr. Atikul Islam, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesiology, Intensive Care Unit, and Palliative Medicine, Sheikh Hasina, National Institute of Burn and Plastic Surgery, Dhaka. Now moderating the session. I welcoming you all in today's International E-Conference on Critical Care 2020. In today's session, we have 5 lectures which are 20 minutes each with question and answer sessions. We are actually running short of time. For smooth continuation of the session, I would like to request my honorable speakers will try to complete their papers within 15 minutes time. We'll appreciate question and answer sessions after completion of all 5 lectures. If you have any query, please note your question in chat box. Now, my humble request for chairing the sessions today are Professor Shishilo Chandra from Indonesia, Professor Syed Nurul Haq from Pakistan, and Professor Qazi Nazbauddin Iqbal from Bangladesh. Now I am inviting, we are going to start our session. Our first lecture topic is COVID-19 lessons from first wave. Our speaker is Dr. Catriona Cody from Ireland. Do you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, please start your lecture. Your
Thank you.
time is 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and greetings from Ireland. It's a great pleasure and honour to be with you today from Dublin. I would like to thank Professor Sardar for his kind invitation and thank the Bangladesh Society of Anaesthesiologists for giving me this opportunity. Our ICU community all over the world has and is facing huge challenges to provide care for all our critically ill patients throughout this pandemic. The demand for our services has been unprecedented, but despite the challenges, I do believe that this has been and continues to be critical care's finest hour. The world has been given a window on our specialty, and I think has been in awe of the care we give to our patients through the teamwork and collaboration of our multidisciplinary teams. The speed at which new information has evolved has been unparalleled, and in my talk today, I would like to reference some of the learning that we are applying as we face a second wave and resurgence of the virus globally. I have no disclosures to make. This is a tweet sent by Helen Branswell, a respected Canadian infectious disease and global health reporter at Stat News. She led coverage of the SARS outbreak in Canada and was well placed to voice concern in this tweet on the 2nd of January this year. Of course, the virus was in circulation for some time before this picture was taken and the market was closed down. Just to give you some background about Ireland and our experience with COVID-19, Ireland is a small island nation in Western Europe. It shares a land border with the United Kingdom through Northern Ireland and has a population of 4.9 million and a population density of 72 per square kilometre. On the 29th of February, we experienced our first case of COVID-19 in a traveller who returned from a ski resort in Italy. On the 11th of March this year, the WHO declared a pandemic and we had our first death in the Republic of Ireland. To date, we have had over 40,000 cases in the Republic of Ireland and almost 10,000 cases in healthcare workers. We've had almost 4,000 hospital admissions and over 500 ICU admissions, and deaths less than 2,000 to date. In terms of the organisation of our healthcare system, the number of opened and staffed ICU beds in Ireland at present stands at 273. Ireland has 5.2 beds per 100,000 of population versus 12 per 100,000 population throughout the EU. That's the EU average. So we've quite about half the EU average of ICU beds. Huge organisational changes were undertaken by our healthcare system to allow for a large surge in activity during the pandemic. Overall, our hospital system was not overwhelmed, although some small hospitals did experience extreme increases in activity during the surge period. The ICU mortality was approximately 20%, which compares very favourably with international figures. We found that our ICU admissions were frequently prolonged with slow weaning of patients, and our government undertook a prolonged lockdown to prevent our citizens and to prevent hospital and ICU beds from becoming overwhelmed. All elective and non-urgent activity within the hospital system was cancelled for months, and now we are beginning to appreciate a resurgence and second wave across Europe. We've had around 40 admissions to our ICU during March and April. A most striking feature of our ICU admissions was the number of obese and overweight patients who were admitted, and we noted a threefold increase in death in ICU if you were obese or overweight. Obesity is associated with increased fat, which has inflammatory activity, and increased interleukin-6 production and activity. We found diabetes and hypertension to be the most common comorbidities in our ICU patients. Obesity presents extra challenges for ICU practitioners in terms of intubation, inserting lines, and putting patients in the prone position. Typically, obese patients underwent longer periods of ventilation and frequently required tracheostomy. These were difficult to insert and required the use of extra long tubes. There was a very marked male preponderance in our ICU admissions, with more than 80% of admissions being male. Our oldest survivor was a 72-year-old gentleman who was ventilated for 74 days in ICU and was subsequently discharged home. As knowledge of the pathogenesis of this infection grows, it is clear that inflammation and thrombosis are important players in the patients who develop critical illness. This slide illustrates some of the risk factors for inflammation and thrombosis. Endothelial dysfunction and inflammation result in lymphopenia and an increase in inflammatory cytokines, particularly interleukin-6. Subsequent hemostatic abnormalities include pulmonary microthrombi and DIC, myocardial injury, and an increase in cardiac biomarkers. We find an increase in D-dimers, fibrin degradation products, and prothrombin time. And clinically, we see evidence of venothromboembolism, myocardial infarction, and DIC. Pulmonary embolism is occurring more commonly than DVT in COVID-19 ICU patients. The rate of pulmonary embolus can exceed 20% in COVID-19 patients in the ICU. At post-mortem, we find in situ thrombosis with microthrombi in the pulmonary arteries. Frequently, we see breakthrough venous thromboembolism despite standard prophylaxis. We see major cardiac events in our ICU patients, and the rate of venous thromboembolism is at least 10 times higher in ICU versus ward patients. Thrombosis can occur at multiple sites within the central nervous system, causing strokes, within the GIT system, in the lung, cardiovascular system, and limbs, causing ischemia in the limbs. Sudden deterioration in an ICU patient may be due to a thrombotic event. The coagulopathy in COVID-19 is complex. We see increased factor VIII levels, platelet consumption, increased antiphospholipid antibodies, increased D-dimers, increased fibrinogen, increased prothrombin time, and fibrin degradation products. So if anticoagulation is so important, how should we be anticoagulating our critically ill patients? Should we use prophylactic or therapeutic anticoagulation? This retrospective analysis recently published examined the association of anticoagulation with mortality, intubation, and major bleeding. Sub-analyses were also conducted on the association of therapeutic versus prophylactic anticoagulation initiated in the first 48 hours from admission. As we can see, anticoagulation was associated with lower mortality and intubation among hospitalized COVID-19 patients. Compared with prophylactic anticoagulation, therapeutic anticoagulation was associated with lower mortality, although this finding did not reach statistical significance. Autopsies revealed frequent thromboembolic disease, and these data may help to inform trials to determine the optimal anticoagulation strategy, whether that be therapeutic versus prophylactic, or perhaps the use of low molecular weight heparins versus DOACs. Based on that retrospective analysis, an editorial appeared in the same journal, stating that we need high quality evidence to answer the question of which anticoagulant regime to follow. No specific antiviral treatment exists for COVID-19. Remdesivir, which showed some promise against the Ebola virus, was repurposed against COVID-19. Evidence suggests that the benefit is less in severely ill and non-ventilated patients. These patients do better with remdesivir and may shorten their hospital stay. However, the benefit in sicker patients really remains to be proven. Patients receiving dexamethasone showed to have an added benefit with the addition of remdesivir. It's a very expensive therapy, costs over $2,000 per patient. And yesterday, the World Health Organization released a statement in which it said remdesivir has very little effect on deaths from COVID-19. More importantly, steroids in low dose have been shown to reduce 28-day mortality in sick or hospitalized patients and have become the standard care for patients now who receive oxygen or ventilation with SARS-CoV-2 pneumonia. I'd like to talk a little bit about vitamin D, and this is a small study we published in our hospital. It is thought that vitamin D deficiency is linked to viral infections, to ARDS and to pneumonia. In our study, 33 adult males with SARS-CoV-2 pneumonia and respiratory failure were recruited. 12 of these patients progressed to ARDS and mechanical ventilation. We saw 4 deaths in the ARDS group at 3, 6, 7, and 15 days. The mean serum 25-hydroxy vitamin D levels were 27 millimoles in the ARDS patients versus 41 millimoles per litre in the non-ARDS group. Of note, vitamin D deficiency is highly prevalent in Ireland, and patients with SARS-CoV-2 related pneumonia with a serum 25-hydroxy vitamin D level less than 30 millimoles per litre were noted to have a hazard ratio of 3.19 for intubation. Poor nutrition or lack of sun exposure, heralded by a low 25-hydroxy vitamin D level, may contribute to severe disease and progression to ARDS. Vitamin D deficiency may allow pro-inflammatory changes that trigger the development of ARDS in severe SARS-CoV-2 pneumonia. We concluded that vitamin D supplementation is cheap, and this finding definitely merits further study. I'd now like to touch on inflammation and cytokine storm in COVID-19 infection. In the infection phase, as you can see in the diagram here, the COVID-19 virus uses the enzymatic receptor of ACE2 to penetrate the host cell. Coronavirus binding with ACE2 has been shown to lead to a downregulation of ACE2, contributing to an increase in angiotensin II through ACE. As a decrease in ACE2 results in a lower conversion of angiotensin to angiotensin vasodilator. The lower the level of ACE2, the less angiotensin II will be degraded, and thus its plasma concentration will gradually increase. It has been demonstrated that an increase in angiotensin II correlates with a poor prognosis in ARDS. Thus, elevations in angiotensin II concentrations and stimulation of the angiotensin I receptor lead to a decrease in the stability of pulmonary endothelium and an aggravation of respiratory distress. The other effects seen are an increased secretion of aldosterone, hypokalemia induced by kaliuresis, and increased sodium resorption and inflammation. Clarification is needed to determine whether blockers of the angiotensin system have a protective or harmful effect in these patients. One mechanism to target hyperinflation in COVID-19 has been to target the cytokine interleukin-6. The H-score is a scoring system which is used to identify hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis, an inflammatory condition which has been observed by rheumatologists as an autoimmune disease. Interleukin-6 blockers, such as toxicilizumab, have been used to successfully treat this disorder in rheumatology practice. This information has been applied to inflammation in SARS-CoV-2 infection. A decision to treat often follows calculation of the H-score, a scoring system including things like ferritin, fibrinogen, and if a score is greater than 169, treatment is given. A new scoring system called the Dublin-Boston score, which was devised by investigators from Dublin and from the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, looks at the ratio of inflammatory IL-6 versus anti-inflammatory cytokine IL-10 to help predict which patients are at most risk of serious illness, and these patients who may benefit from a more tailored approach, using perhaps some of these anti-inflammatory medications. So far, we've seen encouraging trends in early studies with IL-6 inhibition. However, we do need more evidence. A very notable problem in our ICU survivors was delirium. Delirium would be missed unless specific screening tools are used in the ICU. There are several mechanisms at play in the neurobiology of SARS-CoV-2, which can lead to delirium. We can see direct CNS invasion via the olfactory nerves. There's induction of inflammatory mediators within the CNS, the use of sedative agents, prolonged minute ventilation, proning and immobilization, and social distancing. These all contribute to the development of delirium. The consequences of undiagnosed and poorly managed delirium are stark. Untreated delirium can result in dementia and ICU weakness, and survivorship of ICU may be associated with depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. In our follow-up of patients with COVID-19, we found significant levels of post-traumatic stress disorder associated with distressing flashbacks and anxiety. We have a responsibility as ICU clinicians to apply a safety approach to mitigate delirium. I would advocate the use of a safety bundle such as the ABCDF bundle, which are easy and safe to implement and should become part of our approach to all patients in ICU, but especially in this group who are very much at risk. The Dr. Dre approach is that we look at D, diseases such as sepsis or chronic heart failure, which need to be optimized in patients at risk of delirium. The RE refers to the removal of drugs, especially anticholinergic drugs and benzodiazepines, and adopting daily sedation breaks as clinically appropriate. Environment refers to reducing immobilization, reducing noise to improve sleep, and day-night cycling. Early tracheostomy in some patients may reduce the requirement for sedation and reduce delirium. Ongoing trials will give us new treatment options, perhaps in the short to medium term. The search for a vaccine continues, with many candidates in the race and a number of vaccines in phase 3 trials. ACE2 pathway modulation appears to be a logical target, given how the virus interacts with the ACE2 receptor. Awake proning in non-ventilated patients anecdotally has been quite successful in reducing hypoxia and reducing the need for intubation in selected patients. Ongoing trials are looking at its efficacy. Surfactant is deficient in ARDS and acute lung injury and ARDS, so artificial surfactant may be of benefit in these patients. People are looking at the role of inhaled nitric oxide as a selective pulmonary vasodilator to look for benefit in these patients. And also inhaled heparin is being investigated, and this will deliver local anticoagulation and may be beneficial. Pulmozyme is a synthetic enzyme used in cystic fibrosis as a mucolytic. It's undergoing investigation in these patients. And finally, as you mentioned already, enhanced anticoagulation strategies look to being key to manage the heightened risk of thrombosis in these patients. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Catriona Cody, for nice elaborating presentations. May I request now Dr. Sewa Duwan from Singapore. Your topic is preparing your ICU for COVID-19 pandemic. Please unmute yourself and start.
Can I request the previous speakers to start and share?
Please, madam, close your. Please, Cody, please close your screen. Yes. Mr. Suwaduwan, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I just do a quick check to make sure that you all can hear me well and you can see the slides?
Okay.
Yes. Yes. All right. So thank you to the chairperson for the kind introduction, and as well as to the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology for the kind invitation to share with the group regarding my experience in Singapore while we were preparing for the preparations for the COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Sewa Duwan. I'm a clinical associate professor from the Duke NUS Singhouse School of Medicine. I'm currently director of the Medical Intensive Care Unit in Singapore General Hospital. So I've noted financial disclosure pertaining to this talk. So I think this was just put from yesterday when I went to the website from Johns Hopkins University, looking at the numbers associated with COVID-19. And you can see that it has been a huge global burden, and we are close to 40 million cases that has been detected, and up to more than 1 million deaths globally. And many countries around the world are currently still struggling with the first wave of COVID-19. And many countries that have gone past the first wave are now facing the second and the third wave of the COVID-19 infection. And we do not anticipate that in the coming month to a year, we will be able to have a resolution for this COVID-19 pandemic until an effective vaccine has been developed as well as implemented globally. So Singapore has encountered two respiratory-based pandemic in the last 2 decades. We had the SARS in 2003, as well as the H1N1 pandemic in 2019. Both taught us a very valuable lesson. And following our experience, the Ministry of Health in Singapore has actually came up with a disease response and system control framework to help to guide the nation, the public institutions, as well as the public and lay persons on how we can actually escalate measures based on both the severity as well as the effectivity of a new pandemic. This is how the COVID-19 has actually evolved in Singapore in the initial phases. The first case was an imported traveler from Wuhan on the 23rd of January. Prior to that, our hospitals, as well as the Ministry of Health, were already aware of an ongoing mysterious respiratory-related disease that is causing severe illnesses as well as widespread infections in China. And following the detection of the first case, a series of steps has been done, both at the multi-ministry level as well as the individual hospitals, to try to gear up to prepare for the arrival of the COVID-19 in Singapore. There was a series of steps to tighten our border control, as well as escalations of other public health issues such as surveillance, quarantine for suspected positive cases, as well as the escalation of the ability to detect COVID-19 through widening of the laboratory capability. Despite that, we had seen an increase in the number of cases by the mid of March, and this corresponds to both an increase in reported cases as well as the community spread. What was more alarming was that there was a specific group of foreign workers who has been living in dormitories scattered around Singapore, having high incidence of a COVID-19 infection. With that, the Ministry of Health have made projections that we may be facing with a potential ICU surge by the end of March as well as early April. With that, the Ministry of Health started to implement some of the measures that has been advocated in the CHES consensus statement published in 2014, where we go through various levels of response based on the magnitude of the surge. The severity of the surge could range from minor, where the number of cases may increase about 20% from the base business as usual cases, to a major surge where we need to increase up to more than 200% of our baseline capacity. And the various response strategies that is to be taken is actually associated with the degree of surge, and the standard of care that has been administered may range from what we expect during the usual period to suboptimal care as the number of surges overwhelm the healthcare system. So this is what we actually taken when we are preparing our ICUs to prepare for the ICU surge. And this is largely categorized in the areas of looking at the space, staff, as well as the standard of care when we are preparing the different components of the ICU. The first thing that we recognize that we need a strong leadership. So what we have done at the beginning was to set up the ICU, the command center. This is actually the parallel with the hospital COVID-19 command. And the people who are involved in the command center are basically the people who can implement measures, who have the experience as well as the seniority to push some of the measures through. So the ICU committee are naturally involved together with the many subspecialties, head of departments, directors. And we also included members from the pharmacies, nursing, as well as representatives from both the local as well as the national procurement and supply logistic unit equivalent in our country, so that we can look at the different components of what is needed to ramp up our care of ICU patient. So the first order of the day was to actually look at our bed surge capacity. Since the SARS as well as the H1N1 pandemic, much effort has been made to increase the overall hospital capacity as well as isolation capacity in the nation. In the last 10 years, there has been construction of new hospitals, which increase our ICU capacity, as well as the setup of dedicated National Center for Infectious Disease, which have the specific purpose of helping to manage high risk of pathogens or infectious disease. That has significantly increased our capacity as a nation to cope with the potential ICU surge in the event of a pandemic like the COVID-19. The hospital I work of is Singapore General Hospital. We are a 1,700 beds hospital with a baseline ICU capacity of about 58. And if we go by the framework of surging for a conventional contingent as well as a crisis situation, we may need up to 174 ICU beds to cope with the number of surgeries that we anticipate will be heading into our hospital. With the experience of the SARS as well as the H1N1 pandemic, most of the modern ICU units in our hospitals are single cubicle units. And some of these hospitals, some of these ICU units do have negative pressure units as well to cope with airborne diseases. In our hospital, we are fortunate that our seniors have the foresight to actually create a dedicated isolation ward. These are actually single cubicles with the potential to convert from a normal bed to an ICU bed within a short period of time. And they're equipped with the capabilities as well as the facilities to accommodate the care of an ICU patient. So during this COVID pandemic, we actually dedicated the Ward 68, which is our isolation ward, to be managing all COVID-19 patients. And if they turn ill, they do not really have to be shifted out from this ward, but their cubicle can be converted to the ICU bed immediately. Besides the isolation ward, which has ICU capability, we also had to look at other normal pressure ICU beds in order to fulfill the requirement to cope with a capacity of up to 200 beds. So that involved looking at the other normal pressure ICU beds and existing monitor beds in various areas in the hospital, such as the operating theater, recovery area, the post-op, high dependency area, and we even considered areas like the endoscopy, the suite, and emergency department. We also explore the cohorted beds with physical barriers in between patients in the general ward. And we also want to ensure that we have the capability to step down the stable patients with proper isolation, de-isolation protocol. And when we are setting up all these facilities, we have to be mindful that we explore areas such as our oxygen capability, the presence of any compressed air supply, as well as the presence of clean air and drainage system in the event that we need to actually implement chronic kidney replacement therapy for our patients. Concurrently, we have to look into the suspension of elective as well as non-essential services to redirect resources to the critical care area. The next component that we looked at was ICU equipment, consumables, and drugs. During that period of the pandemic, there was a global supply chain disruption due to the various lockdowns implemented in various countries, as well as the strict border control. We had to harmonize the supply chain between the different public hospitals at both a national as well as a regional level. We look at options for single-use items because of infection control measures. From the aspect of ventilators, we were fortunate that nationally we have a stockpile of transport ventilators specifically meant for the event of a natural disaster or a pandemic. So we were not in immediate lack of ventilators to nurse patients who require mechanical ventilation. However, we are aware that we do make efforts to expand our capability to implement non-invasive ventilation as well as high-flow nasal cannula in areas that are outside of ICU. Specifically, we have to train the staff how to conserve the consumables so that we can increase the lifespan and also rationalize the use of consumables that may be of a shorter supply. There needs to be a very, very strict monitoring of the stock count, expiry date, the in and out, as well as the supply chain. And we had great help from our procurement and supply unit, both from a local level as well as the national level. More importantly, we had reassurance from the higher management that areas like the ICU, which are critical areas, would not be short of personal protective equipment as necessary. And hence, the healthcare workers can actually work with reassurance that they are protected so that they can help other patients. This is just one example how we actually improve the sustainability of life support services such as continuous kidney replacement therapy, right? And you can actually look up the reference, and these are just some of the measures that some of the hospitals can actually adopt to actually increase the availability of kidney replacement therapy for patients who goes into acute kidney failure. A key aspect of the looking at the equipments and drugs is to ensure that we are aware of the utilization rate of key ICU drugs, such as sedative, infusions, vasopressors, as well as antibiotics. And our pharmacist was a great help in actually looking at the global use of all these medications, as well as liaising with the national pharmacy group to ensure that there are plans for substitutes, replacements, as well as minimizing the wastage if the drugs are of short supply. Of course, all this would be of no use if you have manpower to staff this area. In our hospital, we follow the Society of Critical Care Medicine in implementing the tiered staffing strategy for pandemic response. We have a small group of intensive care physicians in the hospital. When we reach a contingency or crisis situation, we have a plan to have the ICU patients be managed by smaller groups of non-intensive physicians who has been refreshed on their ICU knowledge, supported by ICU nurses as well as non-ICU nurses. And all these are supervised by intensive care trained doctors. So we have a more efficient distribution of manpower and staffing. A key aspect of ensuring the service capability of our manpower is to protect our healthcare workers as much as possible. We implemented smaller teams that are segregated from one another to prevent the cross-infection. We also have a periodic mandatory PPE training, as well as a mask fitting for all the healthcare workers that are taking care of all these patients. There are strict protocols that we implement to regulate infection control procedures. And we also conduct just-in-time simulation training, both individually as well as interprofessionally, when we need to deal with the situations that requires a team's effort. And besides the measures that we implemented within the unit, we also have to look at the broader infection control units outside of the ICU. And there is a constant reminder on the importance of strict social distancing, mask wearing, as well as hand hygiene outside of work. This is a period of great stress. We want to make sure that our healthcare workers are taken care of, and we do provide psychological support via the various means, including hotlines, as well as garnished shows of appreciation by both the public as well as internal staff. There's also a strict staff surveillance for any signs of infection, and they have ready access to dedicated staff clinics to screen for infections if they meet the screening criteria. So these are some of the pictorial representations of how we have conducted in situ training, as well as conduct infection control measures to prevent the infection within our healthcare workers. In order to have a large group of staff that are refreshed in their ICU knowledge, we actually identified the patients with previous ICU experiences in the last 5 years, and we conducted the ICU refresher course via the online platform in both the internal, the learning platform, as well as a publicly available domain such as the YouTube, where we uploaded various voice annotated presentation, as well as a detailed video captures of how the ventilators will work, this helps to improve the knowledge as well as improve the confidence of the staff who's managing the patient. Similarly, our nursing staff goes through a ICU care preparedness training, and we try to upskill the nurses who already have a more advanced skill set. And so we identified patients who have staff who's been working in the intermediate care area, post-recovery area, to have the skill set to be activated to work in the ICU if needed. In order to standardize care and to provide the basic level of care that we will provide, we have distributed ICU to COVID protocols among our various staff, and these are constantly refreshed as well as updated when new information about COVID-19 arises. And we also have preparations and simulations done for high-risk procedures such as intubation and transport, and this has been published in Critical Care. Regards to the treatment, this is an evolving area. Many trials have been done on medications on targeting the different aspects of COVID-19, that we work with the National Center for Infectious Disease so that we can have a harmonized treatment protocol, and we try to involve our patients in the clinical trials as much as possible so that we can provide the new knowledge in terms of the care for COVID-19 patients. However, we do know that despite some of these measures, many hospitals and ICUs are overwhelmed with the sudden surge in ICU cases. That's why we also come up with a triaging recommendations, and this is based on a national recommendation for triage and allocation of resources, with the principles that we will try to save as many lives as possible. We'll treat all patients with equal respect, and when we prioritize patients for admission to the ICU, this will be done in an objective manner that has been identified prehand. And we will triage and allocate all these resources across the different surge response spectrum, and we would use the same inclusion and exclusion criteria to the ICU, regardless of their COVID-19 status. And this is the structure that we have set up in our hospital to manage the different aspects of triaging, providing supportive care, as well as improving communications with the family members going through this difficult time. And we have published how we have actually planned to operationalize the critical care triage during this pandemic, using a very protocolized communication and integrated supportive care approach. And so these are some of the online toolkit that we have enabled both our doctors as well as nurses to how to do more effective crisis response communication, as well as to support the patients as well as the relatives going through these difficult times. This is a period of great anxiety. The healthcare system is under a lot of stress, but this is also an opportunity where innovations can occur. So these are some examples of the innovations that we have, our hospitals have done with the various collaborators. So on top left-hand corner, we have worked with a ventilator company to devise a telemonitoring ventilator that we are currently testing out the capabilities. We also had our colleagues on the anesthesiology department working with industry to actually create portable negative pressure chambers to actually convert normal pressure ICU into negative pressure room. And there are also other hospitals in Singapore that devices that created the special devices to reduce the risk of aerosol generalization in high-risk procedures. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. I'm happy to take questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suha, for your nice presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Suhatharan Thangavelatham from Singapore. He is talking about high flow oxygen therapy in critical care.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction, and good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, I'm Suhitharan. My topic today is use of high flow oxygen therapy in critical care. So I'll be talking briefly on the physiological benefits of high flow oxygen therapy, clinical data supporting the high flow oxygen therapy, and the high flow oxygen therapy during the pandemic of COVID-19. So what is high flow oxygen therapy? It's a process of delivering heated, humidified mixture of air and oxygen at the desired set FiO2 at the high flow. High flow is usually defined as a flow of 30 to 60 liters per minute. This is a schematic diagram of high flow oxygen therapy administration. You can see here, which has a flow meter where you can set the flow you want. After that, there will be an air oxygen blender. You can set the FiO2 you want to administer to the patient. The air oxygen mixture goes to the heated humidifier. You will be able to set the temperature you want to administer to the patient. Subsequently, the mixture goes through a heated inspiratory circuit and connected to the patient via interface, which can be nasal or tracheal nowadays. Moving to the physiological benefits of high flow oxygen therapy, the first benefit is delivery of a high and stable FiO2. This is possible by administration of higher flows compared to the patient-inspired demand. This diminishes the room air entrainment, which facilitates maintaining the stable FiO2. The caveat here is you should choose your patients who are not mouth breathers. If the patient breathes through the mouth, then there's still got entrainment of air through the mouth, and you won't see the benefit of maintaining high FiO2. The second benefit is washout of nasopharyngeal dead space. Basically, the high flow oxygen replaces the air in the nasopharyngeal dead space. So the dead space acts as an anatomical oxygen reservoir, which contributes a larger fraction of minute volume participate in the gas exchange, and this enhances the oxygen delivery. The reduction in dead space also improves the efficiency of the ventilation. And lastly, the high oxygen flow causes carbon dioxide washout, which facilitates for some degree of CO2 elimination from the body. The third physiological benefit of CPAP or PEEP effect, the flow-dependent positive pressure administered to the oropharyngeal airway by the flow transmits some pressures to the lung, and it helps to increase the end expiratory lung volume, which improves the alveolar recruitment in the type 1 respiratory failure. This improves the VQ mismatch. The fourth beneficial physiological effect is warming and humidification of the gas mixtures. So heating the air oxygen mixtures to core body temperature helps to improve the mucociliary function, which facilitates the secretions removal as well as reduction of mucus plugging and atelectasis. Furthermore, humidification of the respiratory system to a saturation point avoids airway desiccation and epithelial injury. This improves the patient comfort and tolerance. We are moving on to the clinical evidence supporting the use of high flow oxygen therapy in the ICU. I'm just focusing mainly on the use of high flow oxygen therapy for acute hypoxemic respiratory failure. There are other uses of high flow oxygen therapy also I'm not focusing on here. This slide shows the studies which got published for the use of high flow oxygen therapy for acute hypoxemic respiratory failure. So you can see like there are 7 studies published when this meta-analysis was done, and 6 studies shows beneficial effect, and 1 study did not show the beneficial effect. So most of the studies were observational except the 2 studies which were randomized control trials. The studies got published earlier days before 2015 were mostly assessing the symptomatic improvements such as decreasing the dyspnea or respiratory rate, whereas the later studies mainly as analyzing the clinical outcomes such as mortality or reduction in the rate of intubation. I'm just going to brief about the Florale trial, which was the study increase the awareness of high flow oxygen therapy in the medical field. So basically, it was a multi-center randomized control trial done in 310 patients with acute respiratory failure. they divide these patients into 3 treatment arms. Either receive the high flow oxygen therapy or standard oxygen with the face mask or NIV. The outcome they look for was 28-day intubation rates or 90-day mortality or ventilation-free days at day 28. This slide shows the outcome table. You can see there's no significant difference in the 28-day intubation rate, but for the subgroup analysis of the patients who were having the PF ratio of less than 200, the high flow oxygen therapy group shows a significantly lower incidence of being intubated. Similarly, the ventilation-free days, the high flow group has a larger number of ventilation-free days at day 28. This slide shows the survival curve. You can see at the day 90, the high flow oxygen group has a better survival compared to other 2 treatment arms with a mortality rate of 12% versus the other 2 arms has almost 2 times or more than 2 times of the mortality rate compared to high flow group. A meta-analysis done to pull all these data, including 12 studies, this was just done mid-2020, concluded that high flow oxygen therapy substantially reduces the need for escalation of NIV or intubation. But there's no apparent differences in the mortality, ICU or hospital length of stay, or patient-reported dyspnea or comfort. So we are moving on to high flow oxygen therapy during the COVID pandemic. The first question to answer is whether the high flow oxygen therapy is safe to use during the COVID pandemic, or do we need to avoid using it? This hesitation comes from a safety concern because this can cause infection risk to the healthcare workers. The hypothesis behind is the high flow generated during the therapy can precipitate aerosolization, which can actually contaminate the healthcare workers with the viable virus. Is there any evidence showing the droplet dispersion or aerosolization due to high flow oxygen therapy? So this systematic review done by Agarwal in 7 studies published before I think September 2020 mainly included from the simulated patients from the laboratories or healthy volunteers. They compared the different rates of high flow oxygen therapies and the other modes of oxygenation methods such as CPAP, oxygen mask, or nasal prongs. The outcomes they measured were droplet densities from a certain distance from the patients, or the distance of droplet dispersion increase when you increase the flow of high flow rate. But compared to other modes of oxygen therapy, such as nasal cannula, simple mask oxygen, or venti mask, the droplet dispersion distance happened due to high flow oxygen therapy is similar or even shorter. So this study concluded that very low certainty experimental and observational data suggested mixed findings. And furthermore, data from these studies cannot be extrapolated to the risk of airborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2. So the question comes, what's the current, is there any evidence for COVID-19 transmission to healthcare workers due to high flow oxygen therapy? Unfortunately, the current evidence is of poor quality. There's only one retrospective study done or reporting on 121 healthcare workers who got exposed to COVID-19 patients. Out of these 120 healthcare workers, 10 healthcare workers got exposed to COVID-19 patients on high flow oxygen therapy. After them, 1% got the infection. So this shows if you get exposed to COVID-19 patient on high flow oxygen therapy, you are getting almost 10% chance of getting a COVID-19. But the important point to note in this study is none of these healthcare workers were wearing PPE recommended for COVID-19. Recently, a reassuring result comes from an Italian group. They just published in, I think in September, 73 healthcare workers got looking after COVID-19 patients who are having the high flow oxygen therapy. All of them were wearing full PPE, and they underwent regular checking of COVID testing every weekly, and none of these healthcare workers got the COVID-19 infection. This seems to be reassuring. So back to the question again. So are we going to use high flow oxygen therapy for COVID-19 patients, or are we going to avoid this? At least in my point of view, the benefit of using high flow oxygen therapy in COVID-19 patients definitely outweighs the risk. This is because we all know that high flow oxygen therapy reduces the intubation rates in hypoxemic respiratory failure. The COVID-19 patients, they do develop hypoxemic respiratory failure. So reducing the need of intubation definitely reduces the need of ICU bed and reduces the need of ventilators. So use high flow oxygen therapy can be used as an alternative mode of treatment in view of reducing the ICU demand, which has a higher demand during the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, using high flow oxygen therapy also reduces the need of intubation, NIV usage. We know that viral transmission risk is much more during intubation and use of NIV compared to use of high flow oxygen therapy. So overall, high flow oxygen therapy, rather than increasing the transmission risk, it may reduce the transmission risk of infection to healthcare workers in COVID-19 patients. So what is the recommendations from the different national and the international societies on the use of high flow oxygen therapy during the COVID-19 pandemic? The recommendation varies throughout the world. So societies from like Canada, China, Australia, and USA, use of high flow oxygen therapy is recommended. International organization like WHO gives a warning. You can saying that you can do a trial of high flow oxygen therapy for a selected group of COVID-19, but all the patients, all the healthcare workers should wear the airborne precautions. For a few societies from Great Britain and NHS UK are not recommending using high flow oxygen therapy. So if we are going to use high flow oxygen therapy for COVID-19, what are the measures we could take to reduce the transmission to healthcare workers? So for the environment, the strongest recommendation to keep this patient in a single occupancy room with the negative pressure or HEPA filtration system. We know during the pandemic, the space is a constraint. So if we can't afford this, at least we should make sure the COVID-19 patients getting high flow therapy therapy are cohorted together, and then PPE is worn during when we treat them. Yeah, there were some new innovation techniques being introduced to confine these patients in certain areas. This is one of the examples published from Israel. Basically, these authors, they introduce a polyethylene canopy, which is separating these patients from the healthcare workers. And this canopy has a separate ventilation system, which has the inflow and the outflow, which is controlled by this control panel, which is having a HEPA filter. So the air moving from the patient is filtered by the HEPA filter and then released to the environment. How about the healthcare worker? So we need to make sure the exposure to healthcare worker is minimal, and all the healthcare workers wearing full PPE, such as N95 masks, gown, gloves, goggles, and hair covers. For the patients, So additional wearing of simple surgical mask has shown significantly reducing the droplet dispersion due to the exhale gas flow. So this image shows a velocity map of exhale gas flow when the high flow oxygen therapy is administered at the rate of 40 liters per minute. And this is the image showing the same velocity of exhale gas flow when the patient is wearing a surgical mask. You can see the exhale gas flow coming out of the surgical mask is significantly reduced here. Not only reducing the dispersion of the droplet, wearing a mask on top of the high flow oxygen therapy has shown to also improve the oxygenation in critically ill COVID-19 patients. Okay, so when we administer high flow oxygen therapy to a patient, it's better to follow according to the guideline or better to have a workflow. This workflow should address which are the patients not suitable for high flow oxygen therapy, when to initiate high flow oxygen therapy, when to declare the failure of high flow oxygen therapy, and consider escalation of therapy such as NIV or intubation. So this is one of the simple example of a guideline for the high flow oxygen therapy for COVID-19 patients coming from Italian group of patients. So basically, when the patient desaturates on room air to less than 92%, they administer standard oxygen therapy using simple face mask, escalate all the way to non-rebreather mask. If the patient cannot maintain the saturation to less than 92, they go for a trial of high flow oxygen therapy up to 1 hour. If the patients are able to maintain the saturation and there's no dyspnea, they continue the high flow oxygen therapy. But if cannot maintain saturation of the patients are dyspneic or tachypneic, then the therapy is escalated to NIV or intubation. So with this method, the high flow oxygen therapy was applied to 28 patients, and the failure rate was around 32%. That means almost 68% of the patients, the intubation was avoided or NIV was avoided. High flow oxygen therapy was successfully administered. The patients requiring intubation was 17% and 11% of the patients died. The authors found PF ratio for those patients who failed high flow oxygen therapy was 76, and those patients successfully treated high flow oxygen therapy was 126. And they found the PF ratio of less than 100 is an independent predictor for failure of high flow oxygen therapy with the odds ratio of 7.6. With that, I conclude the triad of humidity, compliance, and high FiO2 allows high flow oxygen therapy to be used in wide variety of clinical situations. High flow oxygen therapy could be used as an intermediate therapy to improve the oxygenation. Benefits of using high flow oxygen therapy for COVID-19 outweighs the theoretical risk of transmission of infection to healthcare workers. High flow oxygen therapy may reduce the intubation rate in COVID-19 hypoxemic respiratory failure. Clinical evidence of high flow oxygen therapy in the COVID-19 is evolving, and we are awaiting for strong evidence from randomized controlled trials. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tangavilatham, for your nice elaborative presentation regarding high flow oxygen therapy in critical care. Thank you very much. May I invite now Ahsan Wakar Khan from Pakistan. His topic is non-invasive ventilation of COVID patients. Can you hear Ahsan Wakar Khan from Pakistan? Can you hear me? Dr. Ahsan Wakar Khan from Pakistan. Sorry, we cannot connect Mr. Ahsan Wakar Khan from Pakistan. May I present now Dr. Bilkis Ranjan Roy from India. His topic is invasive ventilation for COVID-19
Dr. Atik, I can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Hassan Wakil Khan from Pakistan. Your topic is non-invasive ventilation of COVID-19 patients. Please unmute yourself and start.
Sure, sir. So can you see me now?
Yes. We can see your presentation.
So I will start. Thanks very much for the invitation, and I'm extremely grateful that I've been considered to give this talk. So topic of my today's topic is use of non-invasive ventilation for the patients with COVID-19. This is where I was trained. I'm a London-trained anesthetist and intensivist, and presently this is where I'm working. I'm working at Lahore in Shaukat Khanum Hospital, which is a cancer hospital. So what we are going to cover is physiology, the present knowledge that we have about this disease, the current practice, and the conclusions that we are going to draw from what we understand. So what is the problem? Physiologically, what the problem is that we have at our hand? There seems to be a disconnect between the severity of hypoxemia these patients are suffering from and the amount of distress that they have, or in terms of scientific terms, the work of breathing that they are generating. So there's a disconnect between these two. Why is that? What we understand is that there is intrapulmonary shunting, there is loss of regulation when it comes to lung perfusion. What we also know is that there are intravascular microthrombi along with impaired diffusion capacity. So gas exchange abnormalities are seen in these patients fairly early on in the disease process. But as the disease progresses, more and more consolidation of the lung air spaces sets to set in. As the inflation pressures start to go high, it is then that the lung compliance goes down, and it is then that the work of breathing increases, and that is when we see dyspnea. So again, physiologically, exactly what we have been discussing earlier, increase in symptoms. If we plot oxygen partial pressure along with the time course, initially what we realize is that as the symptoms increase, that does not get translated into anxiety and fatigue. It sets in later. So this is a unique pathophysiology, and that requires tailored treatment to what we need to do. So what do we know? So what we understand is that all of these patients, once they start to become unwell, they need oxygen therapy. Fine, that is very well understood. And oxygen therapy, then it's a spectrum of disease process where the oxygen therapy ultimately may lead to mechanical ventilation. So you start off with supplemental oxygen, you think about high flow nasal oxygen delivery as has been discussed in the earlier talk, and then we move on to non-invasive ventilation. So as per WHO, the oxygen therapy is recommended by them and the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, as the first line treatment for treating COVID-induced respiratory distress and hypoxia. What we also seem to realize is 14% of these patients who require hospitalization would be hypoxic, and they would need intervention. So that means that this information gets translated into increased pressures on the ICUs. All the ICUs, they got stretched, some beyond their capacity, some to their capacity. And hence, there's an increased need for developing guidelines to treat these acutely hypoxic respiratory failure patients. And these are the patients, not all of these patients required an urgent endotracheal intubation. We'll come to that a bit later. So we've discussed high flow nasal oxygen. I'll just skim through. Inside the intensive care, and obviously non-critical care environments seem to be highly promising. These are the societies that have been advocating this. Initially, we were fairly excited about this. I'll skip this part because this has been covered quite extensively in the previous talk. So And then we come to the Surviving Sepsis campaign. So this is what they said. It's very easy to understand. This is a fairly complicated diagram, but it's fairly easy to understand. A patient comes to us with hypoxia. Do they need intubation? Yes, they need intubation. They would get intubation. They don't need intubation, so what do we do with them? We give them oxygen and we see how they're doing. One constant theme that comes out of this is Surviving Sepsis campaign is that whatever therapy we institute, what we need to do is to constantly monitor. And on the basis of that monitoring, we decide whether we then move on to another modality or we continue with the same modality. So there's accumulating evidence that a multi-pronged intervention that includes high-flow nasal oxygen was associated with reduced mechanical ventilation and lower mortality. But what is the downside? The downside is there is still a 50% failure rate. So all these patients who are going to receive high-flow nasal, not all of them are going to do well, and 50% would need another modality as well. So what is the consensus? So this is very getting confusing when it comes to us. And I think this is very important, that what we know may not remain what we know. This is going to change. So for the literate like us or the illiterate like us, what we need to do is to learn, unlearn, and then relearn. And this perhaps is the most difficult part for us. So let's look at briefly the evidence that we have. The American Association for Respiratory Care said yes to high flow. Australia and New Zealand said yes. European Society said yes. ICM said no. Then another yes, followed by NHS England no. And then in the update, they said the decision should be balanced against the risk benefits. So ultimately, the decision is left to the clinicians. WHO, again, neither here, and they're a bit equivocal when it comes to the sort of decision they want to make for us. So what about the use of BiPAP? So all the commercial BiPAPs, including masks that leak, howsoever well fitted they are, and they exhale breath to the surroundings, which increase the risk of infection to the healthcare workers. So this use of invasive BiPAP, however, on emergency basis may delay or remove the need for mechanical ventilation in the COVID-19 patients. What we understood with our previous SARS outbreak was that the use of BiPAP and the nebulizer treatment were associated with outbreaks of SARS in certain areas of the world. In the same work, what they said was that the high flow oxygen mask and mechanical ventilation were not associated with the nosocomial spread. So again, let's look at the BiPAP. American Association, no comment. Australia, New Zealand, they were not really sure. The European Society, fairly equivocal. Selected patients, trial of NIV if high flow is failing. Uncertain about the evidence for other modalities. ICM, no comment. National COVID, no comment. NHS England, no comment really, not usually needed. So we're not really sure where we are. Then what is the role for CPAP? So theoretically, it seems that the positive pressure, once added to the oxygen administration, will allow for a safe oxygen saturation level. And this safe oxygen saturation is something that may not be, that alone oxygen may not grant. So CPAP considerably seems that there is an advantage over BiPAP over this. So treatment with CPAP may be helpful to sustain the possibility of gentle ventilation for the management of COVID-19 patients. Where is the evidence for this? So a case series was published that showed that over half of the patients, that is 58%, were able to avoid mechanical ventilation. 79% of these who received CPAP survived, and they got discharged from the intensive care unit. So that's a fairly optimistic outlook. So again, let's look at the evidence from the associations. The American Association for Respiratory Care, they did not recommend it. The Australian and New Zealand Intensive Care Society, they did not recommend it. European Society of Intensive Care. So in the typical European style, this has selected patients who are going to receive a trial of an non-invasive, who have not benefited from high nasal they may benefit from this, but uncertainty about the overall outcome, along with the proviso that they need to be closely monitored. ICM, what did they say? They said that the use of short period of time with a well-fitted face mask may bridge something between a patient who is on face mask oxygen along with the mechanical ventilation as compared to the mechanical ventilation. So then we see a no, and then NHS England said yes, NIV is preferred, but should not replace early intubation. So what we are learning again and again is the same message as we come to the next slide. So up to date said, decision is up to the provider. The WHO selected patients with who are monitored may benefit from it, but again, it must not be something that delays intubation. So the message again and again is the same, which is patients need to be closely monitored. You apply a modality, and that modality does not mean that the patient is going to get better or going to get worse on the basis of that modality. What we need to do is to ensure that we are monitoring them continuously. And I think that's an important bit. What about the nebulizer therapy? So I think we are fairly sure that nebulizer therapies are not recommended. Jet nebulized therapies are possible association with a high risk for nosocomial transmission. And this is just a diagram to show what we are talking about, that non-invasive ventilation, nebulizers, simple mask, venturi mask, nasal cannula, all are associated with some degree of aerosolization. However, NIPPV is associated with a bit more of it. So it is important to have negative pressure rooms, institute negative pressure rooms if this is what we are trying to do. What are the clinical decisions? What do we do? So when do we abandon? So this is a question we have to ask. So we abandon whenever we feel that the patient is not benefiting from it. And this has to be a clinical decision. This is not something that we can learn from an algorithm. We have guidance. We have a lot of algorithms at the moment telling us how to do it and how to go about it in COVID-19. But at the end of the day, the clinician has to make a decision that this modality is not benefiting the patient and we need to move on. Early intubation, again, the same thing. Initially, we started off with the advocacy that we need to have early intubation for all of these patients. But later on, we did realize that CPAP and BiPAP, non-invasive ventilation, can be used. And again, they can be used till the time we think that this patient is not benefiting from this modality and we need to intubate. So when do we decide? Clinical decision. You have to decide at the bedside that this patient needs an intubation. Again, all the algorithms exist to guide us, but at what point are we going to intubate? This has to be guided by the clinician standing at the bedside. And then the risks of contagion versus benefits. So the benefit of the patient would be that the patient is going to get reduced work of breathing. The risk would be that the healthcare workers can get affected. So what do? We use PPEs as has been pointed out earlier. We make sure that we take all the precautions and we have negative pressure rooms. So evidence exists both for and against. Clinical uses of any modality cannot be defined. It is very difficult to say that one modality is better than the other or vice versa. What we have to make sure that we have enough PPEs, we have negative pressure rooms, we take all the precautions necessary to look after these patients. This is just an indication of what I do in my spare time. This is, I make these Jeeps and I enjoy doing that. Thank you very much. So this comes to the end of my talk. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hassan Wakar Khan, for your nice illustrations. May I request now Dr. Bikash Ranjan Roy from India. Topic is invasive ventilation for COVID-19 patients.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, Dr. Bikash?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
1 second. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible and we can see you.
But
yes,
so,
your screen is visible.
Okay, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself is Dr. Vikas Rai. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Anesthesia, Pain Medicine, and Critical Care at AIMS, New Delhi. And I'll be talking about ventilation or invasive ventilation in COVID-19 patients. First of all, I'd like to thank all the organizers for giving me the opportunity to discuss this topic in this forum. So this is the place where I work. This is All India Institute of Medical Science at New Delhi. And my topic will be covered under the following headings. Like, first we'll discuss regarding some statistics of COVID patients in the ICU. What are the changing concept over the last 8 months regarding the management of COVID-19 ARDS? When to intubate, what are the ventilation strategy, how to take care of a patient who is mechanically ventilated and COVID-19 positive, winning extubation, and some disaster management strategy. So as you all know, COVID-19, the data is very dynamic and it's changing rapidly over time. In the initial stages, whatever data we have are basically point of views or based on anecdotal reports. However, in last few months, we have some solid evidence or few evidence from clinical or randomized controlled trials. Regarding the severity of disease, around 81% have non-severe disease, 19% have hypoxic respiratory failure. Among these, 5% were admitted in the ICUs. Patients who are admitted critically ill and are admitted in the ICU, 67% have ARDS and 56% are mechanically ventilated. These figure varies. Most of the ICUs have around 50 to 70% patients who are mechanically ventilated. Regarding the time course, as we all know, mostly the patient is admitted into ICU in the second week of illness, and at that time they require some terms of oxygen therapy or mechanical ventilation. What is the concept? How the concept has changed or it has not changed for invasive ventilation in COVID-19 patients? As you know, the ARDS has already celebrated its 50th birthday, and the concept has changed from barotrauma, volume trauma to biotrauma, and in 2020 it has reached up to that is COVID-related ARDS and CARS. In the initial stages, around March or April, in the newer or initial stages of the pandemic, we have two guidelines to guide us, mostly the Surviving Sepsis Campaign guidelines and other is the clinical management of SARI when COVID disease is suspected by WHO. And both the guidelines are based on either previous reports or previous studies and logical conclusion rather than some solid evidence based on COVID-19 patients. So these are quite straightforward, and they mostly advocate those measures that we have been following to managing non-COVID patients, non-COVID ARDS patients syllages. However, it was in April or May when Gattinoni published this paper. There is a new theory that the COVID-19 does not lead to a typical ARDS. In that paper involving 16 patients, they found that the compliance of these patients are fairly preserved with more than 50 ml per centimeter of water. And with that, they suggest these patients should be early intubated to avoid any patient-induced sustained lung injuries. They should be high P should not be used because the lungs are not recruitable. And again, with the same logic, the avoidance of prone position should be done because the lungs are hardly recruitable, and these things may be harmful. Just after that, the same author published another article in the Intensive Care Medicine, where they say, as per the radiological pictures, the two patients having nearly same PO to FiO2 ratio, but there is a drastic change in the CT scan imaging and amount of lung tissue involved. So they say some group of the patients who are presenting with COVID-19 pneumonia, they are not fulfilling the criteria of the Berlin criteria of the standard ARDS. As per that, they divide these patients, those patients who comes with hypoxia with COVID-19, into two categories. One category is who produces the pulmonary edema, just like the normal ARDS, and the other category, the hypoxemia, is because of the dysregulation of the pulmonary perfusion and pulmonary microthrombus. The dysregulation of the pulmonary perfusion is mainly because of the interaction of the virus directly with the AC2-1 or 2 receptors, both have the endothelial and epithelial levels, which prevent the hypoxic vasoconstrictions and process vasoplegia. So as per this,
In this group, these groups of patients have a low elastance, low VQ ratio, low lung weight, and low lung recruitability, whereas the other groups have high elastance, high VQ ratio, high lung weight, and high lung recruitability. So this group known as L phenotype, L is for low, and the other is known as H phenotype, H is for high. And he also stated that over the time, this L phenotype, some patient may be converted into the H phenotype based upon the direct interaction or worsening of the COVID pneumonia and the patient's self-inflicted lung injury, or known as PCOE. In another article recently also published around the same time in JAMA, the same author provide the pathophysiology behind the PCOE vortex, where as per them, the COVID-19 produces vasoplegia because of different interaction at the epithelial and endothelial level with AC2 inhibitors that produces hypoxemia. This hypoxemia again produces a vigorous inspiratory effort, higher cardiac volume leading to lung injuries, which again stretches the vessels, increase pulmonary edema, and there is a power concentration producing shrinkage of our baby lungs. And this produces a vortex or goes on in cycles. As per them, if you want to prevent that, in the initial stages, you should apply some non-invasive support. And if the patient respiratory effect decreases, then it's okay, you can continue with the non-invasive supports. Otherwise, early intubation is indicated to prevent any patient-induced self-lung injuries. Otherwise, if you intervene late, there will be requirement of higher PEEP and other failure strategies like proning or ECMO may be needed. So after all these theories and all these algorithms, the Gatinoni and co-authors suggest that the COVID-19 ARDS is not ARDS. So they also suggested that there is a different management depending on the phenotype, but in the L phenotype, the non-invasive options are questionable as per them, because previously, whenever these non-invasive ventilations have failed in these patients, there is an increase in mortality and morbidity in those group of patients. They also say the high PEEP level is not effective, rather than it is detrimental, because there is hardly any recruitable lungs that will be recruited by the PEEP. Otherwise, it will decrease the hemodynamics or affect the hemodynamics in a negative way. They also suggest with the inspiratory pleural pressure swings will determine whether the patients with L phenotypes are converted into H phenotypes. They measure the esophageal pressure with a esophageal probe, and they say whenever the transpulmonary pressure swings from more than 50 centimeters water, those are the patients who are more likely to transfer from the L phenotype to H phenotype, and these are the patients who will be intubated early. And they also say in L phenotypes, conservative tardive volumes may not be necessary. You can use a liberal tardive volume if the patient is hyperthermic, and you can ventilate this patient more than tardive volume of 6 ml per kg body weight, predicted body weight. And the H phenotype is similar to a severe ARDS, and you use all the measures, proning, high PEEP, or ECMO that you use for a normal ARDS, severe ARDS patient who is not COVID every day. They also suggested some step-wise manner how to approach a patient with COVID-19 respiratory failure. With all these data and all these algorithms, now the scientific questions have certain questions. Scientific community has certain questions whether this scars known as COVID-related ARDS is actually normal or a typical ARDS or not. So there are questions about the existence of the subphenotypes, questions about the long compliance, whether there's conversion of L to H phenotype, recruitability, PCOE, and outcome of these patients depending on the phenotypes. So we'll discuss one by one. Coming to the subphenotypes, it has been termed that the ARDS is a heterogeneous syndrome from the beginning with different clinical, radiological, and pathological findings. However, in previously also, although with different type of presentations, different treatment modalities has failed to show any benefit. So atypical presentation of ARDS does not guarantee or does not mean that a different treatment is warranted. And it has been found that lung protective strategy is beneficial in patients with a relative low blood pressure also, where the lung compliance is preserved. So this is the study where you can find out the different studies involving different group of patients. The first study is by the Gatinoni et al., the 16 patients where they found the compliance is around 50. And the rest of the studies, it has been found that the compliance, average compliance is around from 25 to 35 or 36 ml per centimeter per water, which is in contrast to the Gatinoni story where they found a fairly number of patients with a higher compliance. This is another study where they compared 30 patients with COVID ARDS, and the blue one is the patients who have high compliance, and the yellow one is with low compliance. They follow up these patients for 28 days, and they found, first of all, that the average or median compliance is around 36, which is low. And over the 28 days, none of the patients from the low compliance group is converted into H compliance group, although both the patients are managed according to standard non-ARDS protocols. Again, this is another study where they found in 30 patients respiratory physiology of COVID-19 patient, and compared to that ARDS of other etiology, both the compliance and the recruitability measured by the recruitment to infection ratios are not comparable between COVID and non-COVID groups. Coming to recruitability, in this study, they again compared 30 patients and they found out that these patients, whether having a COVID-19 positive or COVID-19 negative, between the high recruitable and low recruitable groups, the compliance is not significantly changed. Coming to the patient self-induced lung injury, most of the studies which quoted this patient self-induced lung injury are from basis of these two studies. Where the first studies is way back in 1988, it's an animal study where the sheep were hyperventilated using salicylate, and it has been found that they produce a lung injury when they produce more than 3 times that of the normal cardiac volume. And in the other study, in a group of patients where non-invasive ventilation failed, it has been found that those patients failed who have produces a greater cardiac volume rather than those patients who produces a normal or a standard cardiac volumes. Although with these things, whether the PCLE exists or not, it is doubtful. It may have some role in progression of respiratory failure, whether it's a COVID-19 or non-COVID-19 respiratory failure. However, there is convincing evidence are lacking. And there is no data for esophageal pressure monitoring in awake or distressed patients. However, if you want to put a esophageal probe in a dyspnea patient or distressed patient who is having COVID-19, it may itself escalate the risk of intratracheal intubations. Outcome of the patients who are the ARDS or also there is no difference in the outcomes. So with all these data, this group of authors in Lancet, they've studied whether this COVID-19 is associated ARDS is a different one or not. As per them, the emerging evidence indicate that respiratory system mechanism of patients with ARDS with or without COVID-19 are broadly similar. And the COVID-19 ARDS is actually the normal ARDS rather than a atypical form. However, a recent questionnaire in our country, even physicians, found that even till now also 55% of the patients are believing in the H and L phenotype, and they are treating their patients accordingly in different phenotypes. Now the question comes when to intubate a COVID-19 patients, which is very crucial. It has been drilled in the previous lecture a bit, but I will like to highlight a few points. As you know, one size does not fit all, and there is no oxygen saturation breakup point for intubation for any COVID-19 patients. Over the time, we have evolved. Previously from LU intubations, nowadays we are avoiding intubations as far as possible. Intubation is indicated when refractory hypoxemia, hypercapnia, or objective evidence of work of breathing, either by esophageal manometer or clinical expression like phagic contraction of the sternocleidomastoids. In our institute, we normally follow this in a respiratory failure patients for the way to intubation. If the patient is having saturation of 92%, less than 90%, oxygen therapy started with a target of 92 to 96%. If it is failed and the HFNC is available, we use HFNC. If it is non-available, we go for a non-invasive mask, only face mask. In both the conditions, we have monitored closely, and with worsening respiratory status, LU intubation is or a low threshold for intubation is required. However, if the patient initially present with worsening conditions, low hypercapnia, acidosis, high work of breathing, or mental status, at that time, patient is directly intubated. These are the hyperactive patients. Those patients who failed HFNC or NIV, whether the trial of other modality should be given or not are controversial, are hardly any report. Although the Society of the Surviving Sepsis Captain suggests that if there is no urgent indication after a failed HFNC, you can try NIV also. Also, we are trying the same also. One major thing is that when you intubate a patient, when the patient is on NIV and HFNC, because most of the time nowadays, many patients are on NIV and HFNC for a longer duration of time. Classically, it has been suggested that these patients should be closely monitored hour-to-hour basis. And it is if the patient is unable to maintain a saturation of 90% with FiO2 requirement of more than 60%, they should be intubated. However, we are not following these things. Nowadays, we are mostly continuing with the patients with HFNC or a knife as long as possible, as the patient is not deteriorating, either maintaining, even for days. And we have a high threshold for intubation. And in most of the centers abroad, also many centers follow this same principle rather than going for a early intubation. Ventilator strategy in COVID ARDS, it is recommended for the standard tidal volumes of 4 to 6 ml per kg should be used with a target of plateau of less than say 30 and driving percent of less than 50. Liberal or tidal volume may be used if person have some triggering issues. It is no low cost intervention and it decreases mobility and it should be managed in all patients. As discussed, plateau pressure target should be less than 30 centimeter water, and it is again a low cost intervention, and along with low tidal volume, it again decreases mortality and should be used in all patients. PEEP, it has been suggested by the Surviving Sepsis Campaign guidelines that a high PEEP strategy should be used with a limiting of driving pressures, and they also advise to use the ARDS net higher PEEP level. However, we are not going at this table, or we are not convinced that the PEEP should be individualized, and higher PEEP in patients with evidence of higher potential for recruitment as suggested by CT scan or a recruitment to inflation index should be used. This is also suggested by the Lancet paper. Different mode, whether any mode has been advocated or not, it has been suggested that FPRB may be a better mode, but however, there is any literature lacking in COVID patients or COVID ARDS, whether it is going to approve or not. We are a study going on, and our setup also, we have limited experience. And there is some logistic issue because the COVID ICU, because of the high load, is managed not only by physicians or intensivists or anesthetists, but also from other departments and surgical disciplines also. So it is very difficult to use a mode which is not familiar to all of the patients. So we are filing a logistic because of the logistic issue. It is difficult to have a FPRV in all the patients. However, the literature in COVID-19 is very limited or lacking. A conservative fluid strategy is always advisable as per the any ARDS. Prone ventilation, whenever the patient has a PF ratio of less than 150, prone ventilation of at least 12 to 16 hours should be has been advocated as per the ProSeva trials, and it has been widely practiced even in non-COVID scenarios. It decreases mortality. In our scenario also, we have this study where any very sick patients, we have compliance around average median compliance around 10 ml per centimeter of water. Also around 30 to 38% of patients recover after a prone position. Neuromuscular intermittent boluses are preferred over continuous boluses, and short duration less than 48 hours should be preferred as advised by the Surviving Sepsis guidelines. Continuous infusion may be whenever prone ventilation or need for deep sedation or in ventilated patient dysynchrony. Nitric oxide, it is recommended against the routine use, and we don't have any experience of using those nitric oxide also. Recruitment maneuver, it has been found that you can use, it is recommended against staircase recruitment managers. Sustained inflation maneuvers can be used. VV ECMO, if available, should be used. Initially, there is a confusion because of whether ECMO is beneficial or not, because most of the data has come from Europe, where in Italy and at that patients, the ECMO is used in older patients and sick patients, where the beneficial effect has been, the mortality has been as compared to that of the normal without ECMO. Now, but with newer studies and newer populations, whenever used judiciously in hypoxia, mainly in normal or younger patients, it has been found to be decreased mortality around 30% compared to the conventional methods of treatment. However, economical and ethical issues always remain. It has been advocated that with the resource limiting settings, you should not, if you are not using ECMO, you are not an ECMO center, you should not divert your resources to purchase of an ECMO machine, which may be critical. These are the normal steps which are used in different maneuvers as per the PF ratios. Few points regarding care of a patient who is on mechanical ventilation. Mainly, you have to avoid ventilator discussion. Inline suction or closed suction is preferred. And whenever disconnection is there, you always clamp the tube or apnea ventilation should be produced. These are the closed suction we used. Nebulization and bronchoscopy. Nebulization is routinely avoided, and if required, you can do it in a separate isolation or negative pressure chamber, which are lacking in our settings also. Tracheostomy, I will discuss some few things about tracheostomy. Most of the guidelines presently till now, maybe 1 or 2 months back, suggest against the tracheostomy in the initial stages. And whenever you do the tracheostomy, open tracheostomy is preferred, and you should preferably do it after 14 days or have a negative RT-PCR report. But most of these guidelines are by surgical societies, and hardly any guidelines have been published by intensive care societies. But recently, there has been many reports from Europe where percutaneous tracheostomy has been done successfully with large case studies of more than 200 patients have published. Even the society in the surgical societies also have advocated doing percutaneous tracheostomy in the OR also. We have some experience of doing myself also have doing some percutaneous tracheostomy in our setups. We don't have an isolation negative pressure room. You use a separate isolated room with adequate level PPI with apnea protocol and with dedicated staff. This is the mostly we have a dedicated staff with the ventilator. We can use apnea whenever there is a disconnection, and no cross infection among the healthcare infection has been found with these tracheostomies. Weaning and extubation, that should be the normal things to be followed. In the beginning, the Gattignoni et al. Suggests that the weaning should be cautious and it should be delayed. However, with such comments or reference should not be affecting, because each day in delay or weaning or extubation is harmful for the patients. We use the standard protocol for weaning and extubation. A few precautions should be used on the extubation. Whenever you are using extubation, first of all, before at the time of weaning, T-piece should be avoided rather than you ventilate with a zero support or PEEP of 0.0 or 0.5, which is equivalent. And after the duration of the disease, you decide whether to take the precautions on and then which place the extubation to be done. Disaster ventilation strategy at the initial stages, there is some panic among the healthcare workers or intensivists because of the predicted mathematical models which says larger population will be affected. So there are many strategies like splitting ventilators or using outpatient design BiPAP machines for intubated patients or any newer company-related resuscitated views. Although the Society of Critical Care Medicines have advised, and many ventilator companies have advised against the use of these things, but these are the things that can be used in a disaster scenarios. Coming to the take-home message, first of all is COVID-19 ARDS is the ARDS. It's not a different type of ARDS. It's a normal ARDS. Subphenotypes may be existing, but at the time it is difficult to say whether the subphenotype exists or not. If they exist, there should be particular or distinctive criteria so that they can be differentiated among those things. And it is yet to be effective whether a different treatment modality is going to affect those things. Definitely, there is limited data, and we are learning or yet to learn. But there is currently, you can say that there is enough evidence to recommend management similar to that of the normal ARDS or non-COVID ARDS. Everything has changed, but yet nothing has changed with respect to COVID-19. Thank you. Now, I'd like, if somebody has any question, I'd like to take the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bikash, for your nice presentation. On behalf of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists, I am Dr. Atiqul Islam, thanking you all 5 speakers for giving your valuable time to us. Now I hand over the program to Dr. Kausar Sardar. Hello, Dr. Kausar Sardar, do you hear me? Dr. Kausar Sardar. Dr. Kausar Sardar.
Yes. Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Go for the chairperson actually first. Chairpersons, it was a fantastic session. Sorry for my late joining here. So should go for the chairpersons of this session. Just I want to introduce the chairpersons and the speakers today's. It has been elect, I think. Professor Susilo Chandra, he's from Indonesia. He's a big man, chair of Asian Australian Regional Section of WFSA. He's working as staff of Department of Anesthesiology and Therapy Intensive Care, CM General Hospital. And he's a medical faculty, University of Indonesia. And he's board of director of Obstetric Anesthesia, Society of Anesthesia and Oceanian area. And he's a board member of Committee of the European Education of Anesthesiology. Our second chairperson here is Professor Syed Nurul Haq from Pakistan. He's a professor of anesthesia and surgical ICU and pain management, Karachi Medical College and Dental College and Abbasi Shahid Hospital. And he is the present president of Pakistan Society of Anesthesia Center, as well as he is the president of SARC Association of Anesthesiologists. So we missed him in the inauguration session. Now he is here. most welcome to him from Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists. And our pride, Professor Kaji Mesbauddin Iqbal sir. No need of any captions for him in Bangladesh actually. He is ex-chairman of Department of Anesthesia, Analgesia and Intensive Care Unit. He did a lot for the anesthesia and its specialty and research in anesthesia in Bangladesh. We are proud for being the student of him. So all the chairpersons are here, sir. You can conduct the question and answer session. Is over or not? Atik bhai?
Question and answer session not yet accepted.
Okay. Okay. So have any questions in the question
Chat
and answer box or chat box?
Yes. Yes, there are two questions. Question from Dr. Mufizul Islam. Direct manipulations of PEEP by HFNC while patient is mouth breathing. NIV have fixed PEEP. Oxygenation parameters mainly adjusting FiO2 and PEEP. Why HFNC may be a better option? When it is a device generating PEEP passively, especially flow-dependent PEEP generation.
Sir, Kaji Mesbauddin Iqbal sir, please take the leadership, please, sir.
Well, you want me to lead the session? You have got fellow.
Sir, a little bit louder, please, sir.
No, sorry, you got it. Yeah. Well, it's an interesting question that Mofid has asked. That what we'll do giving HFNC to the patients who are also mouth breathing. So, because then we cannot work out the FiO2 properly, can we? So I think there are devices nowadays available, and the patients were given nasal HFNC are a little bit different, and are usually not breathing, mouth breathing are not very encouraged for these patients. But difficulties are always there. They work out the rate of oxygen supply, and they will also work out the amount of breathing they might have been doing through mouth. So that is how probably it's been worked out. Maybe others who are in the forefront may answer it better. So I ask them to handle this one. I think I can start with Professor Susila Chandra. So whether he has got any information on that.
Yeah, but there is still one question that not yet answered is for Dr. Ahsun.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. May I read it? From Sachin Parida, Dr. Ahsan, what is the experience of using NIPPV in combination with AVAC proning in these patients? Dr. Ahsan, please.
Question is to whom? I think it's Dr. Ahsan Wakur. Dr. Ahsan Wakur.
Question to Dr. Ahsan Wakar Khan.
Ahsan Wakar Khan is here?
Yes. He delivered the lecture.
Yeah. Can you respond, Dr. Ahsan Wakar Khan?
Or any panelist may answer this.
Yeah, I think If there is any panelist can answer this question.
Question is,
am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, you are audible. What is the experience of using NIPPV in combination with electronic in these patients?
So in our institute, most of the time we are using, as I told you, high flow nasal cannula rather than NIV. NIV is mostly used in two scenarios. If the patient is having any hypercardia or ventilation issue, or the patient is having some pictures of heart failure. First of all, the main advantage of using HFNC is that awake proning is possible. With a face mask or non-invasive ventilation, awake proning is much more difficult for the patients. Laterally prone positioning is difficult. Most of the time, the patient can manage with a lateral position or awake repositioning as that has been done. So, in our experience, the HFNC works better in all terms, in terms of awake proning and oxygenation rather than NIV. Only in those conditions where is some hypercapnia or requirements of PEEP like patient is heart failure, or in certain case where the HFNC failed, we also then try some with a non-invasive mask. However, regarding awake proning, definitely it is not a good option compared to the high flow nasal cannula. Awake pre-positioning, certain amount of awake repositioning can be done, but proper proning with or self proning is difficult with a face mask.
Okay, any more questions? Nothing, right? Any more question in the question and answers?
No more questions.
No more question? Okay, so, okay, please, sir, Kaji Mesbaruddin Iqbal, sir, please take the leadership from the chairman's panel. And what is your final comments to this session?
I'm making some comments. I mean, I'll go chronologically. The first speaker was Cody from Ireland, and she has shared her experience. I mean, it's actually an Irish experience on the ICU, the management that they are having over there. They have the data that she has presented is in alignment with what we get from other papers, especially the mortality in ICU 20% is in accordance with the WHO reading. And what I particularly got interested is in the vitamin D deficiency, which in those part of the world is quite common, and probably in our part, vitamin D deficiency is not a big thing. And the inhibition of IL-6 is also quite an interesting theory. I'm sure people are working on it, and people will probably make use of it when the right time arrives. Second paper by Dr. Wayne shows how prepared the Singaporean counterpart were. And what we saw that they have the facilities, they had the prepared manpower, drug, equipment.
जितने प्रोग्राम्स हैं उसको ज्वाइन करता है और इसका एक SMS alert.
I will say that this is interesting that they have got the provision, or they organized this, that recalling the ICU experts who are not in the job, not doing any practice, but recalling them to help, which has not probably done in this part of the world. I'm not so sure about India or Pakistan, but definitely it's not done in Bangladesh. So this is a food for thought that we might be able to use this group of people who are not in practice anymore, but has got some knowledge on ICU work. The third paper done by another Singaporean is Switzerland regarding the what is high oxygen flow, and I personally believe that it's a high oxygen flow has done a great job so far in our various centers that I came to know, that nasal high flow nasal oxygen has been a tremendous help for patients who would have otherwise died. And this has happened because we have been able to supply oxygen even in remote areas, and supply of this particular device, which was rather unknown in the past. It was known but not very well known. But now it has been used. It has been used quite widely with fairly good results. He also mentions about the PPEs and things regarding the aerosolization problem, and I fully agree with him that without that, this can be a little bit hazardous. Dr. Walker from Pakistan has talked about NIV, and it certainly has a place in the management, and he's a little bit dubious in terms of the acceptability, because there is a 50% mortality despite use of NIV. It has got its limitation, and it is always a thing about NIV on one side, high flow nasal oxygen on the other. And there are people who would be preferring NIV, and there are people who will be opting for HFNC. Those has got merits and demerits, and which he has explained. But one thing I would like to say that CPAP itself, high flow nasal oxygen can also create some amount of CPAP, actually, and not the BiPAP, but the CPAP, and that probably does the trick on that line.
Okay, thank you.
The last one is, of course, is quite elaborate, and Dr. Bikash Ranjan Rai has done a pretty good job and thorough one. And is the thing which interested me is that whether the ARDS, conventional ARDS, and this ARDS, CERDS is the same. Because CERDS does not follow the Berlin definition, so there is a good group of people who do not consider this as an ARDS. So there you are. I mean, this neither here nor their situation. So I would say that, well, we'll stop there and probably we'll treat as they come. And lastly, the famous word of Socrates that the best thing I know is that I do not know anything. So I think it's really, we do not know anything about COVID-19. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Sushilo, sir, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I have comment because one colleague from Singapore is mentioned about the negative pressure chamber that invention originally from Singapore General Hospital. It's very good things to know that, yeah, from Asia, we have one anesthesiologist who invent to make a negative pressure chamber that is not expensive actually, and all the things that we still can done, although because it is only takes only 1 hour to prepare everything about this. I think it's a good invention for that. Thank you.
Sir, Professor Nurul Haq, sir. Professor Nurul Haq, sir, from Pakistan. Do you have any comment?
Actually, sorry that I did not attend the inaugural session. I missed it because of some disconnection and Wi-Fi problem. But anyhow, the lecture was very good and informative. All your speakers were very good. They presented the thing very nicely. I don't think that we should ask questions because we are getting late already. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much for your joining. We missed you very badly in our inaugural session.
Yeah, I also missed.
Okay, okay. So in this session, we had 5 speakers. I want to say a little bit about the speakers. Dr. Katrina Cody, thank you very much for joining. She is a consultant in anesthesiology and intensive care medicine, Institute of Connolly Hospital, Dublin, Ireland. And she is honorary lecturer of RCSI, an examiner of EDIC, JFICMI, and FCAI. She was the examiner. So thank you very much, Dr. Katrina Cody, to join our this international e-conference. And Dr. Siwa Du Wen from Singapore, second speaker. He's working as Director Medical Intensive Care Unit, Singapore General Hospital. And he is Clinical Assistant Professor, Duke National University of Singapore Medical School, and Senior Clinical Lecturer of Yong Lu Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore, and Visiting Consultant of Lung Transplant Program, National Heart Center. Thank you very much, Siwaju Wen, for joining us, and Dr. Suhi Thern from Singapore. He is working as the consultant to Department of Surgical Intensive Care, Division of Anesthesiology. He is working in the Singapore General Hospital, and adjunct assistant professor, Duke National University of Singapore Medical School. And thank you very much for joining us. And third was Asun Wakar Khan from Pakistan. He is head of the Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care Medicine, SKMCH and RC Lahore, and supervisor for FCPS training in anesthesia. And he is a FCPS examiner of critical care medicine and anesthesia. Thank you very much for your joining in our conference. Next last one is our very good friend, Dr. Vikas Ranjan Rai from India. He is Associate Professor, Department of Anesthesiology, Pain Medicine and Critical Care. He is working in All India Medical Institute, New Delhi. And he is the faculty and course director of AUTLs and EM Sono, and course instructor of American Heart Association, BLS and ACLS course. So I thanks all the speakers and chairman for presenting a very, very nice session. Very nice session. So we are actually running behind the time actually. So we are going to our second session. Second session moderator is AKM Faizul Haq. AKM Faizul Haq is here.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, okay. So in this session, we have Chairman Professor MD Khalilur Rahman sir, and Professor Dr. Naveen Malhotra from India, and Professor ABM Maqsoodul Alam from Bangladesh. And I am noticing you one thing, Professor Dr. Naveen Malhotra, he has another meeting. So in between the presentation, if moderator please allow him in a suitable time to leave the meeting. Okay, continue, Naveen Malhotra.
Thank you, Dr.
As much as possible. Huh?
Thank you, Dr. Kawasar Sardar, for your...
as much as possible. Please, AKM Faizul Haq, please continue with conduction.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary General. And now I am welcoming in the second session of this e-conference. There are 5 speakers here. Welcome first one. For COVID-19 ventilation management, we use different modes of ventilation, even innovate some, but still it's different to get the based on to recommend.
Now I request Dr. Navindra Raj Bista to deliver his new innovation of automatic resuscitator and ventilator for COVID-19. Dr. Navindra Raj Bista.
Thank you so much. Let me get inside the presentation. Okay. Once again, thank you so much for everyone for this wonderful conference. My presentation for today is an innovation of automatic resuscitator and ventilator for COVID-19. By this time, there was a previous speaker who talked about the use of oxygen therapy and the ventilation in COVID-19 patient. I work as an assistant professor in one of the institute in Kathmandu. I had worked as a preparedness research consultant in COVID-19. My area of interest is in research and publication. This presentation has no conflict of interest. So let me enter into the core topic. Actually, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the face of healthcare. The world has faced a shortage in infrastructure with a substantial increase in demand. This has led to imbalance, which has uncovered by a pandemic like today's. To mitigate this scenario, the novel innovations are deemed important to capture the world's need. If we talk about the global scenario, to fill the high demand of infrastructure during pandemic and also to reduce the workload of healthcare professionals, different innovation has been developed and is ongoing. Health innovations in a pandemic has been ranged from a simple like max to a sophisticated resuscitator, and even the ventilator are on process. If you just take an example, for example, there are virus-killing snoots that has been claimed to kill 95% of the virus. I think is under the process of research. Similarly, there are design innovation on COVID 3D design handles to open the doors. And if you enter into the resuscitator, globally, the countries are developing new innovations to combat COVID-19. And this is one of the picture of that was made in Wales. Similarly, if you talk about United States of America, like engineers at NASA, JPL has come together to serve the same goal, to reduce the mortality and morbidity of COVID-19, and they are on the process of developing the ventilator. So what this has given rise that the multi-dimensional or multidisciplinary minds are coming under the same umbrella. Okay, so these are all being the nidus for innovations and inventions. So if you just take an example like in America, like NASA, CDC, and FDA has accelerated and team up to build 3D printed protective wears and also ventilators. So this has given some lesson that at the time of crisis, different stakeholders should come together for the greater cause. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, was in the process of developing an emergency ventilator project. This is one of the picture where they have used Embuvac as their prototype. Similarly, if you talk about other part of the world, like in the United Kingdom, or like there are other type of ventilator on the process, like Oxyvent, emergency ventilator as a prototype. If we talk about our neighboring country, India, there are like advanced ventilator. I think these are all the demos, ventilators, and maybe on the process of recognition. So all these points will give us like why we really care about inventing ventilators when we already have with us. Okay, so this is because there are lack of transport ventilators, there are lack of intensive care ventilators to deal with the unexpected and expected influx of the patients in any country. Like, for example, not all the nations can afford all sophisticated, costly ventilators to reduce the workload of limited human resources. Not only this, the newer innovation are required for the newer technology and ways to go in any countries. If we briefly talk about like the creation or development of mechanical ventilator as part of history, like we have come a long way from 5th centuries to a seminal work of Andreas Vesalius, where at present we are concerned about the ventilators who does not cause a long injury. Okay, so we are more concerned about the safety. This is a beautiful article that I went through. Like there's a published in intensive care medicine where the topic was on frugal innovation for critical care. Okay, where they have highlighted like in an intensive care unit from a low middle income countries have a huge challenge about the medication disposable along with the device shortage besides the human and material resource limitations. So this frugal approach is needed for the better care of like critical ill patients with a fewer resources. So if saying so, it means like we need to do something with a less for more patients. And it has clearly mentioned like frugality should be or maybe kept as one of the quality criteria for any innovation and research in critical medicine in the future. So in any crisis situations, any innovations should be considered, like for example, at this COVID-19 pandemic, but it depends upon the benefits when outweighs the potential risks. And it has to be like calculated by the concerned authorities in any nations. Saying so, what about Nepal then? Are there any innovation going in Nepal? Definitely. Like there are ongoing resuscitator and ventilator innovations. And this will definitely put Nepal on a front foot in a battle against COVID-19 pandemic. There are prototypes in terms of like automatic resuscitator being developed and also the ventilator on process. Just for example, there's a pilot technology which was a famous in developing robotic like nursing robots in nation, where they develop like four type which has been used on nursing robots like you can see in the figure in few hospitals where it is used to carry medicines for COVID-19 to reach to the COVID-19 patient in the room. So it's same company like are repurposing robots to fight COVID-19, and they have developed or changed or used EmboVac to use as a automatic resuscitator. What they have done is, like for example, in the photo on the top is a clinician just using an EmboVac, right? So what they have done is they have like used the EmboVac as an automatic device where feedback loop can be seen in terms of flow, in terms of pressure. So this type of prototype can or maybe used especially in a case of transport ventilation for a short time, but safety is a prime concern definitely in any nation. They had gone a animal trial, and if you see in a dummy, there are certain targets where you can set about like minute ventilations, FiO2, tidal volume, a pressure limit, also an assisted control, for example, and later on you can just measure the amount a patient gets, for example, a peak pressure, amount of PEEP, like amount of tidal volume, and also can set a respiratory rate. So these are prototype, and these needs definitely needs a safety measures and needs a constant trials to prove whether it's better or not. And definitely when you go through like a dummy trial, it has really proved well. But the concern is in any developing country is not preparedness about the protocols in any country. Like for example, in Nepal, there are no set protocols for any innovations. In a crisis situation, a new guidelines needs to be set, and it becomes really difficult. So this pilot technology has like merged with our American-based company and with a company called RED, that's a respiratory emergency device, and they have developed a CAD design ventilator with the name Red 1 ventilator, and this will be a first prototype ventilator prototype, as you see in the design here. And I think this will be more used for as a transport ventilator. So not only one companies, but there are other centers who are also in the process of developing mechanical ventilators. So it could be for transport or intensive care unit ventilators. For example, National Innovation Center in Nepal is also on the process of developing it. But saying all these things, there are processes it has to go through for the safety of patients. Innovation is a very important part of patient safety is next important. So what are the determinants and the process of giving them the authorizations? If you just see some example, like any innovative determinants depends upon like socio-political context. It could be our characteristics of any organization. It could be like with adopting the such innovation, for example, the user, and could be some characteristics of itself, like innovation itself. Okay, so when they develop, it has to go some process about dissemination, adoption, implementation, and continuation. A single innovation is not only finalized, it has to be a continuous process. If you see the global scenario, what are the guidelines that have been developed for such ventilators? If you take in United Kingdom, there's a guidance called Guidance for Specification for Ventilators to be used for UK hospital during COVID-19 outbreak. So their guidance has clearly set out, like the clinical requirements should be based on the consensus of what is minimal acceptable performance, and they have documents where specification has been made for rapidly manufactured ventilator system, RMVS, where there are a lot of things they have written, but one important thing is about the test setup, where when you develop a ventilator and go for a test, definitely a data collection unit should be there about the flow pressure, okay, similarly about the resistor, about the temperature, oxygenation status, using a test log, and if needed, along with that, if needed in animal or needed in finally in the patients, but it has to go through a research base. Similarly, in April 2020, World Health Organization had given a technical specification for invasive and non-invasive ventilators for COVID-19. This technical specification has highlighted about the minimal requirements, but whatever the device they have developed will be developed by any innovator, but must comply to ensure the quality, safety, effectiveness when used in COVID-19 patients. Here, they have clearly highlighted about and to follow clinical guidelines. Here, the clinical guideline is about the clinical management of COVID-19 for any selection of the equipments which we have described before. They have defined and categorized the intent of use of such ventilators, and they have grouped into two categories. One is on the invasive ventilators, where a patient ventilator for intensive care unit, and other could be for the transport or mass casualty care. Next, for the non-invasive ventilators, they have categorized for continuous positive airway pressure (CPAP), bilevel positive airway pressure (BiPAP), or high flow nasal cannula, heated humidified high flow, or high flow nasal oxygen. So they have clearly include certain criteria for any country. Saying so, the criteria may differ between countries, but the theme and the most important thing is that it has to borne by the international guidelines for safety of the patients. In Nepal, it has also adopted like to include few important things like about the standards, about the design of the product, okay, about the performance, about the safety, and finally a production possibility of such innovations. Among this, safety is, as I said before, multiple times, is a really concern, and we need to develop a protocol and speed of to to find out what will be the best and the safest way to prove those innovations are good for the patient's care. Once I said all these things, there are things to look forward, and we need to think about whether animal studies, human clinical trials can be implemented in a clinical in any pandemic situation or not. It would be better if preformed international and countries' laws will be made for any pandemic innovation rather than getting chaos when a pandemic occurs and you start making the guidelines, okay? Because it hampers the innovators. It will delay their interest. It will delay their motivation. As I said before, a complete collaboration between the engineering, between the medical side, between the other stakeholders are very important at this point. So things are very important to motivate for any innovators, keeping the patient safety. But there are few unanswered questions. What happens if one ventilator gets approved? Will they or any person can go for mass production or not? Okay, there are huge constraints in terms of finance. Will the government resource grant will allow them to for resource or not? These are very important things, even if any innovations are developed in any nations. Now, to conclude, I would say any innovation that I said before about the automatic resuscitator, which was developed from the EMBUVAC, user EMBUVAC, okay, or other turbine-based portable ventilator, will not replace any advanced ICU ventilator that are present now. But the innovations should be based on a novel physiological approach along with new biological insights and engineering support with a multi-dimensional approach. So saying so, I would like to conclude my presentation. Actually, these are very emerging things at present, and we need to keep in mind and discuss what should be the best way when any innovations are developed in any nations. Thank you so much.
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Rabindra Raj Bista, for his important and interesting lecture. Now I am requesting second one on sepsis. Actually, sepsis is a continuous threat to treat critically ill patients, and we use steroids and their different courses, and there are many causes in immunocompromisation in the ICU. This challenging condition, I am requesting Dr. Venkat Raman Kola, from India, to deliver his speech on sepsis in immunocompromised patient host.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaswar, Professor Kaswar and the Anesthesiology Society of Bangladesh. You can see my screen, sir?
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. Thanks for inviting me for this conference and making this happen. Sepsis in immunocompromised host because of the widespread development in the medical science, either you say the use of art therapy, oncological advancement, good immunosuppressive agents which making a transplant a possibility, and in intensive care unit, which is causing more and more immunocompromised population right now in critical care. So we are seeing in the last decade, there is a rise in this category of patients. Sepsis remains the most common cause of mortality, morbidity in this immunocompromised host, not the rejection, not the cancer itself, but the infection related to a sepsis remain the most common cause. The problem in immunocompromised patients is the inflammatory response is blunted in these immunosuppressive patients, attenuating the manifestation of the microbial invasion. Even though there is a microbial invasion, you will not notice that because of the attenuation of this manifestation. Generally, whenever we thought about immunocompromised host, we thought about any actually opportunistic infection, more like any pneumocystic carinii or GRV or a fungal. But most common organisms remain the common pathogen which causes infection in an immunocompetent host. They are the commonest, and opportunistic infections, which are less virulent microorganisms, they have a very little concern to those who are immunocompetent, can also be a organism causing sepsis in immunocompromised host. That is the add-on thing to a common pathogen. So why the diagnosis of a sepsis in immunocompromised is a challenge? The reason is altered clinical expression. This is due to the blunting or minimal objective and subjective symptoms of inflammation. Generally, the typical clinical signs which we pick up, fever, rise in leukocyte count, CIRS response, which is a common body's response to any invasion of a microorganism, may not be there. There may not be a specific clinical picture, or there may not be a typical presentation of systemic inflammatory response in these immunocompetent hosts. Sometimes they may have a very kind of a very generalized symptoms like general weakness, impaired sensorium, tachypnea, dyspnea, and sometimes a very atypically the organ dysfunction happen, where you need to actually rule out a possibility of an infection in them in that. And many of these patients may need empirical antimicrobial for saving their lives in the early part. But again, this empirical antimicrobial therapy in the era of antimicrobial resistance is not a less challenge in using in them. Just a brief run through what is actually immunity, where do we get hit? Actually, we have two forms of immunities to start with. One is innate immunity, which is generally fight by our granulocytes, macrophages, neutrophils, eosinophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells and mast cells, which is generally response to an infection. The other one is adaptive one, which is led by both. One is B cells, that is called humoral immunity, created by antibodies, which we are talking about a lot in this COVID-19 time also. The other one is cell-mediated immunity, which is created by the T cells, where these T cells were been presented by a presenting cell of a microorganism, and they create a memory and kill them. So as I mentioned, there will be innate immunity, then there will be adaptive immunity created by B cells, by antibodies, and then T cells by cell-mediated immunity. Why this is important? This is important because we need to know which part of our immunity is got hit, by what mechanism, which category, whether it is a humoral immunity got hit, whether it is a cell-mediated immunity got hit. Accordingly, you may have some pathogens which are higher risk to cause infection. So for example, if you have a very bad humoral immunity, or your humoral immunity is badly affected, then the encapsulated organisms like strep pneumoniae, H. influenza, Neisseria meningitidis, Campylobacterium, Bordetella, these capsulated organisms will be the commonest infectious causes in bacteria. And some of the parasites like Giardia, Cryptosporidium, Salmonella, Campylobacter, more of extracellular organism may be the cause for the infection, or they will be higher risk. Whereas in cell-mediated immunity, you will see more of an intracellular pathogen being common, like Mycobacterium, Legionella, Listeria, Nocardia, Strongyloides, a good set of fungi, Histoplasma, Cryptococcus, and viruses. So you need to know the immune compromised state. So to actually go into the details of a septic patient, an infected patient in an immunocompromised state, you need to know the net state of immunosuppression. What is the cause for immunosuppression? What are the pathways which have got immunosuppressed? And the second part is epidemiological exposure. Where is the host present? And what is the exposure he had? We'll come to the details of that. And then what are the dominant clinical presentation on the basis of which we can identify the infectious causes? So again, we have the challenges like altered clinical expression. There is a broad spectrum of pathogens in them, not just a common pathogen, but the opportunistic pathogens which are less virulent in a common immunocompetent host can be a cause. And then we need aggressive diagnostic modalities and early appropriate therapy to save this patient. These are the challenges which we have. Coming to the next state of immunosuppression, first of all, whenever we are dealing with a immunosuppressive or immunocompromised host, we need to know what kind of immunosuppression he has. Does he has any iatrogenic immunosuppression? Then what is the cause? Is there steroids? Is there a myelosuppressive therapies? Is it a TNF-alpha antagonist, calcineurin inhibitors? What is the cause? And what is the timing? Is it in intensive phase? It is in a continuous phase? what is the dose he is receiving, what is the duration he has received. So we need to know the details of the immunosuppressive state. Sometimes it may be native immunosuppression because of HIV, hypogammaglobulinemias, autoimmune diseases. Sometimes it may be metabolic, like you have a severe diabetic uncontrolled mellitus, you have a hepatorenal insufficiency, sometimes anatomical barrier. The skin is breached, the GI gut, the mucosa is breached, some surgical drains are there, there is a breach of the different anatomical structures, and sometimes there can be miscellaneous causes for immunosuppression. Then comes, what is the mode of exposure? Is the patient or the host is in community? Is there any influenza outbreak? Is there any COVID outbreak, which we are facing now? If a patient with immunocompromised state comes now with ground class hepatitis, we will first think about COVID now. So what is the community exposure? Is this patient is exposed to any transmissible diseases? Is the family has any tuberculosis patient? Is the patient is exposed to a varicella? Is the patient exposed to any pet animals, travel to a tropical or subtropical country with some specific infection in those countries? Any foodborne illness, any bites with the mosquito, tick and other insects. So the community exposure need to be considered there if the patient comes from a community. Exposure to the nosocomial sites, like is the patient been hospitalized? Is the patient was receiving some intensive care unit? Is the patient was in daycare for chemo? And what are the bugs which are commonly being surveillanced in those institutions? Those need to be taken into consideration. In the same way, some of the latent dormant pathogens in the patient who are dormant till that state of immunosuppression, but because of you gave a good amount of immunosuppression, these patients has the dormant pathogen became active. Something like what we see in Trichoderma pallidum, herpes, toxoplasma, coccidioiditis, capsulatum, blastomycosis, and all. So we sometimes go with a skin test before we rule out them. And sometimes there is a donor-related transmission, blood products, antimicrobial exposure in them. So whenever actually a clinical syndrome of a case, whenever an immunocompromised patient comes with an infection or a sepsis, we first spoke about the state of immunity. Then we spoke about the exposure to the environment, whether it is a community, whether it is a hospital, whether it is a dormant infection. Then we say, okay, how this patient presented. Is the immunocompromised patient present with fever, with or without localizing sign? Without localizing sign, I mean, is this signs are specific to one system? Whether there is a headache, altered mentation, neck rigidity, going in sign of CNS involvement, whether these patients are having a localized sign of breathlessness, production of sputum, cough with respiratory symptoms. So whether these patients has any localized signs or without any localized signs. In the same way, sepsis, when you talk about when a patient with this kind of fever which goes into a dysregulated human response or dysregulated immune response and going into organ dysfunction, we call them as a sepsis. When a patient with sepsis comes to you with dysregulated immune response causing organ dysfunction in the form of dementation and in the form of breathlessness, hypotension, or renal failure, or we level them as a septic patients with immunocompromised state. Then you come and see what are the systems involved. Is it a respiratory system? Is it a mucocutaneous system? Is it a central venous system? Is it a GI system? Or it is a disseminated disease involving lymphatic, mucocutaneous, lung, GI, central nervous system, or blood, all the systems involved. Then if you have a respiratory system involved, if you see a radiological finding on an X-ray or a CT, a diffuse interstitial alveolar pattern, and in the other side, if you see in the column, there are different disease patterns. Whether this patient is a chemotherapy-induced granulocytopenia, a bone marrow transplant patient, or an organ transplant patient, or retroviral patient, you see the common pathogens are viruses. The common pathogens which you see are the viruses, except Pneumocystis zerovi, CMV, influenza, respiratory syncytial virus, adenovirus. If you see a immunocompromised patient coming with any of these kind of immunosuppressive state, initially you should think about a viral etiology or a Pneumocystis zerovi when you have a interstitial alveolar diffuse pattern, bilateral diffuse pattern. But if the same patients, either chemotherapy-induced neutropenia or bone marrow transplant patient or a solid organ patient or a retroviral patient comes with a lobar consolidation, the most common causes either a bacterial or a Legionella or sometimes a cryptococcus coming there as a lobar consolidation. If the same patients come with a reticulonodular pattern, in some of them they can be nocardia, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, histoplasma, and cryptococcus. If the same patient comes with a discrete nodules, you can have aspergillosis, mycelia, tuberculosis as a common pathogen. What I mean to say is, if these patients with the respiratory symptoms comes to you, radiologically, CT scan wise, if you have a pattern, either it is a diffuse alveolar pattern or interstitial pattern, one, you should look at that. If it is a lobar consolidation, you look at that. Is it a reticulonodular pattern? You look at that. If it is a discrete nodule, look at that. And then you can guess what can be the possible organism in them. In the same way, central nervous system involvement in immunocompromised patient, if you have a patient with a meningitis signs, or you have a patient with meningoencephalitis sign, or you have a patient with encephalitis signs, or you have a mass lesion, you have again different organisms causing them. In meningitis, the most common cause is strep pneumoniae. Either it is any of those immunocompromised state, we see strep pneumoniae, Staph aureus, E. coli, Pseudomonas, and aureus as a bacterial pneumonia, bacterial meningitis is being the common cause. Whereas meningoencephalitis, you add Listeria monocytogen and neoformans and Streptococcus stercoralis. The other things, when it is encephalitis, when you see encephalitis, they all go more in favor of virus, whether it is a herpes simplex or a varicella or a West Nile fever or a cytomegalovirus, you will go into the viral series. If there is a mass lesion in the CNS in the form of a mass in CT or an MRI, they go in favor of more of a nocardia, aspergillosis, cryptococcus, or a pyogenic bacterial abscess, or a zygomycetes, or a tuberculosis, or a toxoplasma gondii, and all. So again, I'm classifying them whether they're presenting clinical features of meningitis, meningoencephalitis, encephalitis alone, or a mass lesion. You can again identify the possible pathogens in them. When we come to a solid organ transplants, they have divided into the early 4 weeks, 1 week to 6 months, and then 1 month to 6 months, and then more than 6 months. These are the 3 time periods which has been actually separated for the different pathogens. In the initial period of the surgery, when a transplant happens, you sometimes see a donor-derived factors and recipient-derived factor at the time of transplant. With the possible donor-derived factor is, if donor carries a rabies, West Nile, HSV, they can come to the recipient, and this patient get infected there and cause sepsis. Some of the recipient-derived colonization like aspergillosis, Pseudomonas, some bacterial infection which are there already in dormant stage in the recipient, after the transplant, when they receive a very heavy doses of pulsing or a high dose immunosuppressant, these gets activated. The most common causes of infection in the first initial period of 4 weeks, that is 1 month of transplant, is again the bacteria and the infections related to the nosocomial or hospital acquired. They can be gram-negative bacteria in many of the countries like our Asian countries, MRSA, VRE, Candida, aspiration, line-related, wound-related, anastomosis, leak-related. These are the common hospital-acquired infections which are common in the 4 weeks. Once the 4 weeks are over, 1 to 6 months, when the maintenance therapy comes into, we generally see the nosocomial, the opportunistic infection come into play. The most common opportunistic infection, if we do not give prophylaxis, and if we give prophylaxis, are different. What are the common prophylaxis we give for these transplant patients? Generally, they receive 2 things, cotrimoxazole and the cover for CMV. If they receive that, generally you don't see them. Otherwise, pneumocystis jirovecii, herpes, cytomegalovirus, EBV, hepatitis B, listeria, nocardia, toxoplasma, strongyloides, leishmaniasis, cruzi are the common pathogens when a patient doesn't receive. Suppose the patient receives a cotrimoxazole and CMV and HSV empirical prophylaxis, then the common again organisms are again go to Mycobacterium tuberculosis, Cryptococcus neoformans, some viral illnesses, C. diff, and PK polymyvirus nephropathies and all. Once 6 months are over, the most common organisms again goes back to community acquired. The most common infections again will go to the most common infections related to the community acquired pneumonia like strep pneumonia, H. influenza, Moraxella catarrhalis, same E. coli in urine and all. They will go back to the most common community acquired infections. And the other nocardia, atypical molds, aspergillosis, CMV, hepatitis, and other related viral and bacterial infections which are common in opportunistic pathogens remains add on to them. Many organ-related transplants have infections related to their structure. For example, kidney will have more of urinary tract infection, where liver has an intra-abdominal infection and cholangitis and hepatic abscesses, intrahepatic abscesses. Whereas in heart, you see a mediastinitis as a common. In lung, you see a community-acquired pneumonia with both aspergillosis or pneumocystis jirovecii. In pancreas, again, you see intra-abdominal wall infection. In small bowel, there is a high incidence of fungal infections in them. So there are many problems when a patient with a transplant gets an infection. They will have anastomotic leaks and they will have a stenosis, and these all will complicate the complete transplant. So you have to be very careful in them. There is another interesting component in a solid organ transplant patient. There are some sepsis mimics. See, whenever you actually get a patient with organ transplant getting into some organ dysfunction, it may not be always a infection. Allograft resection or allograft thrombus, both can actually suddenly show a dysfunction of that organ, but lack of other organ dysfunction may give you a clue that this may be resection or thrombosis. The other complications which actually happens during this peri-transplant, like lymphoproliferative diseases, immediate post-operative CIRS response, acute pancreatitis, embolism, MI, and tacrolimus-induced pneumonitis, pulmonary calcineurosis, bronchitis obliterans, hypersensitive reaction, ARDS, and arteriovenous thrombus. These all can also sometimes mimic a sepsis. So before we define them, we should actually do a blood cultures and keep a watch that are we dealing with some sepsis mimic in solid organ. We know the RVD, retroviral disease, also have a drop in CD4 count associated with the defectant nosocomial infection. I will not go in details of them. And you have a different levels to give a cut of that, what infections are common. More than 500 CD4 count, you again deal with the most commonly with community acquired organisms, which are common to all of us. But once the count drops below 500, your TB, tuberculosis, pneumocystis, cryptosporidium, candida, the toxoplasma, and mycobacterium avium complex, all these comes into play. So there are some other interesting components which I just wanted to highlight. In immunocompromised host, what is the role of granulocyte colony stimulating factor in neutropenic sepsis? You must be seeing whenever the TLC drops, many of us have tendency to think about any filgrastim or a granulocyte colony stimulating factor. What is the science in them? The science in them says that you can only use prophylactically granulocyte colony stimulating factors in patients where you're anticipating more than 20% of neutropenic fevers, then only you are giving in prophylaxis. A patient already has a neutropenia and fever, probably the role of granulocyte colony stimulating factor is not much. But in patients where the patient develops sepsis and the risk of complications are high, the up-to-date or many reviews says that you may consider granulocyte colony stimulating factor when your septic patient is getting complicated with organ dysfunction. What is the role of procalcitonin or C-reactive protein, 1,3-beta-D-glucan, mannan, antimannan, and galactomannan? These biomarkers of different bacterial and fungal infections may be useful, may not be as sensitive like in immunocompetent. There are varies in different literature evidences, but they may be useful in early detection of them. Role of molecular genetics, where we actually do a film array panels to pick up the organism early by different PCR-based techniques or molecular genetics techniques, may help in early diagnosis in them. These patients need early aggressive investigations, not like the normal immunocompetent patient. If you need a patient CT in a patient with respiratory symptoms, you need an early CT scan to give you a clue what type of pattern is following. And in the same way, if you need a source control, you need probably early source control than immunocompetent patients in them. The role of procalcitonin, which I was discussing about. So diagnosis and management of sepsis will depend on the net state of immunosuppression, whether you are in the early intense phase or in the maintenance phase, what kind of immunosuppression you are, and what is the dose you are receiving, how much duration you are receiving, and which pathway you have been blocked. Then epidemiological exposure, indwelling devices, any specific risk factor, local microbiological pattern, and local antimicrobiome may be helping. Identifying the infectious agent, you may need a quick microbiological examination as early as possible in the form of BAL, in the form of pus, in the form of any sputum sample or any biopsy sample or histopathology sample to be carried out. Serological investigation, sometimes antigens, antibody may be picking up some infection. Molecular biology, as I said, imaging, as I said, some of those fungal infection may need a histology to identify, and some of those laboratory markers of both fungal and bacterial, which I explained. There is an interesting paradox in some of those papers. The paradox says, despite the excess incidence of infection in immunocompromised patients, the prognosis of these patients who develop sepsis appears to be no worse, perhaps sometimes better than those of immunocompromised counterpart if they have been dealt early. The reason may be the circulating, reduced circulating neutrophil pool in a febrile neutropenia may actually be protective in some of these generalized epithelial injury, which is characteristically seen in septic shock patient. That means the dysregulated immune response which happen in a normal immunocompetent patient may not happen in the similar way when there is a severe neutropenia or a immunocompromised state. And diffuse myeloid cell, endothelial cell adherence, and neutrophil-induced proteolytic and oxidant injury may also be sometimes less compared to a immunocompetent. Probably this may help us. Neutropenia might be limited to endothelial membrane injury, and granulocytopenia patient with severe shock and septic may get this out with an early part. So my take home will be the infection risk are increased not just with opportunistic pathogens, but the common pathogens also. If the moment we see immunocompromised host, we should not be thinking about only opportunistic pathogens in the form of fungi or a Pneumocystis jirovecii or a virus, but the common pathogens which commonly causes infection in an immunocompetent patient are also common in them. After that only opportunistic infection comes into play. The diagnosis challenge is because of altered clinical expression. They may not have a typical expression of systemic inflammatory response syndrome in the form of fever, leukocytosis, or other systemic inflammatory response of tachycardia, tachypnea. They may have underlying disease progression because of immunosuppression. Type of pathogens vary because they have both common pathogen and opportunistic pathogen, all can cause. So there will be a wide horizon of pathogens which can cause them. And then crucial factor in the diagnosis is you need to analyze the epidemiological link and temporal relationship, consider a broad spectrum of potential pathogen, and take a history and physical examination of the patient. Early invasive diagnostic workup is required, and early pathogen identification with a both biological, molecular, and microbiological technique, and early appropriate therapy will make these patients maybe better in outcome compared to immunocompetent if handled well. Thanking you for this opportunity. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkat Raman, for your nice lecture. Our next speaker is Dr. Shin Oi-ng from Singapore. I would like to request Dr. Shin Oi-ng from Singapore. Dr. Shin, hello. Are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm putting up my screen. Just give me a minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, please.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Please,
for inviting me for this talk.
Take,
I'd like to.
Dr. Shin, please, do you take the microphone closer?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank
Is
you.
this better?
Yes. This is better.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for inviting me for this talk. I'd like to thank Professor Kawasada and the Bangladeshi Society of Anesthesiologists for inviting me to your prestigious meeting. Okay, I'm from the same institution as our previous two Singaporean speakers, Dr. Sewa Duwan as well as Dr. Suhi. And this underlies the friendship between the Bangladesh and Singapore Society of Anesthesiologists, as well as the mutual medical societies of our countries. I was last in Bangladesh about 2 years ago, attending the Bangladesh Society of Critical Care Medicine conference at Dhaka. And I want to thank you for your hospitality there. I regret not being able to be here in physically, and I look forward to a future opportunity to visit your beautiful country. I had great memories of sharing biryani with my friends during this visit. Okay, so today I'll be talking about assessment in shock. As we know, shock is a clinical syndrome where there's inadequate oxygen supply to meet the demands of the body. And in the assessment of shock, we always need to look at the supply and demand side of the equation. Okay, much has been said about monitoring oxygen demand delivery, and that we shall not, I will not spend too much time on because it's not the focus of this talk. Safe to say, most of the time we are looking at ensuring an adequate cardiac output as well as oxygen carrying capacity. Okay, there are many things we can monitor in shock as part of a hemodynamic monitoring. Okay, and usually a classic talk will divide them into basic monitoring as well as advanced monitoring. But this talk will focus more on the demand side of the equation. Because even when we have adequate delivery, we need to make sure that at the demand side it is well utilized and the body is able to utilize the body is able to utilize the oxygen delivered. Okay, so broadly speaking, we are looking at the macro circulation, where we look at the broad parameters of pressures and flow to ensure that oxygen reaches, that the flow of oxygen is adequate. Then we also need to look at the micro circulation to make sure that at the organ side that this oxygen can be taken up and utilized adequately. The premise of basic monitoring is what we do in most of the time in anesthesiology as well as in ward work. We are just monitoring a pressure parameter such as the systolic blood pressure. Okay, because the basic assumption here is that adequate pressure means adequate flow, which is probably correct for most of the time. However, we know that distortions in systemic vascular resistance could mean that there are many situations where pressure does not actually equate flow. And in those situations, we actually need to have a modality of advanced hemodynamic monitoring, which can be done in many ways, including physical examination, multiple modalities of invasive, minimally invasive, non-invasive monitoring, as well as looking at indices of flow. This allows us to define a flow state, which is a mechanistic approach to shock, in which we classify the patients into distributive, hypovolemic, cardiogenic, and obstructive shock. And further on, following this, we will usually try to do some form of monitoring to define the state of volume responsiveness in this patient. And in doing so, we will achieve an index of cardiac output and optimization. Most of the time, this will be adequate in resuscitation of our patient because we will aim to target a certain cardiac output, whichever we thought is normal or adequate for the patient. However, to make sure that the patient truly benefits and is improving, we need to individualize this to the patient's demand. So beyond oxygen delivery in monitoring of shock, we actually need to know what is the demand, what is the perfusion, and whether the extraction is adequate. So there's this condition called occult shock, in which there's a loss of hemodynamic coherence in the patient. In such a situation, even if we have a fairly normalized macro circulation, the blood pressure looks all right, the flow indices look okay, it is decoupled from what is happening in the micro circulation, and it doesn't give us insight. So looking at this study of ED patients who are admitted from emergency care to a resuscitation area, we find that the macrohemodynamic, macrocirculatory parameters actually do not change much. However, if we were to monitor the indices of demand and uptake, such as the central venous oxygen, we will notice that it's low, okay, and the lactate is high. These are not apparent from looking at the macrohemodynamic, macrocirculatory parameters. If when further resuscitation was done to this group of patients in the medical intensive care unit, lactate goes down and central venous oxygenation increased, while the change in the macrohemodynamic parameters such as the mean arterial blood pressure and the heart rate actually does not change much, although we see some resolution in the shock index. So what is exactly the microcirculation? It is an area where the circulation transitions from the arterial to the venous side of the circulation. So it's where the perfusion of the smallest vessels are. And that is an area which is critical for metabolic and gas exchange. And how do we monitor this? I will touch on just some key points in this. Basically, they are divided into three groups. One is clinical parameters, such as good focus, history, and physical examination. We look at the mental status, we look at the urine output, we look at the capillary refill time. We can look at biochemical surrogates that gives us an idea of exchange at the tissue level, such as lactate mixed venous oxygenation, as well as carbon dioxide gas, which I will spend some time in detail. Then subsequently, we can also look at direct measurements of the microcirculation, which is an area largely used in research currently, but at the translational ground, maybe making its way to the clinical use. Okay, everybody knows much about lactate. Generally, lactate is seen as a measure of oxygen debt. As in the glycolytic cycle, during glycolysis, the end product is pyruvate, which needs to enter the Krebs cycle as acetyl-CoA, and the Krebs cycle is dependent on oxygen, oxidative oxygen. So in an anaerobic state, when the oxygen demand supply is inadequate to meet the demand of the patient, pyruvate will be converted to lactate to generate NAD, so that at least some degree of anaerobic respiration via glycolysis can occur. Okay, and looking at lactate itself, lactate clearance has been seen to be an effective hemodynamic endpoint. Okay, so this is a very classic study by Todd's group, in which the EM shock NET investigators look at prospective patients admitted to the ED in septic shock. And they were, this was in the era of goal-directed therapy. And patients who exhibited lactate clearance, typically defined in studies of decrease in serum lactate of 20% every 2 hours, were found to have a better survival than patients who did not exhibit lactate clearance. So lactate clearance can actually be used as a hemodynamic endpoint to convince ourselves and reassure ourselves that resuscitation is adequate. Nonetheless, we know that there are many limitations of lactate acidosis. Okay, typically we need to exclude type B lactate acidosis, which is not due to a supply-demand mismatch, but rather it's a production or a metabolism problem commonly associated with disease states as well as drug use. Lactate also there's also a lag time in the serum lactate concentration and the hemodynamic status of the patient. Commonly, we can see patients in which after resuscitation, when they come in very sick, the lactate is actually not high because the unperfused tissues are locking up the lactate. And only when perfusion is restored, then lactate starts to rise and then subsequently clear. So this is an inherent problem in the diffusibility of lactate, which creates some lag in monitoring. In conditions of sepsis, as well as usage of adrenaline infusion, there may also be type B lactate acidosis, which doesn't reflect so much supply-demand mismatch, but more of a production and metabolism imbalance. Okay, so this is the Andromeda shock trial, which was published about 2 years ago. So Andromeda shock trial was done in the South America. And the question asked is, basically they're asking whether a group clinical examination such as normalization of capillary refill time is superior to targeting lactate clearance in reducing mortality in patients with septic shock. And the short answer is they couldn't find a difference. Because this trial was conducted as a superiority trial, we cannot really conclude non-inferiority from it. But it does suggest that monitoring lactate capillary refill time may be a good strategy, as good a strategy as monitoring lactate clearance, especially in resource-restrained countries. So recent analysis of this trial in the Annals of Internal Medicine actually look at the group of patients with normal capillary refill time only. This is a post-hoc analysis, and they find that in patients with starting out with normal capillary refill time, if they are randomized to a lactate-guided management group, they tend to be over-investigated, over-resuscitated, and tend to have poorer outcomes. So this may give us some thoughts for future hypotheses on our management. Okay, another parameters we're all very familiar with is, of course, the mixed venous oxygenation, especially if we are having a fairly anesthesiologist-rich crowd in this group. And due to the lack of decreasing use of the Swan sheath, at least in my country, and the pulmonary artery catheter, most of the time the central venous oxygenation from the central venous line is taken. And it is found to be a fairly good proxy in tracking mixed venous oxygenation. So most of us know that there are many causes of reduced mixed venous oxygenation in patients, but classically it is linked to a global supply-demand mismatch, and typically due to a low cardiac output state. Okay, so putting it together, looking at both venous oxygenation as well as lactate clearance, we can get four different scenarios, of which two are congruent and the other two are incongruent. The two congruent states are when lactate clearance is normal and venous oxygenation is normal. So this, in most patients, this means that the global and cellular balance is normal. Okay, in the other state, lactate clearance is low and venous oxygenation is low also. Venous oxygenation is low. So this is when there is a global supply and demand imbalance at both the global and cellular level. Okay, occasionally you'll get a state where the lactate clearance is low, but the venous oxygenation is also low. This is usually a compensated state of low flow, in which the body has adapted to improve oxygen extraction at the microcirculatory level. So classically, it can occur in patients with cyanotic heart disease, people who stay in high altitude for a long time, or compensated systolic failure. Okay, the last state I want to talk about, which I want to spend some time on, is the state in which the venous oxygenation is normal or high, but the lactate clearance is low, or as well as the serum lactate being persistently high or increasing. So in this state, the global supply-demand balance is actually normal, but at the cellular level, there is a failure. Okay, and this classically is considered mitochondrial or microcirculatory failure, where although the macro circulatory parameters are adequate and seem fine, but the patient seem to continue to deteriorate. Okay, in a lot of studies, especially in those at looking at septic patients as well as patients with liver failure, when central venous oxygenation is monitored, they find that the group with having hyperoxia, which we think represents a state of adequate supply-demand balance, will actually manifest increased mortality. This is due to the fact that although oxygen delivery to the tissues are adequate, it's reaching the tissues are not able to use it. And this is classically due to two phenomena. One is that is a disrupted microvascular flow. There's a lot of flow heterogeneity due to microvascular disruptions. Okay? So this can occur due to shunting, such as during sepsis, where a lot of flow shunts to organs like areas of the skin, while critical areas like the splenic circulation, the renal perfusion is inadequate. Occasionally in sepsis, you also get mitochondrial disruption. So that means there's flow to the tissues, but the tissues are just not able to use it. And there is mitochondrial failure. This can also occur in states of poisoning, such as cyanide poisoning. Okay, so failure at the microcirculation, I repeat, occurs in two forms. One is a failure to perfuse, that is a circulatory heterogeneity, and the other is a failure to utilize, that is a mitochondrial failure. So there have been thoughts about how this can be discerned out in clinical practice. So one way would be obviously to use the venous arterial CO2 tension gap. By fixed equation, the venous arterial CO2 gap is a reflection of the adequacy of flow to clear the CO2 produced at the tissues. CO2 is thought to be a much better marker of metabolism compared to venous oxygen as well as lactate due to the incredibly high diffusibility of CO2. So in a patient with abnormally high VA CO2 gap, it usually suggests that the microcirculatory flow is too low to clear the CO2 produced. However, when the gap is too low, it can suggest two things. Either the flow is too high, which suggests shunting, or we have to be careful, and that will be because there's a failure to utilize oxygen at the microcirculatory level, suggesting that this is a mitochondrial failure. Okay, so to repeat, we can distinguish between a perfusion failure at the microcirculation versus a utilization failure by classically using the three parameters of biochemical markers. In conditions of high SCVO2, raised lactate, as well as a raised VA gap, CO2 gap, is usually a perfusion failure. When the SCVO2 is high, lactate is high, but the venous arterial gap is low, this suggests utilization failure or CO2 failure. So this is nicely summarized in this chart. Okay, so normally most of the time the condition is congruent. In states of incongruence, such as when the SCVO2 is high and lactate is high also, then we'll use the venous arterial CO2 gap. And when we identify a gap that is abnormally low, then there's cytopathic failure here, and we identify that there is mitochondrial failure. If the gap is high, then then this suggests that there is a perfusion heterogeneity, which can be treated in various ways by augmenting cardiac output or trying to restore flow to the microcirculation. Okay, I just want to show a quick slide that there are technology available to look at the microcirculation directly, but this may not be widely available in the clinical use. Okay, so in summary, for adequate oxygen delivery and utilization by the end organs, the macrocirculation and microcirculations need to be intact and congruent. We are very familiar with monitoring the macrocirculation using both basic and advanced monitoring of pressure as well as flow. If the patient is responding well, I think most of the time we can pat ourselves that we've done a good job. Nonetheless, we need to be aware that some patients are not adequately resuscitated at this stage, and therefore we need to monitor the microcirculation through the strategies that we have discussed previously. Okay, and lastly, I'd like to end with a key point, which was attributed to Professor Michael Pinsky. That is, no monitoring device, no matter how accurate or insightful its data, will improve outcome unless it's coupled to a treatment which itself improve outcome. So therefore, we must be able to discern the data as well as interpret it correctly and then intervene appropriately to improve outcome. I thank you once again for the opportunity to share some insights with you, and I look forward to continuing to attend your conference and learning from my esteemed peers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shin Aoyng, for your valuable presentations. Now I am requesting Dr. Mohammad Rahman from UK on use of steroid in the critical cares. I would like to request, please, we are actually lagging behind the time. I am requesting him to limit the time and close your microphone to as we can listen better.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Abdur Rahman,
And,
yes.
are you able
unmute
to
yourself, sir? Abdur Rahman, Mohammad Abdur Rahman, please unmute yourself. Okay.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah, Rahman, it's okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. And can you see my screen? Great.
Yes.
Good evening to everyone. So we are going to discuss a very old issue today. So the debate around the use of steroid in critical care is as old as the history of critical care itself. When I was preparing for the talk, I was fascinated to find that it has been a very fascinating debate. So the debate goes back pretty much to the point when the concept of modern critical care evolved. Since then, various kinds of steroids have been used in various cohorts of patients with varying degree of success. But the debate continues, and it has really been what you call a juicy debate. So let's extract some juice out of it.
Hello, Abdur Rahman, Dr. Abdur Rahman, I am requesting you. Many of our attendees do not see the screen. Share, please share it again.
Okay, so let's share it again.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. What about now? Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Great,
I'm seeing.
amazing. Sorry for the interruption. So we'll very quickly go through the physiology of corticosteroids. So corticosteroids are, of course, a group of hormones released by adrenal cortex. They are grouped into two groups, glucocorticoid and mineralocorticoid. So glucocorticoids are, for example, cortisol, and mineralocorticoid, for example, aldosterone. Aldosterone or mineralocorticoid are essentially involved with the control of water and electrolyte balance in the body, and glucocorticoids are involved in metabolic, immunosuppressive, and anti-inflammatory functions. Very quickly going to the HPA axis, we all know that it starts from stress. So imagine what's happening to me now. I'm presenting in an international conference. So what happens to me? I'm under stress. So any sort of stress, it's physical, emotional, or any stress related to intensive care or operation or anything, that causes some neurotransmitters to be released. And then your hypothalamus starts releasing corticotrophin releasing hormone. And then in turn, it causes your anterior pituitary releasing adrenocorticotrophic hormone. And then your adrenocorticotrophic hormone gets into your adrenal cortex, releasing cortisol. Cortisol, of course, will have a negative feedback mechanism onto anterior pituitary and hypothalamus. So the further cortisol release is controlled. So stress response is a very significant factor when we discuss the role of steroid in the context of critical care. Any stress response, whether it is a critical illness or any sort of injury or any big operation, will have a degree of effect on the way the hypothalamo and pituitary adrenal axis works. So what does exogenous corticosteroid do then? So exogenous corticosteroid will have both glucocorticoid and mineralocorticoid activity. So any prolonged course of exogenous steroid will, of course, impair your HPA axis and thus suppress your endogenous cortisol release. That's why all of us know whenever your patient is on a prolonged course of steroid, you always take care to stop them. You don't stop them suddenly, you taper them off to avoid the risk of developing Addisonian crisis. Very quickly going through the equivalency of corticosteroid doses. So if you take prednisolone 10 milligram as a base, that will be equivalent to 40 milligram of hydrocortisone, 8 milligram of methylprednisolone, 1.5 milligram of dexamethasone or 1.2 milligram of betamethasone. So now, what is the relevance to intensive care or critical care? So the relevance was nicely summarized by a multidisciplinary task force, the International Multidisciplinary Task Force convened by Society of Critical Care Medicine. So they coined this term, critical illness-related corticosteroid insufficiency, back in 2008. So what they thought, this is sort of a hypothesis. Whenever you are critically unwell, the corticosteroid activity at your cellular level will be inadequate, and that's because of a downregulation of a pro-inflammatory transcription factors. So they summarize the pathogenesis of critical illness-related corticosteroid insufficiency into 3 points. Number one, there will be a dysregulation of hypothalamo-pituitary adrenal axis. There will be altered cortisol metabolism, and there will be a degree of tissue resistance to glucocorticoids. Based on that, now we need to find some indications where we actually use steroids. So, of course, as I said, that concept is a hypothesis or a theoretical concept. We need some solid evidence. Of course, we don't use steroid in any patient that I admit in intensive care. So going by the evidence, these are the broad indications of steroid in a critically unwell patient. We'll try to find out the evidences behind them. Starting with septic shock. So this has been a very long debate. So the risks and benefits of steroid in a patient with septic shock has been discussed in decades after decades, okay? So then we got a relatively strong, solid guideline from Surviving Sepsis campaign in 2016. They recommended you use fluid resuscitation, you use vasopressor, try to achieve hemodynamic stability. If you didn't achieve hemodynamic stability after using adequate fluid and adequate vasopressor, you use a steroid. And what do you use? You use 50 milligram of hydrocortisone IV every 6 hours. And then you taper it off once you think you don't need vasopressors anymore. Then, in 2018, within 2 years, the results of big adrenal trial came up. So this is a massive trial, the largest RCT till date, which examined the effect of steroid in septic shock under mechanical ventilation. They used hydrocortisone 200 milligram every 24 hours as an infusion in one arm and placebo in other arm. And they then found no difference in mortality at 90 days. However, they did find the recovery from shock and the weaning from mechanical ventilation was faster. So even that's a good benefit, and we are using steroid in septic shock. Anyone who doesn't know this great man? He is one of the greatest presidents in the history of United States of America, who has made America great again. So he initially thought hydroxychloroquine works like a magic in COVID-19. However, after he got it himself, now he has changed his mind, and now he thinks steroid works. So I have been fortunate to be somehow involved in this prestigious trial, recovery trial under University of Oxford. And what they have examined is, they have examined dexamethasone in one arm versus other sets of treatment and usual care in other arms. They randomized 2,104 patients in dexamethasone arm. They use 6 milligram once daily, either oral or IV, doesn't matter, over 10 days or until the patient is discharged from hospital. And they compared it with usual care alone. In that arm, they had 4,000 321 patients. And the results were fascinating. You can see dexamethasone reduced death by 1/3 of ventilated patients and 1/5 of patients who are not on ventilation but requiring oxygen therapy. So this is massively significant data from a statistical point of view, okay? And then if you want to look at the graphs, you can clearly see this black line is for usual care alone, and this red line is for dexamethasone, and we are comparing mortality. Clearly, dexamethasone gives you less mortality. This is even more evident in the subgroup analysis when you put it in the context of patients under mechanical ventilation. So the line for dexamethasone is way below the line for usual care as far as mortality is concerned. This is still very relevant for patient on any sort of oxygen therapy without mechanical ventilation. However, if your patient is not on any supplemental oxygen therapy, you can see the death rate of dexamethasone group is slightly above the usual care group. That's interesting. And then we got a meta-analysis even. So this meta-analysis is published in JAMA already. So you can see the odds ratio and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they extracted data from 7 RCTs and put them together as a meta-analysis. You can see all the results are on the left side of odds ratio 1. All of these favor steroid, and look at the resultant diamond. Look at the shape and position of the resultant diamond. It's obvious that steroids work. Doesn't matter you use dexamethasone, doesn't matter you use methylprednisolone. As long as you use a steroid in COVID-19, that works. The other indications we'll very quickly go through. So this is from British Thoracic Society guidelines. If you have a acute exacerbation of asthma, you use prednisolone 40 to 50 milligram once a day, or hydrocortisone 100 milligram IV 6 hourly for at least 5 days. If you have an acute exertion of COPD, you use prednisolone 30 milligram once a day over 7 to 14 days. This is by NICE guideline. This is interesting, ICSOL. So if you have a cerebral edema around a mass lesion or a brain abscess, so any sort of ICSOL, and use steroid, it works. For example, in neoplastic disorder, so the edema around a tumor, you use dexamethasone 16 milligram per day, and that works. However, this will not quite be the case in head injury, which we will see later. In bacterial meningitis, I should have said pneumococcal meningitis here. So if you have dexamethasone 10 milligram IV 6 hourly started immediately before or along with antibiotics, that will give you benefit. This is from UK Joint Specialist Society's guideline. So if you start it, you continue it for 4 days if suspected or proven pneumococcal meningitis. However, if you find the culprit organism is something other than Streptococcus, you better discontinue the steroid that you started. There is not enough evidence for meningitis caused by other organisms. Airway edema, this is again very obvious. So if you have repeated airway instrumentation or prolonged intubation, you'll have airway edema. And going by American Thoracic Society guidelines, you use a steroid. For example, methylprednisolone 40 milligram 4 hours before extubation, particularly in that group that has failed the leak test. That will reduce your chance of post-extubation stridor or chance of re-intubation. In anaphylaxis, again, very obvious, going by Resuscitation Council of United Kingdom and Association of Anaesthetists of Great Britain, Ireland guidelines, you use hydrocortisone 200 milligram as soon as you have given some adrenaline and started some fluid resuscitation. So of course, adrenaline and fluid resuscitation is more important, but hydrocortisone is still very important. That will shorten the protected course of anaphylaxis and will prevent the so-called biphasic reaction. In Addisonian crisis, this doesn't need, of course, any guideline. However, we are going by the Society of Endocrinology guidelines here. So if you have Addisonian crisis, what you don't have? You don't have steroid. So you have to give it. This is a life-threatening condition. So you know that Addisonian crisis can happen because of failure of any part of HP axis. It can be primary or secondary. So as soon as you suspect it's Addisonian crisis, you give hydrocortisone 100 milligram IV immediately, followed by 200 milligram per day. Pretty much same with mixed edema coma. So it can again be primary or secondary. Whatever the cause is, as part of resuscitation, you give at least 100 milligram of hydrocortisone. In organ donor optimization, going by the National Health Service blood and transplant guidelines, you give a dose of methylprednisolone, 15 milligram per kg body weight, maximum 1 gram, to the donor, of course not to the recipient. So it forms a part of your optimization bundle. So what it does is it tackles the massive inflammatory response to brainstem death, and that inflammatory storm will actually jeopardize the quality and viability of your donor organs. So if you give steroid, you will be able to control that cytokine storm. Now, there are a few conditions where steroids are not indicated, starting with ARDS. So here we're not talking about the ARDS caused by COVID-19. If it is COVID-19 pneumonitis, with or without ARDS, if your patient is on any form of oxygen therapy, you give steroid. There is no doubt about it now. However, in conventional ARDS, this is still very controversial. So unless your patient is on concomitant septic shock, there is not any robust evidence that steroid helps. In community-acquired pneumonia, pretty much the same. There is inadequate evidence unless, again, your patient is in septic shock. If it is in septic shock, then you treat it as septic shock. But only for community-acquired pneumonia, steroids are not indicated. In GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome, so until 2016, I believe in many parts of the world, we have been using steroid in GBS. But now, since the Cochrane review was published in 2016, we know that steroid neither shorten your recovery time nor has any effect on long-term outcome. So steroids are not indicated. Now, there are a few conditions where steroids will do more harm than good. Okay, so it's clear contraindication, like acute spinal cord injury. So National Institute of Clinical Excellence explicitly says not to give methylprednisolone in patients with acute spinal cord injury. You will do more harm than good if you do it. In traumatic brain injury, it's even more obvious, going by the corticosteroid randomization after significant head injury trial. So this is not any recent trial, this is about 15 years old now. So they actually had to stop their trial after they did an interim analysis, and what they found was shocking. So it increased both 2 weeks and 6 months mortality if you use steroid after a traumatic brain injury. Remember, you used steroid pretty comfortably in patients with cerebral edema due to brain tumor. So if you use it in cerebral edema secondary to traumatic brain injury, you will do more harm than you do good to your patient. And finally, before you use any steroid in any critically ill patient, you remember the adverse effects. You will have horrendous blood sugar control, hyperglycemia, and then mixed with hypoglycemia, hyponatremia and fluid retention, immunosuppression. You will have psychiatric side effects and ICU acquired witness. And that brings us to the end of the discussion. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now I am requesting our next speaker, Mr. Mohan Gujar from India. He will speak on use of albumin in critically ill patient. Hello.
Mohan, you have to unmute yourself, I think. Mohan, please unmute yourself. You are not audible.
Mohan, we can't hear you.
Mohan Gujar, we are seeing your screen. Are you ready to start?
First, Mohan, unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Yet not audible.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it okay now?
Yes, now it is fine.
Yes, but be louder.
Please bring the speaker closer to you.
Yes, sir. Is it okay right now?
Still low. The volume is low.
Hello. Yes.
Can you open
Hello,
your
Dr.
mic?
Mohan Gujar.
Yes.
Can you please close your microphone to your mouth because we are not listening you.
So now I am audible?
Yeah. Fine.
Okay. Thank you all the organizers and as well as good evening to all. It's quite late running the sessions. So I will try to finish within a 15 minutes. So as most of us using the albumin in critically ill patients, so we will go through what are the evidences available in the literature. Slide next. Next slide. So in this content, we will go briefly about the function and two landmark studies, like both are, one is the SAFE and the second is albios. Then briefly summarize the evidence-based use of albumin in the ICU patients. In the last, we will highlight the future and ongoing important trials in this field. I have nothing to declare related to this talk. The importance of albumin has been identified almost 150 years back as an important molecule, not only the human but in the animals, which has been found that time in the blood as well as in the other body fluids. In 1934, it was extracted from the plasma, and in 1940s onward, it is available for clinical use. It is a single polypeptide chain, 585 amino acids, single sequence. It is a heart-shaped, having the molecular weight about 66 kilodalton, slightly negatively charged, as well having subdomain and subdomain. In average human, there are 300 gram of albumin we have, and it is exclusively produced by the liver on an average 9 to 14 gram per day. The same amount has been undergo degradation by different organs, including muscle, liver, GI tract, and kidney. Out of 300 gram of albumin, what we have in our body, 120 gram available in the plasma. So it makes a average concentration of 40 gram per liter or 4 gram per deciliter, while 180 grams totally available in the interstitial fluid. So it makes the concentration 18 gram per liter or 1.8 gram per deciliter.
commercially available concentration of albumins are different. If it is available as a 5%, it is a iso-oncotic. If it is less concentrated, then it becomes the hypo-oncotic. While the also 20 and 25%, which has act as a hyper-oncotic. Iso-oncotic commercially available albumin is a capacity to expand the same amount what we give to the patients. While if we use the hyperoncotic, it has a capacity to expand the volume 2 to 4 times. The molecule has a half-life about 2 to 3 weeks, but in fact, the circulatory half-life, it is less than 1 day. Facts we know about the albumin, it has a various role. It's available as a binding or transport of the various endogenous molecules, including the bilirubin, fatty acids, as well as important for the carriage of the drugs, including NSAIDs, warfarin, antimicrobials, furosemide. While among the function, the important function is to maintain the oncotic pressure in the circulatory system. And non-oncotic, the functions are important: antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulation, coagulation permeability, and to maintain homeostasis. We also know that low albumin, when it is present in any patients, it lead to the poor outcome. There are the various information literature is available. While it may be either in the ICU patients or any medical patients. Not in that, even in the traumatic patients also, as well as the surgical patients also. So should we give the albumin? So clinician has started to give the albumin in these patients who are having the low albumin level. But 22 years ago, there was a warning letter from the FDA US to all the doctors regarding albumin use in the seriously ill patients. It was based on the meta-analysis in the BMJ, where the author concluded that we consider that the use of human albumin solution in critically ill patients should be urgently reviewed. In this meta-analysis, they had found that if you give the albumin in cases of the patient having hypovolemia or group of patients having the burn patients or hypoalbuminemia per se, there is a more chances of the mortality. The trend is more. So that was a warning from the FDA. So it remains uncertain at that point of time. It is low albumin and versus poor outcome means it was a cause-effective relationship or it is a simply marker of the serious disease. Then afterward, in the critically ill patient, there was a very important trial scheme named as a SAFE Study Investigator, published in 2004, where the comparison of albumin was done with saline for fluid resuscitation in the ICU patient. Their question was whether choice of resuscitation fluid, either 4% albumin or saline, have an effect on mortality in a heterogeneous population of patients in the ICU. So this was about 20 months duration of the study done in 16 academic hospitals across Australia and New Zealand. The patients were eligible to participate and randomized when clinician feel the patient in the ICU require the fluid resuscitation. For this trial, 7,000 participants were randomized in 2 groups, with primary outcome was that death from any cause within 28 days after randomization. See the figure on the left side, the probability of survival, it does not have a different in the both group. And predefined subgroup analysis also, patients having the ARDS or severe sepsis also, there was no difference while if you give albumin as a resuscitation or saline as a resuscitation. But surprisingly, very important finding among the subgroup of patients having the trauma, where albumin was more harmful. But what the critics says, though this study say there is no difference, give the resuscitation fluid as a crystalloid saline instead of the albumin. But the other few have a doubt about because there was no separate analysis. Patients having severe hypovolemia, severe hypoalbuminemia, or cost analysis, which was not done in this study. After the 10 years of the SAFE trial, another important trial published in the NEGM, it was in the ICU patients using the albumin replacement in the patients having severe sepsis or septic shock, albios trial. Their questions was whether albumin administration to maintain serum albumin concentration more than 3 gram per deciliter have effect on mortality in patients with severe sepsis. It was conducted over 3.5 years across 100 ICUs in the Italy. 1,800 participants were randomized either in albumin or crystalloid alone group. So in the albumin with crystalloid group, on the day 1, 300 ml of 20% albumin was given. After that, it was administered to maintain serum albumin level keeping above the 3 gram per deciliter. Their primary outcome was death from any cause at 28 days after randomization. See their results. Left side, top figure, where the group who had received the albumin, their values were maintained, median values were maintained about the 3, while who did not receive the albumin, their mean value of albumin was lower side. If you see the top, left side, bottom figure, it is about the fluid balance. The group which received the albumin, there has a significant low fluid positive side fluid balance in the albumin group. While looking for the primary outcome, right side, possibility of survival, Kaplan-Meier graph, see there is some trend, the possibility of survival is slightly more in the albumin in comparison to crystalloid, but it was not statistically significant. So as in the last slide, the figure shows the primary outcome did not differ in the both group. The secondary outcome also they had looked for 90 days mortality or new organ failure, either none or any number of or new organ failure, need of renal replacement therapy, or duration of mechanical ventilation. All these secondary outcomes were also not significant in the both group. Means if you want to just treat the value of albumin keeping above the 3 gram, did not make a difference in the ICU who are having the sepsis or septic shock. Coming to another important some cohort of the group, patients coming in your ICU, it is a liver disease patients having the cirrhosis because they have a low albumin level. So where the albumin can be used in this group of the patients, there are the well evidence-based recommendations from the societies, few conditions where albumin is indicated, like the paracentesis. If you are going to drain out large paracentesis around more than 5 liter at a time, then to prevent the post-paracentesis circulatory dysfunction, consider to give 8 gram for each liter of ascites removed. While in case of the spontaneous bacterial peritonitis, to prevent the renal failure, give on the day 1 1.5 gram per kg of albumin, then on day 3 1 gram per kg along with the of course antibiotic. For hepatorenal syndrome, it is being used for both diagnosis as well as the treatment. In the case of the diagnosis, of course, first you have to stop the diuretics, then give 1 gram per kg per day for at least 2 days of albumin. If there is an improvement, then there is a HRS. In treatment, HRS type 1, consider to give the day 1 gram per kg, then daily 20 to 40 gram along with the vasoconstrictor. There are not enough evidence in other conditions related to the cirrhotic patients, including hepatic encephalopathy, simple ascites, bacterial infection other than the spontaneous bacterial peritonitis. So if I summarize the use of albumin in the present era, in general ICU patients, including having the sepsis, as a resuscitation, no benefit. In patients with the severe sepsis or septic shock, and as a replacement to maintain just simple the value of albumin more than 3, no benefit. In the ARDS, also no benefit in terms of the mortality, but yes, there are the many studies and some meta-analysis suggesting that improvement in the oxygen happen when you use less volume by using the albumin. Absolutely no, the evidence against to use in the cases of traumatic brain injury as resuscitation, while in the cirrhotic patient, you have to consider give in cases of large paracentesis, spontaneous bacterial peritonitis, and in case of type 1 hepatorenal syndrome. Few important ongoing trials taken from the clinicaltrial.government websites. Now, investigators are looking the use of albumin in specific group of patients, including like a septic shock, or comparing it with the balanced fluid in case of the septic shock. They are looking the duration of the vasopressors also, and like in cases of hepatic encephalopathy or patient having cirrhotic with sepsis-induced hypotension. So they are looking a special group of the patient where it might be useful. So these trials are ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gujar Mohan, for your nice presentation. And
Fajul bhai, we can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Fajul bhai, moderator.
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Yes, this time. Yes, now I am. Okay. Hello.
Yes, we can hear now.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now I am requesting our honorable chair of this session, Professor Khalilur Rahman sir, to comment on presentation. Khalil sir, are you here? Are you listening to me? Okay. Professor Dr. Naveen Malhotra. Professor Dr. Naveen Malhotra, are you listening to me?
Naveen Malhotra already left for another meeting, but Khalilur Rahman sir is here. Khalilur Rahman sir is here. Sir, please unmute, sir. I think Maqsudul Alam sir is here.
Maqsudul Alam sir.
You can go to Maqsudul Alam sir.
Okay, there is a.
I don't know where is Khalilur Rahman and
there is a few
Naveen
questions
Malhotra?
about their presentation. The first presentation about on new innovation of automatic resuscitator from Ravindra Raj Bista, Nepal. There is a one question from attendee. Why high flow nasal cannula is better option when it generates PEEP passively in flow dependent patient? Ravindra Raj Bista.
Yes, sir.
Ravindra Raj Bista, are you here?
I'm here.
Did you get the question?
The question is why high flow nasal cannula is better option when it generates PEEP passively. Positive band expiratory pressure generation passively in flow dependent patient.
What happens is like it depends upon the stage of COVID-19. Okay, when the patient doesn't fall in a case of invasive ventilation, requirement of oxygen flow is very high. So in a case like moderate to severe case, flow is very high. So high flow nasal cannula will be better than mechanical ventilation in that stage.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ravindra Raj Bista. Another question for Dr. Mohammad Abdul Rahman. Why steroid is contraindicated in TBI, management of TBI?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. It's a very good question. So as we said in the discussion that
Mohammad Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Great, amazing. So what we discussed in the main talk was, so you presume that there will be a significant degree.
Thank you.
Shall I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. There will be you will presume there will be a degree of.
Please continue.
There will be a degree of cerebral edema in head injury patients, so you need steroid. That's our general assumption. But what's the evidence behind it? Okay, you have to have some evidence before you do any sort of intervention. So they did a massive trial called corticosteroid randomization after significant head injury back in 2005. That was a massive RCT. So they recruited 10,000 patients, okay, with head injury admitted with a GCS of 14 or less. And then they gave methylprednisolone as an infusion over 48 hours. And they studied it against placebo. Then they analyzed their results. And what they found was really fascinating. They saw steroid group had significantly higher mortality after 2 weeks and after 2 months down the line. So when they were analyzing their data in the interim period and found that shocking finding, they had to stop their study and they had to reach a conclusion that steroid after traumatic head injury is unhelpful. So there is no evidence that it helps, but there is a strong evidence that it harms. So you don't use steroid after traumatic head injury. Hope that answers the question.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rahman, for your answer. Our chair, I am seeing here, our chair, ABM Maqsudul Alam sir, and also Khalil sir. Would you please say something about
whether
the presentation?
is there or not?
Khalil sir. Sir, unmute yourself.
Yeah,
sir.
my only comment regarding the first paper, what Dr. Bista talked about the innovation of different equipments needing for critical care. I was so glad and surprised to find out that Nepal has a national innovation center, or these things are being innovated. So the government has done something amazing job. In Bangladesh, we haven't, and we do not envisage that this type of organization patronized by government will ever come up. This might be an eye-opener for our medical field to start to think about this sort of innovation centers to innovate things and to let our scientists and etc. to work on these things. Over here, during the initial period of COVID-19 attack, our local manufacturers who mainly builds television and other sort of things, Walton, phone, mobile phone, they tried to build some ventilators. Well, this is a good try, but they couldn't come up to our clinical satisfaction. But even then, if this sort of endeavor goes on, one day we will be able to manufacture our own goods. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your commentary. Now I am requesting Professor Dr. ABM Maksudul Alam, sir.
Thank you very much. I really impressed by the delivery of the all speaker. Everything was excellent. I will go with Professor Khalilur Rahman. The way he said, I like the idea of Navindra Raj Bista because we need to have innovation with our resource country and customized to our needs and resources. That was really inspiring. And the lecture provided by Abdul Rahman, that makes me more impressive too, because he has shown there is a 1/3 of improved outcome when the patient is in mechanical ventilator, and those who require oxygen, they have a better outcome too. This really evidence says. I had an impression the COVID with immunosuppressive patients who are suffering from diabetes or with other comorbidities, if we use steroid, that really increases their morbidity as well as mortality. But the meta-analysis which he shown in COVID, the steroid work, that's also impressive. Thanks to all speakers, and really we are benefited. I'm sure all the participants, they are also benefited. And with these few words, I thank all the speakers, including the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your. Thank you for thanking all the speakers for their nice presentation, and I thank to our respected chairman. Now I transfer to Secretary General to Kausar Shodhar for the next session.
Okay, someone, I think Anirban is already started his sharing screen. Can you stop your sharing screen, Anirban, please? Can you stop the screen sharing? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So thanks a lot, all the chairpersons of our second session. It was a brilliant session conducted by AKM Faizul Haq. All the presenters, thanks a lot to come and join us. Dr. Navindra Raj Bista from Nepal. He is also the General Secretary of Society of Anesthesiologists, Nepal. And he has a good work in this COVID pandemic situation in Nepal. Next speaker, Venkat Raman Kola. He is the Clinical Director, Critical Care Medicine, Yashoda Hospital, Hyderabad. And he's the Joint Organizing Secretary of the CARE-2020 and General Secretary of the ISCCM Hyderabad chapter. So thank you, Venkat, to join us. Next, Dr. Shin Yai NG from
Singapore. He's a brilliant champ, head of the department, senior consultant anesthesiologist and intensivist at the Department of Surgical Intensive Care, Singapore General Hospital. He is concurrently co-chairman of the campus ICU committee. He is a member of the Singapore Subspecialty Training Committee, as well as examiner for the Masters of Medicine Anesthesiology and the exit examination for the intensive care medicine. Thanks, Dr. Shin, Angie, for your joining. We enjoyed your lecture. Dr. Muhammad Abdul Rahman is our Bangladeshi people. He now in UK as a specialty doctor, anesthetics and intensive care, GMC associated in UK. Thank you, Abdul Rahman, for joining us.
Thank you.
Last one was Mohan Gujar. He is the additional professor and departmental critical care medicine. He is from Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Science. And he has a good number of papers he has published, about 130 papers he has already published. He edited about few books and few chapters in different books also. And very importantly, a medical device innovation in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. He is the important personnel for that one. So thank you very much, all speakers. Hopefully, we'll meet you again in another occasion. So we are moving to our next session. Next session, it will be moderated by Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan is here.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Mehdi Hassan, he will conduct the whole session. The chairman will be the Professor Gautam Ratna Bajracharya. He is a very senior anesthesiologist and Chief Department of Anesthesiology, Nepal Medical College, and past president of SAP Association of Critical Care Medicine, founder secretary of Society of Anesthesiologists Nepal, and past president of Society of Anesthesiologists Nepal, founder member of the SARC Association of Anesthesiologists, a lot of things. And next chairman is our pride, our mother figure, Professor Fakrunnisa Madam, senior anesthesiologist and intensivist. She is the ex-professor of anesthesia and analgesia and ICU Bangabandhu Medical University. Professor U.S. Sarah Khatun Madam, next chairman, ex-head of the Department Anesthesia, Analgesia, ICU and Palliative Care, Dhaka Medical College. She is the past president of BSA, president Bangladesh Society of Critical Care Medicine, and chair of Faculty of Anesthesia, BCPS. I think all chairs are here. So, okay, continue, please. I'm handovering my phone to Dr. Mehdi. Please continue, Mehdi.
Thank you, sir. I think we have a great two session. This is our third session, and it will be first presented by the Dr. Anirban Om Chaudhary about refractory hypoxia in ERDS. It is an extremely complex condition with a high mortality morbidity rate. This clinical situation represents an advanced process encompassed within ERDS. The management of ERDS secondary to novel coronavirus proves to be challenging and controversial. May I request Dr. Anirban Om Chaudhary from India to present his slides.
Thank you, Dr. Mehdi Hassan. At the very onset, I wish to thank Janab Kausar Sardar and the entire team of Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiology. First of all, to make such an endeavor at this point of time. I know how difficult it is to organize such a big conference at this point of time with limited workforce. And secondly, also for giving me an opportunity to present my views on this subject. And I also bring to all the panelists my festive greetings from India and from Delhi and my institute, GB Pant Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research. For us, it is now the celebration time because Navratri has started and Durga Puja is ensuing. And although this is slightly dampened by the COVID, but still we hope to see brighter days ahead. So without elaborating further, I go straight to the subject of my presentation, that is refractory hypoxemia in ARDS. Now, to encroach upon the problems, challenges, and opportunities, I will use this case vignette to start with. I have a 45-year-old male who has come to me with fever, cough with expectoration, and breathing difficulty, which is increasing over 3 to 4 days. On examination, he appears to be stable with mild tachypnea and mild tachycardia. Otherwise, the blood pressure is normal. The patient is febrile. The chest has diminished bilateral vesicular breath sounds with forced crepitations on both sides, although other systems are normal. And when I examine this patient in the emergency, I find that his saturation SpO2 is 70% on room air, and his AVG is revealing a mixed picture of respiratory and metabolic acidosis. And when I see the X-ray, it is not wrong on my part to presume that I am dealing with a case of community-acquired pneumonia who has gone into ARDS. Now, supposing if I match the findings with the Berlin definition, and we see that this patient who has come with a PO2 of 45 on room air, so he still has a PF ratio of more than 200. And so I can say that this is a patient of probable community-acquired pneumonia with mild ARDS. Now, as a rule, when any such patient has come in, so we start with antibiotics, fluids, and other medications. And as in this case, probably it would be prudent enough to either HFNC or non-invasive ventilation and wait for improvement. After a certain period of time, if there is no improvement, then we decide to move on to invasive ventilation. And our aim is to see that the gas exchange is adequate, which we monitor by looking at the parameters, pH, SpO2, and CO2. We have to also to avoid excessive lung stress, and thereby we use the low tidal volume and limit the plateau and driving pressures, minimize atelectasis, and also to maintain the optimum inspiratory effort, because in order to prevent the patient ventilator asynchrony. Now, all of this comes under the broad umbrella of the term which we used as lung protective ventilation. Because whenever we ventilate such a patient, we always know the fallouts of invasive mechanical ventilation. And we know that if we look into this pressure volume loop, that in the upper areas, if we ventilate the patient, then the patient will be at a risk of volume trauma and barotrauma. If we ventilate the patient at the lower zone, at the zone of de-recruitment and atelectasis, the patient would be at the risk of atelic trauma. Although biotrauma, we can't do much with it. It is similar because it is the release of inflammatory mediators. So we have to find out the way to ventilate this patient in a safe window so that the ventilator-induced lung injury is minimal, or the chance of ventilator-induced lung injury is minimal. And that's why we choose the lung protective ventilation. Now we go back to this case. We use a lung protective ventilation using 6 ml per kg. We give some 10 millimeter of PEEP. We try to limit the plateau pressure to below 30. But after 3 hours, we observe that the saturation is not improving. It has mildly improved from 70 to that has gone down to 80. There is mild correction of bicarb but still it is not corrected, but still the PO2 is less. And most importantly, the plateau pressure is exceeding the limit. It is exceeding 30. So we decide to change the mode. We go on to PRVC mode now. We try to limit the inspiratory pressure, which will be able to deliver the tidal volume, say at 5 ml per kg, and we check that it is the 10 centimeter, and we increase the rate, we increase the PEEP, and again, we'll try to set the limit of plateau to less than 30. But again, after 3 hours, we see that this time the saturation has indeed fallen, the acidosis has worsened, and the PO2 is the same. So, and also the plateau pressure is exceeding 30. So now can we say that our patient is in refractory hypoxemia? There is no official definition though, but there is some expert opinions on the refractory hypoxemia, and this has been used most often in the various studies which have looked upon this phenomenon and used different gadgets to see the effect of such gadgets on the condition. So either a PO2 of less than 60 millimeter mercury or a PF of less than 100, in either of the two, with a FiO2 of 0.8 to 1, with a PEEP greater than 15 and a plateau exceeding 30, despite being on LPP. Now our patient, we have been giving him a PEEP of 16 centimeter, and the PF ratio and PO2 we have already checked. It is persisting for 1 hour. So in most, we can say that our patient is a case of refractory hypoxemia. Of course, we have to rule out the reversible causes before doing that. Now, once we know that we are dealing with a patient who is refractory to lung ventilation, we have a series of options which we can use one after another in varying order of importance depending upon their availability and our ease and our expertise in them. Here, the green zone represents the mild ARDS, the yellow represents the moderate ARDS, the red represents the severe form of ARDS. So as we move up this ladder, we have to understand that the next important strategy would be to recruit the collapsed alveoli and then to keep open the alveoli which we have opened. So this is what we know as the open lung strategy. And in order to do that, we have to check that what is the amount of recruitable lung, what is the amount of alveoli that which can be opened and be kept open. And that is what we find out by doing some maneuver, which is known as the recruitment maneuver. There are various ways of doing this recruitment maneuver. The one which we commonly employ is 40 by 40. We give a CPAP of 40 centimeter of water for 40 seconds and check the improvement. And when we see that the lung is recruitable, we apply high PEEP to keep them open. So by recruitment, we cause a transient increase in the transpulmonary pressure, and then by apply PEEP, we re-aerate those collapsed lung and keep them available for gaseous exchange. Now, what you have to know is that if the lung is non-recruitable, then by doing this recruitment maneuver, the PEEP will rise steeply above, and there will be alveolar instability because of the strain, and therefore this patient will see all the adverse effects. Therefore, one has to be particularly careful. There are certain uncertainties which exist with these maneuvers because most of the studies of recruitment maneuvers have seen the physiological outcomes and not the clinical outcomes. So no survival benefit or an increase in the length or a decrease in the length of stay in the ICU has been reported. And even when the physiological benefit has been found, that improvement in oxygenation has been utterly short-lived. It has also resulted in certain undesirable effects with varying severity in various patients, including hemodynamic stability, PV asynchrony. And we also know that it is best applied when the patient is hemodynamically stable, with adequately sedated, and a recruiting pressure is less than 50 centimeter during the maneuver. So after having seen the recruitability, if we apply a PEEP, we can see this meta-analysis. There are various studies which have compared high and low PEEP. We won't go into the details, but this meta-analysis, which was conducted from 9 RCTs in 3612 patients, is found that the patients who responded to increased PEEP by improved oxygenation, that is, those who had a physiological improvement, in those patients, maintenance of high PEEP and thereby an effort to keep the alveoli open could result in lower hospital mortality, lower ICU mortality, and 28-day mortality without increasing the risk of clinically objective barotrauma. So this is one of the good findings. But in order to fulfill all those findings, this is a very important and a very nice Gattinoni paper, which tried to identify the optimal PEEP during the expiratory phase, because going too high on PEEP may be deleterious, being too low on PEEP may be suboptimal. And Gattinoni replies the different recruitments based on imaging with either CT or electrical impedance tomography or USG or mechanically driven gas exchange, how optimal PEEP identification can help set the right PEEP and also help in keeping the alveoli adequately open without causing any adverse effect. The next important step is to, in such patient, to use the neuromuscular blocking agents. Now, this is the Papazian trial. We are all aware of it, published in 2010. And in this study, it was shown that the patients who were paralyzed with cis-atracurium for 48 hours in early severe ARDS had a better survival in 90 days, and they had increased ventilator-free days. But quite contrarily, if you see this is the Rose trial, which was published in 2019, only last year, which found that in moderate to severe ARDS patients who were treated with a strategy of high PEEP, in those patients, if whether we use early and continuous cis-atracurium infusion or we don't, there is no difference in mortality at 90 days. So we have to take this with a pinch of salt, but in all probability, whatever evidences we have, we know that neuromuscular blocking agents need judicious use, primarily because they interfere with neurological assessment. They are also associated with critical illness, polyneuropathy, and PTSD. And probably it is good to limit their usage to the shortest possible time. The next is about the role of steroids in ARDS. I know that my good friend Mohammed has already spoke to you about the use of steroids in critical care, and he has outrightly negated. So here I have a slight difference with his views, because this is the recommendation, joint recommendation of the SCCM and the ESICM in 2017 on the role of methyl. This is within the guideline, about the role of methylprednisolone treatment in early ARDS and late unresolving ARDS, where the PF ratio is less than 200 with a PEEP of 5, and they have found that it is useful, and that is why they have incorporated it in the guideline, which was published in 2017. Then I would also point out, this is a recently published in 2020 in Lancet about the dexamethasone is in a treatment. This is the DEXA-RDS trial, which has shown that dexamethasone both accelerated liberation from ventilation and reduced mortality. And because it is a pure glucocorticoid with no mineralocorticoid activity, it would be probably a cleaner anti-inflammatory agent than most steroids. The most important aspect of refractory hypoxemia, which has generated worldwide practice, which has even changed our practice pattern, is the prone positioning. And if you look into this meta-analysis in 2010, this prone positioning has been being tried for such a long time, but most of those studies did not find any benefit. As you can see here, the box plot is curving, shifting to the left during the early phase, because most of these trials had design problems. They had problems of early termination. But according to my view is that, but those days, people were not accustomed to using prone, or they did not have enough of experience in prone position. Once they had that experience and expertise, this ProSeva trial came out, which was published, and such a brilliant trial, one of the Gallup results, which showed a 16% mortality, 28-day mortality reduction in patients with in severe ARDS who were prone early, who had a PF ratio of less than 150 within a period of 36 hours, and if they had to be prone with 16 hours per day. So this is one of the game-changing trials which affected with the care of the patients, where at no cost. Only problem is that we need a good manpower to make the patient prone, particularly if the patient is heavy, and you have to be careful to see that the lines are not desecured or there is no accident while making the patient prone. So we are adopting newer methods. Probably we are using some methods from the field situation. Log roll method was used in the field to make a patient prone in the rugby team. And also we have some newer devices which can facilitate prone positioning and provide continuous rotation if desired. I have not used them, but those who have used them are reporting happy, their nice experiences with such devices. But before proning, making a patient prone, one has to be careful about the contraindications, both absolute and relative, particularly with regard to the spiral instability, shock, pregnancy, etc. And also be aware of the potential complications that these patients are subject to if left uncared for in prone position for a considerable time. Now, two different aspects of ventilatory devices. One is the airway pressure release ventilation, and HFOV have been reported to be benefit with varying reports. And I have no personal experience with APRV. I have experience with HFOV. And in HFOB, in ARDS, also, if we see those two mega trials, the OSCILLATE and the OSCAR, their results were disputed. And also we can see that the take home could be that even HFOB increases mortality for most patients with ARDS, but may improve survival among patients with severe hypoxemia on conventional mechanical ventilation. And if you see this curve, you see that as we move towards the left, when the PF ratio becomes less than 100, less than 50, the blue and the purple lines, they become closer, comes down the green line. Green line is 1. That is, or their benefit becomes less than 1. That is, they become, so all their benefit is probably in severely hypoxemic patients and not much in moderate or mild patients. So this has been also reported in pediatric patients, because here also the HFOB has been associated with the increased 28-day mortality. Any role about inhaled pulmonary vasodilators? We know that these pulmonary vasodilators are used to localize the drug parenchyma capable of ventilation and thereby improving the V2 mismatch. And two options are available. One is the inhaled nitric oxide, another is the prostacyclins. Now, inhaled nitric oxide has a short half-life, so the systemic side effects are less, but it is costly, gets rapidly inactivated by the hemoglobin. It requires a special equipment and can result in net hemoglobin. Also, there is increased risk of renal failure, and there can be rebound pulmonary hypertension if it is withdrawn too quickly. However, a good thing to note is that when compared head-to-head, they show similar results. So one can opt for prostacyclin, which comes at a lesser cost. The last resort in severe ARDS is, of course, ECMO, and the various centers have various experiences with this ECMO. In my center, we don't have an ECMO, so I don't have any personal experience. Also, although I have attained attended certain ECMO sessions in different centers, although there is some dispute between when to start ECMO, because in the earlier it was said that when the PF ratio is less than 80, FiO2 is more than 90%, with an FiO2 of more than 90%, and the lung injury score is 3 to 4. But later on, with both CSER and the EOLIA trials, we find that if we use ECMO in the later stages, probably the chances of getting the possible benefits would be even reduced. And both CSER and EOLIA did not show any survival benefit with ECMO, but it helped us to address the issue by providing an option for creating ECMO centers, or centers which can cater to referred patients. And therefore, in such centers, if we subject a patient of severe ARDS to early ECMO, then probably in near future we can get positive results, because by ECMO both the tidal volume and P-flat can be substantially reduced, which will provide time for recovery to the injured lungs. And especially in young adults with single organ failure due to a reversible lung pathology, there are innumerable anecdotes and report of cases of good recovery with ECMO. We have the option of ACOR also available now, which is sorry, a variant of conventional ECMO, where the native heart itself acts as a circuit pump and eliminates, but this ACOR cannot fully support the oxygenation. So whereas it may be useful in states of high PCO2, its support in patients with too low PO2 is, of course, doubted. In our institute, if we look into our experience during the preceding 5 years, we have had mild to moderate, majority of the patients had been mild to moderate ARDS. We had some severe ARDS patients. We did use rescue therapies in patients with moderate and severe ARDS, except ECMO, which we don't have. And our mortality, of course, this is not an ARDS mortality, it is all-cause mortality, was similar in both mild and moderate ARDS, but was higher in severe ARDS. So to conclude, whenever we are faced with the challenge of ARDS, we should start with lung protective ventilation using the ARDSNet protocol. Once we know that your PF ratio is less than 150 with a PEP of 5 centimeter while on lung protective ventilation, we can start using neuromuscular blocking agents, wait for some time. If it is still not improving, we check for the PF ratio. If it is coming down, if it is less than 80 or less than 100 with an FiO2 of 1, we can go for the hemodynamic stability. We can go continue and start with sedation and proning if we don't have ECMO. If we have ECMO, we can initiate ECMO. or else we can consider the recruitment maneuvers with high PEEP, consider other ventilatory strategies, and inhale pulmonary constrictors. Thank you once again for your kind attention and for giving me this opportunity. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Dr. Animban, for a very nice presentation. Now I request Dr. Vikas Saini sir from India to present his slide for acute management of bleeding in ICU.
Thank you, Dr. Mehdi Hassan. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes,
is the screen visible? Okay.
No, your screen is not sharing right now.
Okay. Just a second, please. Is the screen visible now?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to the Bangladesh Society of Critical Care Medicine, and thank you to Dr. Kanwar for giving me this opportunity. While we are in COVID times, and most of the topics are regarding to COVID only. So I am presenting something which is very common in ICU, and we see bleeding patients sometimes in ICU. So let's go through what are the causes of bleeding and how do we go about it. So bleeding still holds a major cause of morbidity and mortality in ICU, and uncontrolled hemorrhage is one of the common causes of deaths in trauma patients and accounts for at least 60% of deaths in ICU as well. Mortality from intracerebral hemorrhage is also quite high. It's around 20 to 40%, and many of the survivors, they suffer with neurological impairment whenever there is intracranial bleed. Perioperative bleeding and people coming to perioperative after in the ICU is also common, and this also leads to increase in perioperative mortality. The bleeding mainly when we see a patient in trauma ICU, the major reasons for the bleeding are the major traumas and vascular injuries. However, thrombocytopenia is quite common in intensive care units. So that is a problem which occurs very commonly because of drug-related and many other things which can cause thrombocytopenia. Prolonged prothrombin time and APT accounts for 40 to 28% of the bleeding incidences in ICU. There are things like DIC where there can be decreased fibrinogen, which has an incidence of 30 to 38%. Hyperfibrinolysis also is not reported much, but that also is one of the reasons for bleeding. Major bleeding is because of the trauma and sepsis, and emergency postoperative cases, they have high incidence of bleeding as compared to the rest of the cases. So primarily, there are two mechanisms which can be involved whenever there is bleeding. Either it can be a primary hemostasis defect or a secondary hemostasis defect. Primary, I mean that it can be platelet or vascular disorder, or secondary with coagulation protein disorders. So there is loss of vascular integrity. Either it can be thrombocytopenia, so it can be something wrong with the clotting factors, or something hyperfibrinolysis can be occurring because of the DIC. So derangements of any of these can cause abnormal bleeding or coagulopathy. If you see this slide on the left-hand side, the hypothermia, severe acidosis, and hypocalcemia. These are very important. Whenever we see any case of bleeding, particularly in critically ill patients, these are the factors which are controllable, and these disrupt all kind of coagulation factors. So these are the factors which can be controlled. Sepsis, DIC, all these lead to deranged coagulation. Thrombocytopenia can be because of the consumptive thrombocytopenia in sepsis, and because of use of extracorporeal circuits like CRRT in intensive care unit, as well as ECMO. These all lead to thrombocytopenia and deranged coagulation. So these all are the things which lead to increased incidence of bleeding nowadays in intensive care units. There are major trauma or blood loss. This also can lead to increase in bleeding, and there can be inherited factors like hemophilia and so many deficiencies of factors. So we always have to go about diagnosing how to go about a patient who is bleeding in a who is critically ill and who is bleeding. So we can broadly divide it according to the investigations, whether the platelets are low and coagulation is normal, or platelets low with coagulation is abnormal, platelets are normal, coagulation abnormal, platelets low with fragmented red cells are present, or platelets are normal and coagulation is normal as well. This division helps us in identifying or making a diagnosis. Then only we can treat the patient. A medical history taking is very important, and physical examination is always vital in managing a patient who is bleeding in critical care unit. Many different conditions can produce similar laboratory abnormalities. So we should be aware of these conditions. Rash, purpura, fatigue always gives us some hint, because mostly this would occur in thrombocytopenia. The timing of bleeding is important when the patient is bleeding. If it is immediately after we are giving a extracorporeal circuit is being used, so we should be aware of that. Or we have changed some drug. For example, if we have started linezolid to a patient and the next day we see a drop in platelet count and some bleeding, so we should be aware of all these things. Whether the patient is using from a major blood vessel, whether there is a history of any extracorporeal circuit or anticoagulants, this all should be taken. End-stage liver disease or DIC, because management of all these conditions is different and prognosis is also very different. So we have to be aware of all these whenever we are working in a critical care unit. So this is a slide which I took from New England Journal of Medicine review article. So whenever there is bleeding, you should know whether the platelet count is normal, or is there any schistocyte or red cell fragments are present or not. So because these all will give you some hint towards the diagnosis. If the platelet count is low with normal results on coagulation screening, then it's primarily a thrombocytopenia. So we should try to work out a diagnosis of thrombocytopenia. If the schistocytes are present or fragmented cells, red cells are present, then that will give us a hint that it is probably a hemolytic uremic syndrome or thrombocytopenic purpura we are dealing with, because the treatment or management is totally different. If the platelet count is normal and primarily we see a prothrombin time being raised, or APT being raised, then we should also see whether the liver functions are drained or not, or is there a history of bleeding in the patient, is there any acquired hemophilia in the patient. So all these things should be taken properly in the history as well. Low platelet count with coagulation deficiency, or normal platelet count with with coagulation deficiency we should be aware of this. One of the most common cause of bleeding in ICU is the DIC. So in DIC, you can get all kind of picture. You can get a low platelet count with coagulation deficiency. So it's a very difficult to treat condition, and you can get a variety of pictures in DIC. It's an acquired syndrome which is characterized by intravascular activation of the coagulation, the loss of localization arising from various causes, and it typically originates in the microvasculature. And this DIC can lead to multi-organ dysfunction syndrome. And its scoring system has been developed by International Society of Thrombosis and Hemostasis, and they have you can go through this, and the DIC can be diagnosed by using the scoring system, and you usually present as hemorrhage, but it can also present in the form of microthrombi as well. So you should be aware of this, as well as 5 to 10% of the cases present like this, and the presentation depends on the cause and host defenses. Sepsis is the most common cause in critical care, but other causes like trauma and tissue injuries like fat embolism, brain injury, rhabdomyolysis, giant hemangiomas, obstetrical complications like abruptio placentae and amniotic fluid embolism, dead fetus syndrome. Immunological causes can also lead on to DIC, and drugs also, fibrinolytic agents, particularly when used. So these can be cause of DIC. Towards the north of India, we are now getting a lot of cases of envenomation like snake bite, and some of them do present with DIC, and liver diseases can also lead on to DIC. So all these cases we need to be aware of. Cancers should always be taken seriously, and miscellaneous causes like shock and respiratory distress syndrome, they can also be cause of DIC. It occurs due to simultaneously action of the 4 mechanisms, which is increased thrombin generation, suppressed physiological anticoagulant pathways, activation and subsequent impairment of fibrinolysis, and activation of the inflammatory pathways. So basically, sepsis lead to pro-inflammatory cytokine activation, and endothelial cell damage is there, and this all leads to fibrin deposition and insufficient removal by plasminogen activator inhibitors, and microvascular thrombosis are formed, and this is broadly the pathogenesis of disseminated intravascular coagulation in sepsis. The treatment approaches depend on the underlying disorder. So whenever we are dealing with any case in a critical care unit, we should always try to look at what is the underlying cause and try to treat the underlying cause. Anticoagulation with heparin is an option whenever there is thrombin formation particularly, but it should be taken with a pinch of salt, that it can lead to increased bleeding as well. Platelet transfusion and transfusion of fresh frozen plasma and coagulation inhibitor concentrates like antithrombin C, they are sometimes they are also used to treat DAC. Management of the underlying cause is very important, and replacement of the coagulation proteins and platelets in the patients who are bleeding should be done. Platelet transfusion should be done to maintain a platelet level of 50,000 per millimeter cube, but this is debatable because if the patient is actively bleeding, then only we have to transfuse platelets. Otherwise, it depends from unit to unit whether you want to transfuse at a lower threshold or at a high threshold. It all depends from case to case. Administration of fresh frozen plasma should be done to maintain a prothrombin time and APTT to less than 1.5 times the normal control. So this has now become a norm. And fibrinogen levels should be maintained at least more than 1.5 grams per liter. Although some of the societies nowadays are suggesting that maybe we should transfuse fibrinogen only when it's less than 1 gram per liter. And to replace fibrinogen, usually cryoprecipitate is used. Antifibrinolytic agents like tranexamic acid, they are contraindicated in the management of DAC because fibrinolytic system is required in the recovery to ensure the dissolution of the widespread fibrin. And therapeutic doses of unfractionated heparin with whenever there is a thrombotic phenotype. So basically there are two phenotypes. One is the bleeding type, and 10% of the patients will have a thrombotic phenotype. There it needs to be done. And however, the recommendations remain very controversial, and it is very difficult to manage a patient of DAC. It's mainly the supportive management and mainly using a lot of blood products in these patients. Thrombocytopenia is another common problem which occurs in a critical care unit, and it is generally defined as a platelet count of less than 1.5 lakh. So 50% of the patients do present with thrombocytopenia at some point of time in a critical care unit. 5% to 20% whereas thrombocytopenia defined, if we define it by less than 50,000. There are various mechanisms. One is pseudothrombocytopenia, where the platelet actually aggregates in the EDTA anticoagulated blood. So that has to be always ruled out. Then there can be platelet sequestration in the form of hepatosplenomegaly. The patient has hypersplenism, so that can be a reason for thrombocytopenia. There can be hemodilution when a lot of crystalloid has been administered, and other causes like DAC, sepsis, trauma, all these can lead to thrombocytopenia. The use of extracorporeal circuit like ECMO or CRRT can also lead to platelet consumption. The decreased platelet production can be because of intoxication, viral infection, or infiltration. And there can be a platelet destruction as well by the use of drugs like heparin. Heparin-induced thrombocytopenia is quite common in ICU because of allergenic antibodies against the platelet factor 4. So there you need to stop heparin at idiopathic thrombocytopenia and is another cause. And then there are microangiopathies. So these are basically the causes caused because of immunological factors. So management is totally different in these cases with the use of IVIG as well as plasmapheresis. So one of the cause of thrombocytopenia is post-transfusion purpura, which is a rare disorder, and it is caused by platelet-specific antibody. So HPA1A, which acts on the donor platelets, destroying them. Majority of the affected patients would be multiparous females, and the treatment is actually IVIG, glucocorticoids, and plasmapheresis rather than transfusing platelets. I talked about thrombotic microangiopathies. Again, two of the conditions which are seen in ICUs are hemolytic uremic syndrome and thrombotic thrombocytopenic purpura. These are the conditions caused by the destruction of the blood vessels by the toxin from the diarrheal infections in hemolytic uremic syndrome. And one of the enzymes, ADAM TS1C, it is deficient at times, and disintegrin is other enzyme which is deficient, and this is basically autoimmune destruction. And one of the catalysts by which we can diagnose this is the presence of schistocytes or red cell fragments along with hemolysis and uremia as well. So the management is by plasmapheresis. So the management depends if we are able to diagnose the case rather than just simply transfusing the platelets. Liver disease is also seen in critical care units, and liver disease actually leads to decrease in synthesis of 2, 7, 9, 10, 11, and fibrinogen factors. Also, dysfibrinogen is there, and there is also enhanced fibrinolysis. So basically, it's not only the coagulation factors are decreased, but also fibrinolysis is increased. So there is also thrombocytopenia in liver disease. So all these factors can also lead to increased bleeding. So how to treat it? The liver disease causes both bleeding and thrombosis because protein C and protein S are also produced by the liver, so they are also decreased in liver diseases. Acute also alcohol intake also inhibits platelet aggregation. So how to there can be variceal bleed also, one of the presentations of the liver disease, so where there is portal hypertension. So in those cases, we use drugs like desmopressin to treat, and banding is at times done. So what should be done? There are some points which we need to remember, that there is no need to treat prolonged coagulation times, particularly if there is absence of bleeding. Because coagulation is rebalanced, there is reduction in not only coagulation factors, there is also reduction in the production of physiological anticoagulants as well, because both of them are produced by liver only at the end of the day. So we should be treating only if there is bleeding. In the absence of bleeding, there is no need to treat prolonged coagulation times. There are RCTs which have been done and which have shown that in acute upper GI bleed, who were treated with the restrictive strategy had a longer survival actually than the patients who were treated aggressively, and HB was maintained more than 9 grams per liter. So a restrictive approach does help, and use of FFP and platelet should also be restricted, particularly in upper GI bleeds. And vitamin K should be routinely be given. It can be given intravenously or orally. And there was a trial which was done, HALT IT trial, which is quite a famous trial. And in this, tranexamic acid was used in the patients who had variceal bleed. And venous embolism actually increased in the patients who were given tranexamic acid, and there was no advantage in upper GI bleed. So tranexamic acid, routine use of these drugs should not be done. Uremic bleeding typically presents with ecchymosis, purpura, epistaxis, and bleeding from puncture sites. And there is basically impaired platelet function, dysfunctional von Willebrand factor, and decreased production of thromboxane. And this all leads to increased levels of CAMP, cyclic GMP, uremic toxins, anemia, and altered platelet granules. Anemia also leads to loss of laminar flow in arterioles, and this leads to prolongation of the bleeding time. So one of the main ways to diagnose is bleeding time, which is one of the most useful still clinical tests for coagulation. And peritoneal dialysis has been shown to improve platelet function. Erythropoietin cryoprecipitate, conjugated estrogens, desmopressins, thromboxane, all have independently been shown to reduce the bleeding time. Citrate has been risen in popularity as a replacement anticoagulant in CRRT with reduction in bleeding. Data and safety of patients with combined liver failure are lacking. Coagulation defects with normal tests. There are two conditions. One is the platelet dysfunctions, and second is hyperfibrinolysis. Extracorporeal circuits, they can cause serious platelet function defects, platelet activation, and their platelet function analyzers are poorly suited, and causes are basically uremia, liver failure, and anti-platelet drugs. What to do in fibrinolytic bleeding? This is common in patients with liver disease and disseminated cancers. This is basically abnormal fibrinolytic activity is there, and it is difficult to diagnose because of absence of specific routine assay. And in these patients, bleeding is there despite hemostatic replacement therapy. Platelet levels are usually conserved, and fibrinogen levels are disproportionately low. So if you see a fibrinogen level of less than 0.75 grams per liter, think about enhanced fibrinolytic activity. D-dimer levels are disproportionately high for DIC. They will be in thousands. TEG differentiate coagulation factor from fibrinolysis, but it is not very specific. Tranexamic acid infusion orally is beneficial in fibrinolytic bleeding. So it's hyperfibrinolysis is relatively rare. Acute PML and malignancy should be seen. In ICU patients on extracorporeal circuits, they are particularly at high risk, and the marked activation of fibrinolysis, release of plasminogen activators from endothelial cells is there. If FDPs are inordinately high or fibrinogen levels are low, suspect hyperfibrinolysis. And this can be confirmed by detection of very low levels of plasminogen and alpha-2 antiplasmin. We are using antithrombotic therapies also, so it's difficult. It's very difficult to treat if there is bleeding because of them, because there are no specific antidotes. So recombinant active weighted factor 7 and prothrombin complex concentrates, they have a limited role in that. And prothrombin concentrate complex, it reverses the effects of rivoxaban better than that of dabigatran. So these are some of the findings in lab findings in some of the common disorders which occur in intensive care unit. In DIC, as we can see, prothrombin time is prolonged, APTT is prolonged, fibrinogen levels are low. Almost all these factors get deranged. Uremia, most of these would be unaffected except for the bleeding time. And when we are using like aspirin or thienopridine, also bleeding time is prolonged. So we should be aware of these tests and what happens in different conditions. What is the principle of management? It is to avoid the correction of the laboratory abnormalities with blood products unless there is a clinical bleeding problem. A surgical procedure is required or both. Unwanted correction should not be done as it delays the diagnosis. Primary management, there are three very important things which should be done. One is avoid dilutional anemia because red cells are also required for clot formation. We should remember that. So always avoid dilutional anemia, and you should always have a unit policy about the transfusion trigger. We are going towards 7 grams per liter and we'll go less than that, but that has to be individualized. For the management of active bleeding, a target HP of more than 10 grams looks more appropriate. Hypothermia, not only it impairs coagulation, prothrombin time is depressed, and so it should always be corrected. Aggressively correction of hypothermia is very important in a bleeding patient in critical care unit. Acidosis not only leads to pH reduction, but there is also a reduction in the activation of prothrombin, which is factor 2, which is very important for clot formation. So, so we should be correcting acidosis aggressively in a bleeding patient. In major bleeding, one of the trials which was done, it did show that FFP transfusion was associated with the rate of ARDS. So, it should all be done with a pinch of salt. We have to transfuse, but we have to be careful that there can be complications with transfuse of all these blood products. International Society of Hemostasis and Transfusion, they have abandoned the routine use of FFPs, and they recommend the use of ROTEM guided prothrombin complex concentrate factor 13 or fibrinogen tranexamic acid. So in major trauma also, ROTEM guided intervention should be done. Fibrinogen is required to a larger extent than any other hemostatic protein. So what should be the trigger level? Early use of fibrinogen should be done. And the trigger should be 1.5 grams per liter if the patient is bleeding, there is major bleeding, and use of factor 7A has been shown to reduce the use of red cells in bleeding. However, it hasn't shown any reduction in mortality. CRASH trial was done in trauma patients, and the patient who received tranexamic acid within 3 hours, they had a reduction in bleeding. So in major traumas, tranexamic acid does have a role. So because it decreased the mortality, and there was increased mortality if it was not used within 3 hours. There are some other trials. Since we are running short of time, I'm just highlighting some of the trials which have suggested that the platelet transfusion doesn't show much of a benefit. Early platelet transfusion in bleed. So you can go through these trials like PASH trial. And there was another survey which was done which showed that how should we be treating these bleeding and what should be the transfusion trigger. So generally in ICU, people are restrictive and every support for different kinds of ICU, there can be different protocols as well. And we should try to make some sort of a local guidelines when to start treating by blood products. And we should always try to manage the primary cause rather than just giving the blood products. This is a propensity matched analysis which was done in 994 patients, and patients receiving prophylactic platelets, they showed that there were fewer ICU-free days in them and fewer hospital-free days actually, and significant higher RBC transfusion, less improvement in SOFA score. So platelet transfusion trigger, what should be the platelet transfusion trigger? It is coming down as with the use of ultrasound, even for centivenous cannulation, we don't target a platelet of more than 20,000 now. So there is very weak strength of recommendations for most of these. And the prophylactic transfusion in adult patients at 10,000, there is still a moderate recommendation. Otherwise, it's a very weak recommendation for transfusing platelets for CVC at 20,000 or elective diagnostic lumbar puncture. I'll just skip some of these slides and go to the conclusions. The management of the bleeding in critically ill patients remain a major clinical challenge. And the cause of the bleeding problem is quite complex. It's partially understood with limited diagnostic tools and management strategies which are currently available. There is no prophylactic transfusion of blood products. So we can't simply go ahead and try to prevent bleeding by prophylactic transfusing blood products. We have to go and find out the cause and then only treat accordingly. There is some role of viscoelasticimetry in sepsis and DIC. However, evidence is quite lacking and it's still coming up. PEG and ROTEM. So, but the evidence is lacking at present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas, for your very nice and elaborative presentation. Thank you, Dr. Vikas, for your very nice and elaborative presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A soft reminder for the speaker, please try to be stick with our 20-minute slot. Our next topic is ventilator-associated pneumonia. In this pandemic condition, as more patients require ventilation in ICU, more patients are staying in the hospital longer than 48 hours, which increase their risk of developing a hospital-acquired infection. It's a vicious and costly cycle. Now I would like to request Dr. Obaid Ahmed Siddiqui from India to start his presentation. Dr. Obaid, sir, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just trying to share my slides now. Dr. Mehndi, can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on such a lovely platform. And I wish to bring greetings from my alma mater, that is Aligarh Muslim University. And fortunately, today we are celebrating 100 years of its formation. That happens to be the birthday of our founder, that is Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. So I'll be speaking on this topic that is a very common topic, and we as a critical care physicians, we all have come across something that is called as ventilator-associated pneumonia. And I'll be talking about the basics. I'll try to keep things very simple and try to complete this in the stipulated time frame that has been allotted to me. So starting with the definitions first, ventilator-associated pneumonia is a pneumonia that develops more than 48 to 72 hours after a patient is intubated and the patient is on mechanical ventilation. And this has to be differentiated from hospital-acquired pneumonia, which is a pneumonia that occurs 48 hours of admission in an hospital. So that's how the definition of hospital-acquired pneumonia and ventilator-associated pneumonia goes. A brief slide about the epidemiology, and the data we have with us right now is mainly from the Western data, because we in our subcontinent are lacking these kind of epidemiological studies to really come up with the data. So the data states that about 5 to 20 cases per 1,000 hospital admissions land up into ventilator-associated pneumonia, and this pneumonia is higher in patients who are post-surgery, who are elderly, and even compromised patients. The ventilator-associated pneumonia prolongs the hospital length of stay. It has very high mortality ranging from about 24 to 76%. And more importantly, the risk of ventilator-associated pneumonia is about 3% during the first 5 days of ventilation, and it reduces once the patient is into 5th to the 7th day. So the risk is high in the early part when the patient is intubated. Talking about the pathogenesis, it depends upon the virulence of the microorganisms. It also depends upon the response of the host, that is how the host is behaving to the infection. The route of infection, that is the most common cause of development of ventilator-associated pneumonia, which is microaspiration from the oropharyngeal organisms, colonization with microorganisms, and they can colonize every equipment of an intensive care setup. Direct contact with environmental reservoirs, which we use in our critical care setup, and less frequently from inhalation of infectious aerosols. The stomach and upper GI sterility is a very important cause of pathogenesis of ventilator-associated pneumonia, because it really the use of drugs really alters the gastric pH, which really leads to development of ventilator-associated pneumonia. A more alkaline pH of the gastric mucosa leads to development of ventilator-associated pneumonia. So what is an early onset pneumonia? It is a ventilator-associated pneumonia which occurs in the first 4 days of mechanical ventilation is called as early onset VAP, and a late onset VAP is one that occurs after 5 days of mechanical ventilation. Like I said, the pulmonary aspiration of the colonized oropharyngeal mucosa is the main pathogenic mechanism that occurs, and quite often in our setup, we are using endotracheal tubes, this high volume, low pressure curves, and these tubes have a tendency to form folds when they are inflated, which becomes a cause for development or growth of bacteria forming a biofilm-like material, which consists of sessile bacteria and exopolysaccharide matrix. Now, what is important about these bacteria is these sessile bacteria are very sturdy to any type of antimicrobials or any type of host immune response, and they have a tendency to develop ventilator-associated pneumonia in immunocompromised individuals. So this is just a diagram which shows the internal side of the endotracheal tube, and this is an electron microscopic view where you can find bacteria embedded along with the biofilm. Pathogenesis also depends upon the size of the inoculum, the functional status of the patient, the host defense competency, and most of the ICU outbreaks, you will find that they are related to colonized bronchoscopes, contaminated water supply, contaminated humidifiers, and ventilator temperature sensors. All these can be colonized by pathogenic bacteria. All the defense mechanisms of the body are impaired in ICU. Elderly patients, patients who are diabetic, patients who have a poor oral care, patients who are on prolonged intubation, they are all susceptible to development of ventilator-associated pneumonia. And very importantly, the antimicrobial effectiveness of the saliva is highly impaired due to loss of mucociliary clearance. So that again becomes the reason for development of ventilator-associated pneumonia. Sinusitis have a very strong tendency, the patients with sinusitis have a strong tendency to develop ventilator-associated pneumonia. And in stomach, all the patients who are in ICU, they are given drugs and we are starting with enteral nutrition in these drugs. And because of these maneuvers, these techniques, the gastric pH is raised to more than 4, which leads to development of gastric colonization of bacteria. Talking about microbiology, it depends upon the setup that we are working. The most of the data that we have are from the international guidelines that we find, and they say that basically it's a monomicrobial phylum. But in our setup, in a country like India and Bangladesh, we will be finding a polymicrobial kind of setup. But the most common organisms that have been implicated are gram-positive cocci, that is Staph aureus, including MRSA, aerobic gram-negative bacilli with Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Klebsiella, and quite often now Acinetobacter is also coming up as a very virulent organisms that is resistant to most of the antibiotics. So these are some of the studies which have again reported a very high, the most common organisms that have been reported are Staphylococcus aureus. Another study which was published in Infection Control Hospital Society, MRSA was found to be the most common organisms, the most common gram-positive organisms. And most of these studies conclude that now it is the methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus that is now coming up as the most common organisms of ventilator-associated pneumonia. Multi-drug resistant ventilator-associated pneumonia is a very important cause of concern for all of us, and the risk factors associated with MDR pathogens are prior antibiotic use, diabetes, septic shock, ARDS preceding ventilator-associated pneumonia, acute renal replacement therapy. So all these patients have a tendency to land up into multi-drug resistant ventilator-associated pneumonia, and we need to keep a track of these patients. So how does ventilator-associated pneumonia present? The features are very non-specific. We cannot conclude or make a judgment depending upon these symptoms and signs. But quite often you'll find patients with fever, tachypnea, increase in purulent secretions, a worsening hypoxemia on ventilator, and imaging. Any development of a new or progressive infiltrate on chest X-ray gives you an idea that the patient may be landing up into ventilator-associated pneumonia. However, these are not very specific. You can find all these conditions, all these features in other patients also. So when to suspect ventilator-associated pneumonia, in 2016, the IDSA guidelines recommended that a new lung infiltrate along with 2 of these clinical evidence is diagnostic of ventilator-associated pneumonia, and which happens to be new onset of fever, any change in the purulence of the sputum, an increase in the leukocytosis, and a decline in oxygenation. So 2 of these combined with a new infiltrate on chest X-ray leads us to the diagnosis of ventilator-associated pneumonia. But an absolute diagnosis can only be confirmed when you identify a pathogen on microbiological sampling. So diagnosis, talking about chest X-ray, we can find everything from infiltrates to air bronchograms to multilobular or unilobular pneumonia or pleural cavitations or effusions. But remember, chest X-ray is not the only diagnostic modality of choice, and there are many patients where the chest X-ray was found to be normal, but the patient ultimately landed up into ventilator-associated pneumonia. CPIS is another scoring system, which is clinical pulmonary infection score, which takes into account about 5 to 6 parameters, and these parameters are then again given a point system according to the virulence and according to the magnitude of the problem. And a CPIS score of more than 6 is considered to be diagnostic of ventilator-associated pneumonia. But these criteria are not very commonly used in our setup. We basically rely on the microbiological culture. So how do we do respiratory tract sampling? That is something that is absolutely diagnostic of ventilator-associated pneumonia, and there is a lot of agreement that patients with suspected VAP, we should have a sampling of the lower respiratory tract should be done along with the blood cultures. However, there is a lot of disagreement on how these samples are to be obtained. So that depends upon your ICU protocol, whether you want to go ahead with an invasive type of respiratory tract sampling or a non-invasive type of respiratory tract sampling, whether you rely on a quantitative culture or non-quantitative culture. So there is not any specific guideline to go with one technique over the other. So these are some of the respiratory tract samplings that are to be done. That is mini BAL, the BAL, and the protected specimen brush and endotracheal tracheobronchial aspirate. So these are something that needs to be done to go ahead with microbiological cultures. Now, what do we want to achieve in microscopic analysis? Before we come to a culture report that takes about 3 to 4 days, it is better to go with the initial microscopic analysis, which will give you an idea about gram-negative or a gram-positive type of bacteria, and any sort of abundant neutrophils that you can find in the respiratory tract sample gives you an idea about the likely pathogen and how do you start to go ahead with the empirical antibiotic therapy. So these are the quantitative cultures that gives you the indication about how much colony forming units are diagnostic of endotracheal aspirate. Endotracheal aspirates consist of 10 to 5 colony forming units. Bronchoscopic lavage consists of 10 to the power 4 colony forming units, and PSP constitute about 10 to the power 3 colony forming units. Procalcitonin and certain other serum biomarkers are now really coming up, but they are not diagnostic of ventilator-associated pneumonia. They can only help you to guide your antibiotic therapy, how the patient is responding to your treatment. What is the treatment protocol? In the early onset VAP, you can use limited spectrum antibiotics. In the late onset VAP, you have to use broad spectrum antibiotics, and definitely you need to have an antibiogram according to your particular ICU setup, your ICU setup policy to guide the empirical antibiotic therapy. So the late onset VAP, you can use with start with third or fourth generation cephalosporin. You can start with carbapenem, anti-pseudomonal fluoroquinolones, along with a coverage of MRSA, and most commonly we in our setup are using a combination of piperacillin tazobactam with amikacin as the early antibiotic therapy. So these are the drugs that can be used as antibiotics, and special concern has to be made about the MRSA, because now quite often these agents are coming up causing ventilator-associated pneumonia. So we need to keep a track about vancomycin, and the use of linezolid is now becoming quite often, since Staph aureus is many centers it is a common cause of ventilator-associated pneumonia. So the length of the therapy is 7-day course of antimicrobial therapy is recommended. You can carry up to about 10 to 14 days also, but the guidelines recommend a 7 to 10 days course of antimicrobial therapy. Just few slides about VAP prevention, which is very important, and prevention, everybody must be knowing that prevention is better than cure, and there is a strong evidence that a collaborative and combined preventing approach decreases ventilator-associated pneumonia, and these preventive approaches are called as VAP bundles, which are done in a set of about 3 to 5 procedures that are to be done in all these patients, that helps us to prevent the development of ventilator-associated pneumonia. And what are these measures that need to be done? Elevation of the head of the bed, daily sedation vacation protocol, a peptic ulcer disease prophylaxis, a DVT prophylaxis, and in 2010, daily oral care with chlorhexidine and subglottic suctioning was added. So elevation of head end of the bed is indicated in all these patients to prevent gastroesophageal reflux and microaspiration. The paramedical staff and the residents need to be taught about sedation vacation that has to be done every day in these patients to reduce the number of mechanical ventilator days and to reduce incidence of ventilator-associated pneumonia. Stress ulcer prophylaxis needs to be done with sucralfate or the proton pump inhibitors, and there is a lot of debate happening whether to use sucralfate or whether to use proton pump inhibitors. But most of the physicians, critical care physicians, are happy starting with proton pump inhibitor blockers. But keep in mind that they can also increase the incidence of infections because they will be causing increase in the gastric alkalinization. Deep vein thrombosis, everybody is practicing, and this is also again a very important part of the preventive bundle of ventilator-associated pneumonia. And daily oral care, there have been some level 1 recommendations which have been published in Lancet and Infection Control Hospital Epidemiological Society guidelines that 2% chlorhexidine solutions, a daily oral mouthwash, is really very helpful in preventing the development of VAP. Aspiration of subglottic secretions, especially designed tubes which can really help us to aspirate any formation of subglottic secretions that can ultimately colonize the cuff of these endotracheal tubes. So these specially designed tubes with subglottic secretion devices can be used to prevent VAP. Other features which are used in any critical care setup, like general features, are like use of rotating beds to drain out the secretions. Tracheostomy has been found to reduce the number of mechanical ventilation days, although it does not reduce ventilator-associated pneumonia, but it does reduce the number of mechanical ventilation days on the patient. Especially designed silver-coated endotracheal tubes can also be used because of their antimicrobial technique. They also help us to really prevent the development of bacteria or biofilm in these patients. Especially designed tracheal tube cups, which are made of polyurethane and they are conical in shape. They can also help us to prevent the formation of folds, which are ultimately colonized by the bacteria. Then ventilatory circuit management, and it is not advisable to really replace ventilator circuits every now and then, only unless and until they are soiled or damaged. Closed suctioning systems do not reduce the incidence of ventilator-associated pneumonia. However, they have advantage. At least they are better than open suctioning system. They have an advantage that exogenous contamination of suction catheters entering the ETT can be prevented by closed suctioning systems. Saline for going with chest physiotherapy and before ETT suctioning is not indicated. And finally, the other preventive measures, and one of the most common preventive measures is high level of education among ICU personnel. So we need to have workshops and training programs for residents and the nurses to how to go ahead with these preventive bundles. Hand hygiene is now very important, and especially in times of COVID pneumonia, we are finding that hand hygiene is coming up with a very important area which can be used to prevent development of any sort of infection. Then use of NIV and selective digestive decontamination. They have been used, but there has not been very absolute indications to use these drugs. And probiotics in some studies has been found to reduce the incidence of ventilator-associated pneumonia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Obaid, for your time-bending but very informative presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now our next presentation, which is sedation in ICU. Critically ill patients are routinely provided analgesia and sedation to prevent pain and anxiety, which permit invasive procedure, reduce stress, oxygen consumption, and improve synchrony with mechanical ventilation. However, oversedation occurs commonly and is associated with worse clinical outcome. Now may I request Dr. Rabinthiran Rashish from Malaysia to start his presentation.
Hello, Dr. Mehdi, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Mehdi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mehdi, and good evening to everybody. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Kausa and the Bangladesh Society of Anesthesiologists for inviting me to give this talk on sedation in the ICU. I have no disclosures to make. And firstly, I would like to wish everybody a happy Anesthesia Day. What are the principles of sedation? The sedation allows the depression of patient's awareness of the environment and a reduction of their response to external stimulation. But pain is a common problem, and if we undersedate the patient, we can get agitation. And the goal of sedation in the ICU will be patient comfort with the control of pain, anxiolysis and amnesia, blunting of adverse autonomic and hemodynamic responses, facilitate the nursing management, facilitate the mechanical ventilation of the patient, avoid the self-extubation, and also reduce oxygen consumption. The characteristics of an ideal sedation agent for the ICU, the agent should have lack of respiratory depression. It should have some form of analgesia, especially for the surgical patients. A rapid onset, something which is titrable with a short elimination half-life. Sedation with the ease of orientation and reusability. It must have anxiolytic properties, and it must be hemodynamically stable. But we do face a lot of challenges in the ICU trying to sedate our patients. We need to assess the level of sedation. ICU patients are all critically ill, so the pharmacology of the drugs may be varied, especially in patients with renal failure and kidney failures. Patients can develop tolerance when they are on long-term ventilation, and that can lead to a delayed emergence from the ventilators. There could be withdrawal symptoms of these patients, and we always have to remember there can be drug interaction with other drugs as well as the condition of the patient. So we need to monitor how much of sedation we are going to give, either over sedation or under sedation. How do we do that? The optimal level of sedation for most patients is that which offers comfort while allowing for interaction with the environment. What do we know about ICU agitation and discomfort? The prevalence is about 50% in those with a length of stay of more than 24 hours. And the primary cause of this is pain which is not relieved, delirium, anxiety, sleep deprivation, and various other causes. And the sequelae, the immediate sequelae to this is you can have patient ventilator dysynchrony, which will increase oxygen consumption for the patient. Patient can be injured, or the healthcare provider can have injury. And there's always family anxiety. A family member seeing the patient who is fighting the ventilator is not a very good thing. And the long term is patients can develop post-trauma PTSDs, traumatic stress disorders. So when we do not give enough of sedation, patient gets agitated, anxious, there's pain, catheters can get displaced, inadequate ventilation, patient can get hypertension with tachycardia, arrhythmias, and even a myocardial infarct, and patient can injure oneself. If we give over-sedated the patient, the prolonged sedation will cause a delayed emergence from the sedation. It can lead to respiratory depression with hypotension and bradycardia. There can be venous stasis, pressure injuries. Then the cost of keeping the patient in ICU will go up. We need to develop a balance of the right amount of sedation and not causing agitation of the patient. But sometimes when you give the sedation, you think, oh, patient is agitated, so we want to give more and more. Look for some simple causes why the patient is agitated. Whether the patient has got a full bladder, or maybe a patient is just uncomfortable in the bed position he is in now. Your ventilator flow rates can be inadequate. There could be side effects of the drug, disorientation, the noise, And nowadays, a lot of ICUs have silent ICUs are being developed, so they don't hear the beeping of the monitors or the alarms from the monitors. And sometimes the patient is so anxious that he's not able to communicate because he's got an ET tube down his throat. And we should also look at other causes of agitation, like hypoxia, hypercarbia, hypoglycemia, endotracheal tube malpositions. Maybe there's a pneumothorax, drug and alcohol withdrawal syndromes. So the daily goal of sedation is to patient should be arousable and be comfortable. The sedation needs to be protocolized and titrated to achieve goal. So today we are talking about goal-directed sedation. Lighten the sedation to appropriate wakefulness daily. Effect of this strategy has better outcomes. 1 to 7 day reduction in the length of sedation and mechanical ventilation needs. You reduce the number of tracheostomies you'll be doing, and you also decrease the number of diagnostic evaluation of the central nervous system. So there's a lot of practice guidelines out there from the Society of Critical Care Medicine of the United States or the European Society of Intensive Care. But you get a template which is very specific to your institution. It can vary from institution to institution. It depends on your institution, what is your resources, what is your financial backing for the institution. On that goal, you have to develop a protocol. Public sectors and the private sectors have different ways of developing these protocols. The titration of the sedatives and the analgesics should be guided by some assessment tools, like your Ramsey sedation scores, or your sedation agitation scales, Richmond sedation agitation scales. You can use any of these scales, but it needs to be monitored. There's no one scale better than the other. You just stick to one scale which everybody is familiar with in your ICU. Pain assessment tools like the visual analog scores or the numeric rating scores, you can use one of these, but these are not really validated in the intensive care setting. When you want to increase your sedation or analgesia, rule out reversible causes of discomfort or anxiety first before you increase your dosage of your drug. Look at comorbidities and potential side effects of drugs chosen. Target irreversible etiologies of pain and agitation. So what is the strategy? Set a treatment goal. You quantitate the sedation and the pain. You choose the right medication, whether it's propofol, remifentanil, or dexmedetomidine, one of these drugs. And try to use a combined infusion so you end up using less of one particular drug. And always reevaluate the need for more sedation. If you see patients that have withdrawal syndromes, treat the withdrawal syndrome. You should either monitor the EEG or the base, which if you maintain the base between about 40 to 60, it's a good guide to the level of sedation for the patient. Hemodynamic responses as a measure of sedation is very unreliable in the critically ill. What are sedation holidays? This involves the stopping of sedation infusions and then allowing the patient to wake up. And it's only to be restarted when the patient is awake and obeying commands. Patient is, you notice that it's uncomfortable or getting agitated, and this must be performed on a daily basis. You have to assess pain separately. What are signs of pain? Patient is getting hypertensive, tachycardic. Patient may have lacrimation, sweating, or even a pupillary dilatation. So you need to know when to anticipate the pain. You should be able to recognize the pain, ask the patient, look for the signs the patient is in pain, especially when patient is on a ventilator. Find the source of the pain, and then you treat the pain. Correct the cause of the pain as well as possible, give the appropriate analgesics, and you must always remember sedative agents do not provide analgesia. And whatever analgesics you're given, always reassess after you're given the analgesics. Non-pharmacological methods of pain management, proper position of the patient, stabilize fractures, eliminate the irritating stimulation. One common mistake is the ventilator tubings is not placed well. Make sure it is not tracking onto the endotracheal tube and causing pain on the trachea. Ensuring the patient comfort requires a multidisciplinary approach. Frequent communication by all the staff and the relatives with the patient, physiotherapies, feeding, hydrating the patient well. Pharmacologically, there's a lot of drugs you can use. I tend to use a lot of propofol and remifentanil in my intensive care unit, as well as dexmedetomidine is the drugs of choice, which in my intensive care unit. I used to use midazolam and morphine, but these are long-acting drugs, and I've gone away from that because of the delayed emergence from when you use these drugs. And midazolam, especially in renal failure patients, it takes a long time for the drug to come off from the body. Sedative agents administered as bolus can be administered as boluses or as a continuous infusion. Today, we have a lot of TCI pumps, so I tend to use propofol and remifentanil as a TCI, a target control infusion for my patients in ICU. Now, sleep is defined as a natural periodic state of the rest for the mind and body, which the eyes are closed and conscious. Consciousness is completely or partially lost, so that there is a decrease in bodily movement and responsiveness to external stimuli. Now, this is difficult to achieve in the ICU because lights are on, the noise from the machine, noise from the ventilator, noise from the monitor. Sometimes we play music to these patients. Drugs like midazolam can give some anxiolysis, it's helpful. And today, again, like I said, we tend to go towards silent ICUs, where the monitors inside the ICU is all the volume is turned off, the alarms are turned off, but the monitor which is outside is where the nurses can hear the alarms going off. What are the challenges and potential benefits of goal-directed sedation? A continuous sedation carries the risk associated with oversedation and may increase the duration of mechanical ventilation. But when you give goal-directed sedation, the long-term benefit is you're going to reduce the long-term and hospital mortality of these patients. Cognitive function will be improved. It decreases institutional dependency. Post-traumatic stress disorders are decreased and reduce long-term depression. But the short-term benefit is now days of ventilation time is decreased, ICU stay is decreased, cost is decreased, emergent delirium is decreased, improved cooperation, improved mobility of the patient, and you reduce the harm of CVS functions, brain, ICU weaknesses, tracheostomies, ventilator-related events, and any acquired infections, thromboembolism. The 2018 HEDIS guidelines are based on the insights and included the need for careful, consistent pain assessments, adequate analgesia, and the lightest possible sedation. It also says that using the light sedation versus the deep sedation in critically ill mechanical ventilated adults improves outcomes for these patients. Now, not going to delirium, as the next speaker will be speaking on delirium. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, Dr. Ravinthiran Rashish sir, for your very nice presentation. Now I request our next speaker, Harini Jagodi sir from Sri Lanka, to present his case about ICU delirium. Dr. Harini Jagodi sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ah,
Can you hear me?
yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. Ma'am, I think you have to open your PDF file first, then you can share it. It's not been shared actually.
Sharing.
Yeah. Yeah, now we can see.
Sharing. Right,
Yeah.
okay. First of all, thank you very much, Society of Bangladesh and Critical Care Society for giving us this opportunity to deliver this talk on ICU delirium. So ICU delirium, what we can do in our state. Right. Okay, first of all, we have to know what is delirium is actually. So we know that it's a acute brain dysfunction condition that is featured by disturbances in attention, awareness, and some cognition impairment. And it's a fluctuation course, of course. And it is caused by is not completely compromised as in coma state. So what is delirium? So it's a Latin word actually. So the Latin word lira, which is meaning of track out. So the delirium is can be used as delirium is getting tracked off. Right. So it affects most of the people, whereas it's quite exposed to a variety of causes like both predisposing factors and the precipitating factors. Predisposing means that pre-existing factors, and the precipitating like triggering factors. So the problem is it is very impossible to assign one specific cause for the delirium. Normally in our ICUs, we occur incidence of more than 29% ICU stays patient get delirium. So, but it can be persist for months, or it might be delirium that's rare cases that reported it has never resolved. Right. Coming into risk factors. As I told that there are two main categorization of risk factors. One is the pre-existing factors, which are already known as predisposing factors, creating risk factors. Okay, so both these factors are coming to interact when causing the delirium. But the stronger the cause, we'll say now the predisposing factors are stronger when the weaker or the fewer precipitated factor is there also true. For example, if you say now the old patient is coming with symptoms of cognitive impairment, so he can develop delirium very easily with only mild level of hypoxemia or in a UTI. And the vice versa is also true. We say the young healthy person is coming with who can develop delirium, septic shock condition, or multiple traumas or the polytrauma condition, they can develop this delirium. So that is why the vulnerability varies whether the insult or the noxious insult is precipitating or the predisposing factor, what is predominant. So we have to know what are these risks, as I said. So the elderly patient. So who are with advanced stage and who are already with cognitive impairment and with some comorbidities such as cardiac illnesses or the long-term hypertension, and some maybe with substance abuse or the nicotine use, drugs or the alcohol use patients. Or sometimes they might be the high AC grade one. So they are very prone to develop the delirium. So the precipitating factors or the triggers. So we can categorize them according to the acute illness related. So if you come into acute or having high SOFA score, where they with multiple traumas, polytraumas, sepsis, or needing ventilatory support, severe pain, that depends that the patient complaining of pain might be severe or mild, moderate, that depends. And with systemic hypoperfusion and with low blood pressures, metabolic acidosis, those can be precipitate or trigger the development of delirium. Coming into medication, common cause which can cause delirium in ICUs, where we use benzodiazepine very commonly as one modality of ICU sedation. Use of anticholinergics and opioids. The opioids is one of the commonly used. The morphine is commonly used to relieve the ICU-related pain, and the steroids and some dopamine. So those are drugs can related to medications that can cause delirium. And of course, as the previous speaker has talked about the silent ICU. So if we haven't having the silent ICU, if the noise of the ICU is high, so that can have an environmental factor issue in developing delirium. So the lack of daylight and lack of sleep, separation, and having inner can trigger the development of ICU delirium. So it's worthwhile to know the vulnerability from low vulnerability to high vulnerability, depending on the risk factors. Right. So coming into pathophysiology. So the presentation of delirium is homogeneous. The presentation is homogeneous, but the pathophysiology is unclear. There are several hypotheses. So the one hypothesis is about neuroinflammation. Now we know the critically ill patients, so they might be with sepsis or trauma, they are in the very stressful condition, critically ill. So it is associated with inflammatory process. So it can cause release of these pro-inflammatory markers, cytokines, that signals to the brain, which can cause neurotrauma. Whereas neuroinflammation is occurring. So evident of this systemic hypoperfusion, systemic hypotension, and hypoxemia, reduction which can result in resistant ischemia in the brain. As well as there can be microcirculatory alterations as well. So all together can cause neuroinflammation, which leading to delirium. So the aberrant stress response, any stressful condition like trauma, sepsis, or pain, surgery, whatever, it's a stressful condition. This stressful condition causes brain to activate limbic, hypothalamic, pituitary, and adrenal axis. So we know that it is associated with individual. This response can be nicely feedback and down-regulated. But unfortunately, this cognitive impaired, elderly, so the more precipitated age group people, they can have this impaired regulation, feedback regulation of the stress response pathway, can causing sustained high levels of cortisol level that ultimately result in delirium. And then there is some hypothesis is about the imbalance of neurotransmitters. We know that acetylcholine and the dopamine is some major neurotransmitters involved play a central role in attention and conscious level regulation. But when there is imbalance of this dopamine and acetylcholine, so there can be a evidence that say that evidence is saying it can go into delirium as well. So the neural networks where it's signaling here and there, several activities is occurring. In disturbance of this brain signaling system can cause fluctuation in this attention level, and the level of consciousness can cause delirium. But having said that, pathophysiology for the delirium is still unclear. Right. Clinical presentation. So they can have disturbed this sleep and awake disturbance are seen. So mainly they resulting in sleeplessness. Therefore, their orientation, particularly day and time, is daytime. In this presentation, the delirium, they have categorized into three subtypes, mainly the hyperactive, hypoactive, and mixed. The common presentation is mixed. So coming into hyperactive form, so we can clearly identify this patient, whereas they might be rest appropriate motor movement, and they might be presenting with withdrawal symptoms for drugs or alcohol. But so we commonly see these hyperactive cases, even though having said that, they are commonly seen. Sometimes it might be underdiagnosed because those patients are in ICU for a long time. They can have ICU weaknesses where muscle activity movements can be retarded. Coming into hyperactive form, it is a second most common. Whereas, as I said, the most common form is mixed style. The second most common is the hypoactive. So this is also underdiagnosed because they are very slow. So slow, they are mental movements. Therefore, we will not see them as delirious. So the misdiagnosis and underdiagnosis is common. So having hypo or hyper, it's commonly underdiagnosed. Right. So the diagnosis is therefore is very important. So it is said more than 50%, say 60 to 70% of cases are missed. Therefore, there are tools are implemented. Using tools are the CARE-2020 confusion assessment method in ICU, which is based on formal testing, whereas the other method is ICD-SC, intensive care delirium screening checklist, which is mainly the screening or the observation of can be done according to their shift and can identify according to this tool. Right. So this is the CARE-2020 where they have incorporated in 4 main branches, where the fluctuating cause of mental status and inattention, disorganized thinking, and level of consciousness. Now, the inattention components are in diagnosis of delirium. In CARE-2020, so it says to ask the patient to squeeze the finger when they say the word save her heart. But in our setup, that we have to implement what is equivalent, what is suitable for our culture, our language, and then our environment. Most of our patients, which are non-English speaking, therefore we have to implement some method which patient can understand, and we can get the quite good information. So in that case, this observation tool, ICD-SC or intensive care delirium screening checklist is superior. And there is a prediction scores. Prediction tools are used, whereas early prediction of delirium, it can be implemented in ICU setup to predict the delirium status when their patient is admitting to the intensive care. So one modality is prediction, where it's consistent of 9 factors. Spray delirium is a prediction delirium ICU, where it's after 24 hours that the prediction of delirium is made. Right. So coming into prevention and treatment is important. So prevention and treatment, we can talk about in 2 modalities, where is pharmacological and non-pharmacological, even though we say the non-pharmacological modalities. So we know that ICU are exposed numerous risk factors for delirium. So that's why it's coming to multifactorial approach or the bundle concept in the treatment of this delirium. Whereas early mobilization plays a major role, and use of earplugs that might be reduce the noise in ICU setup, reduction in nighttime light and noise, and making suitable environment for patients, and increasing the daytime exposure, daylight exposure, and glasses. At the same time, have reorientation programs with cognitive training are important. So that's why it's a bundle concept concept, whereas the all steps together plays a major role in reducing, prevention, and treating ICU deliriums. So the ABCDF bundle is very important in that case. So what is ABCDF bundle? It's A is for assess, prevent, and manage pain. So there is high interaction between the pain and the delirium in ICU. So we can use numerical rating scale to identify the pain in ICU, but absolute numerical scale, we can use behavioral observations or physiological indicators to assess the pain. So that's, we can have BPS or the behavioral pain scale, or CPOT, which is the critical care pain observation tool to diagnose pain. And then we can treat with pharmacological and, most importantly, non-pharmacological as well. Pharmacological, we can use opioids or opioid-sparing non-opioid drugs commonly, because there is a controversy using opioids in ICU can cause the trigger. The more regional techniques like epidurals or is important. In non-pharmacological wise, stabilization, ice or cold therapy, patient reposition are important facts. Having both SAT and SDT, so both spontaneous awakening trials and spontaneous breathing trials are important. Now, daily stopping the narcotics or the sedatives, and the sedatives is important to make the patient awake daily. So spontaneous awakening trials are hence important. So this daily interruption of this sedation, mechanical ventilation, and the length of ICU stay as well. So that will make the patient to breathe spontaneously, and then coming out of
You are watching Raj TV, Jagorone, Bangladesh. Please subscribe our channel.